Hello, welcome to what's essentially the second book. The Legion did a massive achievement that saved only planet Earth. So the stakes gradually grow over time, which is also like another good thing. And I think before we hop into it, I do like the what the imaging representing here. So this is the President's house, which is quite well translated from the storybook, and these are the quarries which the Legion are fighting against, and I'm not sure if the quarries is a race I kept for the following drafts or not. But I like the four-legged aspects, they're like four massive crab legs, and you can see some of their abilities come into play. And why is Mike jumping when he's 70? I guess we'll just see what this particular story is like. Hang on, this one's not wanting to play. Yeah, let me just come back to it. Alright, let's try again.
Tilda Chapter 18, A New Mission. It is a new day for the Legion. They have woken up, but they have been alarmed by bad news. Some aliens have come to threaten the President, and the Legion...
I just spotted there's a S after a comma, which is not good literature. Not that I was the best at English, but come on. But anyway, yeah, this is just already like bad news from the off. This is basically like an intro mission. I think that's what all the stories have. They almost have intro missions that they just simply act as like the status quo was setting up a couple of other bits and bobs. Because otherwise, if you like starting the inciting incident or from the get-go, then it just makes you wonder, okay, what was happening before then? Were they just sleeping all that time? Then obviously that's not the case, but it also just explores a bit about how once the aliens recognize the higher ups, they could try and go for them. I think we do get an answer for why these quarries are here, so yeah, let's see what they're all about.
must make their way. The gear is worn, the awesome tone is up, and the President is getting closer to danger.
That was a weird list, because that's like saying, have you got your gear? Yes. Is your tone ready? Yes. Is the President getting closer to danger? Yes, of course, let's go. So it's not a very good list of three there. I think it should have been gear, weaponry, then vehicles, perhaps. I don't know.
The aliens either have the President as a hostage or trying to fight back the servicemen who are trying to close in on the President.
Oh yeah, sure, it just goes to show what else they're doing. But yeah, with an important figure, yeah, their servicemen are already there. Must be the morning shifts.
House, and a nice house at that. Light green, in the middle of a lake, many balconies, and a nice view around. But
I feel like the lake and the it's quite hilly around the area as well, so it's almost like partially protected. Because if it's like all nice and barren, you can spot the hooligans trying to try and go there.
But even the defences...
Although there could be more defences, like fencing around the lakes, for instance, because someone could like throw in a inflated dinghy and just try and swim through.
The same one that protects the mountain with the life force placed back inside are...
Oh, hang on. Same... Oh, so there are defences. Okay, that's neat. But now they've been accounted for and disabled. I think these quarries have like stun-based weaponry, right?
Often around, but have been disabled by...
It's good to see that the weaponry has been expanded to defend other areas. That's kind of neat.
These aliens. As well as the servicemen, even Mike and Retron are there too to help their friend, but they too are struggling to get to the President. And the defense...
So yeah, they probably were at the base, maybe on the way to see the President or close to the President, hence why they were already there, especially before the Legion. So yeah, once again, it could be morning shifts too.
Defenses are struggling to be rebooted by the base digitally. The Legion, however...
Yeah, good to account for that. I think you might need a mechanic for an in-person checkup, but yeah, maybe I should have written that.
...is not too far away, and so while they make their way, they thought to have a nice conversation. Despite the President being at the center of this situation.
Yeah, so they're chatting as they make their way, yeah, just to clarify.
He remains relatively calm. He used to be in worse situations. He was made a hostage.
I also really like that trait of the President, he's just keeping nice and calm and that, so yeah, it's really good. yeah, for the president to be like, because I think he knows that he'll be fine. Because he'll be saved. He's very confident in the others.
By past humans before, showing the present aliens no fear. Back to the Legion, considering they have now known each other for a month. Pod has an idea to get...
Oh, it's been a month. So Sammy's been around them for a month. Okay. Yeah, and then you have around a month. Oh wait, hang on. Oh yeah, I just spotted a plot hole. So Retron has been, oh, unless it was an appointment, he somehow managed to leak some bits and bobs. So was he given a laptop and, oh yeah, but it was said that he hired an editor or something, which is, I don't know, that's like really cartoonish. Like imagine, being like a head of defense and you just like hire an editor to be like, oh, could you help leak this classified bits of footage, please? Like, I don't, yeah, that makes no sense.
To know more about everyone's past, a nice topic.
Like even if Retron had his laptop on his hospital bed, yeah, still nuts.
As they make their way. Zami only hints at his past bullying.
Kind of a random one, but I suppose you need a good strong topic to distract yourselves. And I feel like this is already highlighted the theme already because in the previous book it was, just how they're working on their own flaws to get on as a team. Because yeah, Zami was not to be so solo, Nicole to be more acknowledging, and Pod to be what was his arc? I've had them all as templates in that. What would it be? I guess it's similar to Zami's with the whole isolation thing, but it's just without the showing off side of things. Oh yeah, gosh, I can't believe I forgot. But they're still listing through line. But yeah, now the main trio, it's still always the main, because despite other characters having other changes, it's the main trio who run by the arc template I like to use, where they beliefs get established and challenged, and then they onto a new belief. I guess we could clarify it here right now. So, yeah, what is it? Could be like a moving on from the past kind of story. I guess. No, I feel like we need to read the whole story first and then see what we can infer from it. Yeah, if I kept all of the notes, I would have been like, yes, that's that arc, and that arc with all the characters.
And Arvin, who can be understood by Pod considering he is the only other animal-like creature around.
Oh, okay, so it's later. I feel like this should have been explained in the first book, but at least it's acknowledged now. Or maybe Pod's going to understand Arvin way more. Not to mention, I think there should be a comma after these brackets.
Talking about,
unless that's just me trying to copy and paste a lot,
about how he remembers his early memories of being looked after by the Legion. Nicole, however, doesn't want to reveal anything. She has mentioned...
But by the Legion? How long has Arvin been around then? Because he would definitely be looked after by Pod, considering how long he would have been down there. And I guess Nicole was there all that time, but okay. Yeah, just imagine being looked after and then be told that you're joining an alien team to help defend Earth, etc. So, yeah, gosh, I'm surprised Arvin's still keeping a smiley face.
And she has been
probably enjoys the action.
Trained throughout her adult life. Currently, they are wondering about her childhood, which she will not reveal at the point where she gets angry, making the Legion quiet and upset. But now...
It's a bit on the nose to set up, but it does actually have quite an interesting revelation later on. So, yeah. Oh, not to mention, actually no, because all the villains have their own, tying with their arcs. Like, granted, they don't exactly, they always challenge the heroes almost strategically and in combat, but there's no times where they're like, oh, that's why you should still believe in this. But I don't think there's really been much of that. I think that could have been another really good opportunity, for villains to be like, hey, could I perhaps tempt you with this? And yeah, there's none of that throughout the story. Yeah, gosh, that's a very vital ingredient to make your villains good.
Now they have made it to the president's house. Nicole provides some orders and then they all get on in silence.
Oh yeah, their performance is slightly hindered, but they know how to work together. So yeah, it's just yeah, once again, just another flaw, all of them to overcome.
And so, after this exchange, the Legion gets off the awesome.
I remembered Poltark actually, because he has times where he's insecure about, being a a Morphil. It is something that does bother him, and whilst it does get the topic kind of gets challenged, but the insecurity of him being a Morphil is sorted, especially when he's given a unique ability, and Dion's like, oh well, I've redefined what a Nitrobot is. You could probably help redefine what a Morphil is meant to be, and yeah, so there's nice moments like that which we get to see. Yeah, sorry, I'm just stating things way ahead of time.
Automatone, and with the Awesomatone's new drone mode, it shoots a stun version of lightning
Did they jump off or did they land a ship? That's not really specified.
to fire at a brand new army, but a smaller one at that. The race that the Legion and others have faced this
Okay, new drone mode. Okay, and yeah, so I think it's referring to the Quarro, so it is just stunning them. Yeah, because yeah, you can see why these aliens have to be stunned rather than a loss of life.
morning are creatures that have metal aspects to their skin, crab legs, anti-gravity abilities, and their type of laser gun.
Oh, now that sounds like very interesting for an alien race. It's not too bad. It's a bit like in and out, the concept.
Guns which require charge but release a straight yet quick laser.
Oh yeah, no wonder I probably cut them out. But even though estrogen is cut out as well, scrap that. Estrogen is also cut out, and his gravity abilities is transferred into another character or another race, which I found more interesting. With the design and what they can do in that, because estrogen has a partially basic character design. But yeah, I think the Quarros probably have gone because of the gravity thing, and you can see how they could adapt with the gravity, especially with their massive 4 crab legs, like big ones at that, almost like spider crabs, but thicker and bigger, obviously. But so a type of laser guns which require charge but release straight yet quick lasers. Okay, yeah, it reminds me of a Halo gun.
Not to mention the crab legs make the creatures able to climb with ease.
A straight yet quick laser. Yeah, I think it's good to explain it as a straight laser, because it could have been like a shotgun where it's a bit more sporadic. Actually, that could be a cool idea for a laser gun. Actually, let's call it. I can call it GT in their pack a bunch. They make slightly laser shotguns.
While some are shooting, the others terrorize the president, keeping him in one spot. The president continues to stay without fear.
How many? I can imagine it's quite a few. Well, just far less with the president, of course.
Asking why he is a hostage. The race replies that they too were sent to sort out Earth's security, and so by threatening the lead, it brings all the forces, and the race needs time to contact any of Xayanthar's allies. This is a race that hasn't allied with Xayanthar yet.
Okay, that's quite a massive plan. Sort out Earth's security. So yeah, Xayanthar is involved. So threatening the lead brings all the horses to them. So were they going to contact Xayanthar? Okay. Well, just the allies. Oh, okay, so this is a race that hasn't allied with Zion yet, but by doing this. Okay, so now this is an interesting exploration. So yeah, whilst book 4, well, it's slightly repeated from the first book, where it's and even book 3 too, but in this start we actually have a variation. We don't have these we have these beings who seem to like Xayanthar's way of doing things, but they thought by terrorizing the main threat, they could be like, oh, we could be Team Xayanthar after this, which is quite an interesting concept. But at the same time, it's just knowing what the Legion is, because I don't think they've exactly been broadcast, have they? Not until the end of this story anyway. And yeah, so small problem. So yeah, it is just like a neat concept, just having to join the wrong side in order to stay alive. So yeah.
But by doing this,
and it's also kind of good for the president to try and get answers from them, because you can't just be like, oh, we're just doing this because.
They think they will be welcomed into the clan. After finding out that there are beings that are hunted for their
So were they going to try and contact the allies to, I don't know, to like join the rest of them, and they're like, oh, these Quarros have gathered a lot, let's get rid of the entirety of the security then, as if every type of security would just come to this one spot. That's like really, I don't know, sounds too much like a trap. Because what the Quarries could have done is like overthrow the lot themselves and then try and come to Signfor and said, hey, got video footage and evidence of us doing this, which could have come to like Signfor's favour. Yeah, oh gosh, that's a big plot hole already.
Combating abilities, they have an idea to join Xyanthor, meaning their whole race won't die in Xyantha's hands.
Oh, so that's why okay, so they know about that. Nearly every planet knows about that, but have they know it's the Legion though? Or are they just going for another heavily secure planet in order to stay alive, just like a random target?
So far, the fight is in favor of the servicemen, able to advance.
They don't know that if the Xynfor was planning to take down Orpheon, then and even the main five Goos being on a bit on edge, yeah, the Quarros, yeah, they could be in trouble.
And surround the area, putting the aliens on the spot, and making them desperate to fight back. Mike and the Legion can advance due to their capabilities. They are to...
I feel like the Quarry's probably gone a step too far. If they were hoping for the entirety of security to come to them, then so does Ekron do some spy work? Not to mention, I forgot to write that in the previous book, even if it is inferred multiple times. But what about then? But yeah, it looks like the Quarry's overcompensated by being like, oh no, we're going to be overthrown by the forces, where Xynfor will be getting us if we fail. So yeah, I felt like I should have written that too.
Go through the battle to protect the president. Some of the aliens spot this, but the service...
Yeah, they do have all sorts of ways to defend themselves. Well, I think Zamican uses electricity plus his suit to defend himself some way, but yeah, Pod is already quite tough, and of course once again the riot shield, they can take on a nitrobolical tank. Yeah, nitrobolical, that's why I said, yeah, it's a made-up word from the previous book.
Men are keeping them too preoccupied, but they believe that the ones who have the president hostage will keep this Legion away. But at the same time...
Yeah, because even if the servicemen are a weaker army, they do have their great amount of uses. Even the first book proves that, and so does book 5 and book 4, and even book 3, yeah, all sorts of roles.
They are puzzled by this mixed team. They thought the Earth was rumored to be powerful just because of the human...
Okay, so those looking at are nearby the president are going to try and stop the Legion if they're advancing. Oh yeah, because the Legion go ahead way more so it's those who are physically they're having the president hostage. That's where like all of the Legion are in the building now to keep out for them. So I think that's what I'm trying to imply.
Humans' intelligence. You would often think that it is a single race outclassing another, but no, and now...
Oh, okay, so they didn't know about the Legion at all. Okay, so that makes a bit more sense actually. So they're just gone for this random planet, all fired up and that, because with Earth advancing and that. Yeah, what a chance, like what if they succeeded in fighting another planet, whatever it was, and whatever planet they come from. Yeah, gosh, that'll be another extinct race, and Xynfor having like some kind of allies in the end. That'll be another interesting what if scenario.
Now it worries them. How will they be able to fight a mixed alien team? And if they lose, they may get hunted.
Well, Earth doesn't just have humans, they do have all sorts of wildlife at their disposal as well, especially dogs, helping them out. Yeah, I could have added dogs with the servicemen involved. That could have been kind of cool. I still have a couple of ideas about that actually. Oh, come in the remake. But yeah, the mixed team, that does make it cause a kerfuffle.
Down, making them consider running away from Xyanthor, like many other races have been doing. Regardless, the...
Oh yeah, imagine Xyanthor being like, I have to try and thank you for going against Legion's planet, but at the same time he's still actively, quite powerful, so therefore I have to take you away. So yeah, I could just imagine that happening.
Legion does run through the inside of the building, fighting the aliens.
Oh gosh, yeah, that must be terrifying. Some must have tried to leave planets, like hide on barren moons, or maybe like like planets like Jupiter, that's just like nothing but a storm. Imagine like trying to hide in one of those. And then Nahash 2, I think, is like a safe haven almost, but don't know what the defense is or how well hidden it is. Or maybe other planets would have to like allow other races to mix in order to defend. So yeah, oh gosh, there's a whole heap of bits and bobs I should have written about.
But the teamwork is
Although the reboot does help solve that problem by making most of it all on one planet. So yeah, just one alien planet.
lacking because of the off conversation earlier, making them more individual, but they do.
Yeah, one reason I've done one planet is that when you have a planet, you want to make it as nice and varied as possible. Like sci-fi, like Star Wars, like despite a couple of variations to the land, they, it's always sticking to one type of aesthetic and having it all around. But when you look at planet Earth, the variety is like through the roof. So I just thought, why not make the alien planet also like that? And yeah, actually, it'll be like just really interesting. And so yeah, because I just remember thinking that bar kind of bothered me a couple of times because you have the Sochers introduced in book 3. They just live on a planet that's just a load of blue lava, and granted the planet was small and it's mainly made up of that race that can adapt to it, and yeah, it's a useful planet to help with look after one of the elements, but there wasn't really like much to the planet or what to do, especially with how barren the land is. So I think that motivated me more so for the reboot I've been planning to do.
You make it to the office of the president, making all the aliens focus on the Legion. Zami and Pod fire their projectiles, which gets all.
Yeah, if it is, teamwork is still applying, and there's some teamwork definitely would have existed in some way. So yeah, there hasn't been much specifics on how they got through, but I guess they just managed to maintain some defences and off they go, and with the servicemen cornering those outside. So yeah, we have a quite quick fight scene here.
All 6 aliens in the room. Nicole gets to the president defending him using her shield. And even Arvin helps fight each alien individual, making them all get.
We can hang on. Pod only has his trident, so Zemi would have zapped them, and yeah, I guess Pod just ends up throwing one of the trident at one of the quarrows without harming them. Well, not too badly anyway. So yeah.
Knocked out or stunned. The aliens in the room have been sorted. Mike has been checking the whole building digitally.
Individually. Oops.
To make sure there are no more quarros in the building. Even Retron tries to run to the president, only to see that the president is safe.
Oh, that's sensible. Yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, there could be like some hiding, and then that's the rush to go, it's a trap, which obviously is not the case.
With the president thanking Nicole, and Mike hears this news and is pleased with her.
Oh yeah, no, that is something like to be disappointed, just for the alien team we dislike ended up being the one saving the president when he used to save the president often too. As it said right here. So I can see that making sense because, he feels like slightly belittled again. But yeah, I just wonder what else he's been doing. Because I think something else about his character is that he doesn't know, he can only think about the big massive achievements that looks good for his name. But without realizing that any little bit of help already makes him rather useful. That's what it comes to learn in book 5, and I guess the president the cool conversation
Tilda
with him
chapter
in book
19,
5. I guess that
Ozona
could have
and
happened
Hailwolf.
earlier, but this
In
is
the Deepar
after
fortress,
Erectron,
after
who
losing Orpheon,
lost to
the clan
Nicole
is
in the
figuring
fight,
out new
so,
ways to sustain their dominance across the universe.
So yeah, it's just
but
Erectron,
most of all, try
going
and find
into
out how
a
to
low
get rid of
point,
this
like a
legion on
severe
Earth.
one eventually.
After a lot
So
of shouting,
I could see how that
disagreeing,
change
and
finally
more
happens
planning for
later
what to
on.
do,
And was the
one idea
president
comes up,
told about the
coming from
fight?
Ekron, getting
He
help
must
from
have done.
Ozona.
We'll see what book 5 is
Ozona
like.
is another dictator
however,
himself
gets immense
who links
jealousy.
planets via
He
chains
used to
to
always
rule
help the
multiple
president,
planets at
and
once,
now that
while also
He should be
reducing
working
violence
everyone.
and free will. Part of his
These are
history
also
is getting ripped
specialized
away from
chains
him,
which can be walked
now the
through,
president
but they
is
have a
safe
special
thanks to the
tunnel to
Legion.
quick anyone
Mike
from
and
Ozona's
Retron keep an
planet
eye on
into
him.
another world.
Does that mean the
making
president
the
was
chain
held
walk
hostage
very
like multiple
quickly.
times?
He might be busy, but he is
If there were
formidable.
human
And Ozona
hostages
should
that
accept
were
this deal if the
kidnapped at one
Earth is
point,
another
then I think
planet
that's what
that also
has been
needs more of a
referred
cap
to,
on.
and
And so Zionthor does send
who
Ekron
knows?
to
But
go and
it's
see
also, it
Ozona,
won't just be
putting all
hostage
discussion at
situations. It will
peace.
also be
Everyone
Vectron
gets on
helping
with their work,
President
and some are
to
nervous.
through missions and
However,
that.
with the
Because I've
net
thought of
robots
side
gone,
stories where Vectron
Diane
might be
has
the
more
president,
time
or
to take
whatever the
down
president's name
Xanth-based
actually is.
threats. This is one reason
There's
why
like
the
a side
Legion and
story where
Diane
they
haven't seen
take
each
on
other for
missions
ages.
like Black Ops,
Slitherarch
and
shows this concern.
yeah, it's like a
Xionthor
really
says
cool
that they should all
past
function
side
without
story
fear.
idea.
So Slytherin and the rest
Side
are encouraged to get
story
going with
idea,
the
I mean,
energy
sorry.
hunting, them neutralized.
Ikran has
With
teleported
Zami
to
zapping
Ozona's
most of the
world,
aliens in a
simply
way that
named
shows a
Gar,
different
and
side to
Ikran
him,
is somewhat
which scared
scared
to
to
arrive. He
But
slowly
Pod
walks
becomes
up to
more
Ozona's
controlled and
castle
calculating
with the guards,
jumping from
stoners
one
who are
alien to the
popular in
next,
this world,
and he is
at
even the
front.
one to stop the pilots.
Ikran remembers from last time that he will leave his spear behind
yeah, I
and
vaguely
meet
remember
Ozona in the
Zami's
main room,
arc.
which is
So,
entered as soon as the front
so
door
his
opens,
type of
and there
arc
he is,
is
Ozona, shrouded in
with
dark blue,
how
pale skin, a
disappointed
small
he is
sword
of
and
his own history.
human-sized.
He kind of
He may
turns
not
himself
sound
into
like
something
much
he's
compared
not,
to the
to which
scary
he does
robot
get
that was
challenged
Orphean,
multiple
but
times.
Ozona here could be argued to be more intimidating,
Yeah, because he
and
does
so
cross the line
Ozona and
numerous
Ikran start
times. But
chatting.
I think
After this chat,
seeing
Ozona seems keen on the
he's the main
idea
villain
of
of
taking
this
over the
particular
Earth
story
after being
because,
told what it is
yeah, he
like.
too
And so,
oversteps the law
Ozona
multiple
gets his
times.
army
Not to
to
mention,
generate
there's
a new chain to
whilst it
launch
could
to
have been
Earth.
expanded
The
of
only
what
thing missing, however,
Ozona's
is Earth's
actual personality
coordinates,
was
and
like,
he knows
but
who can help.
seeing his fearsome
As Ikran
facade
teleports
and
back to the Deepar
how
fortress to
how
notify
he uses it to
Xionthor
his
of Ozona's
advantage, but it's
help,
also like really
Valor's,
menacing.
Ozona's
It's almost
Morphil.
like a wake-up call.
Valor's wears
So
the
I think
average
that's
Morphil
probably
armor
one of
but
the
recolored
better
to represent
villain slash
Ozona
hero
more as it
connections.
uses more
So
blue, a type of armor where
at
plates
the
are
same
all over
time,
the body
Ozona
and
has the
average
most
Morphil
beef
is
with
also a dark
Hailwolf, who's
grey,
also
and
new.
Vata was in the
So
same room. While helping Ozona
yeah,
keep
I do
out for
try and
any infiltrators and
give
helping
these
set up
characters
the
like
current
more
chains
beef
for the
with
new
one another,
planets for
more
Ozona
so
to
than others,
rule.
because yeah,
And
Orphean,
so,
you know,
we
you
are
had the chat
introduced to
with
Hailwolf.
Arvin, but he
She is
was,
currently at
you
Giddery,
know,
land of the
beaten up, hard up
Slashes.
close,
The
probably getting
world is
slightly
like a
annoyed by the
tropical
others,
resort
and you
which
know,
is
of course, yeah,
occasionally
hated
built,
Dion for the
full
most
of
and for
blue
the
leaf
longest.
trees,
And then
occasional
Orphean's
blocks
kind
for
of with
climbing
Zona, and
alongside
there's
many
the thing with
services tailored to entertain like
Zami
betting.
and
In this world, there are multiple ways of betting
partially
like
with Dion
fighting
as well, because
competitions,
yeah, he's
and more
up
variety compared to
Dion a
Earth.
bit,
The race,
and
however, is
more
like
than a bit
lime green
actually.
elves.
And
All
then
like to wear
Torrid
big
dislikes
coats,
Pod
most
and
of them
vice
bearing
versa,
short
and
dual-wield blades and are mildly
Probably
connected
also
to the
got
life
slightly involved
force,
with Zami because
using
of
it
the
to
whole
create
cube
astral
thing, and
bodies
also
or as
slightly
temporary
told off by Nicole
invincibility.
too.
They are a greedy race,
And
over
you
the
know, there's
top
also
and
our the mix
occasionally
with
vicious.
Asmosio and
No
lovely
wonder
Commoner, main
Ozona
member
wanted to keep
Itch
tabs on a
somewhat.
world with a race like this.
And
In one
yeah,
of the
McClure
planets
has
that
the most beef
Ozona
with
is ruling, a
yeah,
small brawl
McClure
is
dislikes
occurring.
Pod a lot and
The
vice
two
versa,
groups of
but
Slashus
it's
fight
not
each other
much
using their
else for the
abilities.
rivalry.
This rapid
More with other
movement catches someone's
characters.
attention,
And
but
then
later,
Zone 4, you know,
someone
is
else is
beef
sent in
with
the
Dion
meantime,
and,
Hailwolf.
you know,
She
fights
is a
Pod a couple
Numian,
of
a
times,
race
which
which
makes
looks
him
human but
primary,
has blue
and
skin, no
Pondor,
hair,
who's part of
wearing a
the
darker green GI
Vigilante
and a
team, would
dark
have
blue
severe
scarf
beef with
around her
Zone
head
4,
and a side Fury
and
dark blue
Asmus was
cape.
also looking to have a
Hailwolf
match
is
against
unique in
him,
one
and Zami
way.
also had this
She only
thing
has
where,
one fully grown arm, and the other
you know,
arm
he was
failed
like,
to
oh,
grow
you know, you
before she
fought
was
my
born,
race,
but her
despite
abilities
me
lie
for
in
that to be
another
expanded
form.
upon.
This other
And
form
then
consists of a Haywan,
even
a creature cross between a
Zone 4 has a
wolverine
thing
and a
against
wolf which is
some
dark
of
blue
them
and big,
for
able to
Vata's
jump,
death. So
run quickly, climb
yeah,
well, and
yeah,
even
that's
shoot
just their
sharp
kind of
quills from
villain
her fur.
connections
As a
that
Numian, she is part of
exists,
a race
which
that
is
uses the
it's a
life
lot,
force,
but
which
some
floats around the
would
sky
need
in her
more
world,
character
showing
or
all types of
more
creatures
expanded
and
upon.
seeing their spiritual
Just checking
forms.
something.
While these Numians have multiple choices, Hailwolf went for a more protective
That's all well and
creature,
good. Okay.
and this is the form she will have for the rest of her life, telling them to bring the ship down. They have lost,
Regardless,
and all the
she
aliens
uses
could
her
see that,
alternative
making
form
them
to
surrender.
scare everyone,
All the
even
using some force to
Guns
break
more
the fight.
controlled and calculated.
And this does intimidate some of the Slashus. The others become tempted to fight her, but she either shows intimidation or has the big boss come to scare them all. The big boss,
I don't
Ozona,
understand
comes
this
to
one,
enter
more
the world
controlled
via
and
a floating piece
calculated.
of debris with the help of
I
his
guess it's like showing
telekinesis.
that's Protestant
He then
crews,
lands
considering
slowly,
the
and Ozona
military
makes a gesture to
fighters,
get
you know, the
Hailwolf
crash
to
of the
him,
previous
and
story.
Hailwolf returns to her main form, an ability which Hailwolf can perform quickly. She stands by Ozona.
Oh, is it Pod, you know,
Ozona
getting
threatens
the
that the
pilots to
planet will
stop,
suffer
you
majorly,
know, flying
going
and
as far as extinction if the
acknowledge
race
the
has another
consequences. I
clash
think
like
that's what
this.
they're going for.
This
Okay,
makes the
so Pod's
race
just
not
like
only
hanging on the
scared but
vehicle's wings,
frustrated
being
that they
like,
cannot
land,
fight to express
land,
themselves as they
like trying
used
to turn the
to
windscreen.
which Hailwolf
Aliens
can
sympathize.
sympathize whether they are
Now
stunned,
Ozona
arrested,
had his
or
little
surrendered,
speech,
and he
told to
then
leave
had
the
a word
planet
with
with
mercy.
Hailwolf.
One
Ozona
alien
admitted
admitted that
that
Rep on
Yeah, I
another
like how they
task
tell them
to get hold of a
land
stone
and,
serpent,
you know, just
which
a
can
quick
also
turn off
provide
and then telling them
atmospheric
to all
protection
F
from
off.
the effects of space,
It's
to go and
a
find
bit
Earth
back
and
and
provide the
forward, which
location
I'm not
afterwards.
that
However,
biggest fan of actually.
Beowulf
At
has
least
always
like the
been
ship's
reluctant to obey
iconic, but
Ozona's
I
tasks,
think some of the
not
stream have
really on
been
his
something
side,
better than
and
this.
so she has thought of staying on
which
Earth
makes
as a
Repron
place to
humiliated.
settle. But
she
Retron
also
denies
avoids
who she is to avoid any
Quite a mixture.
responsibility and
Making
lives
the
in
others
hiding,
unsure of Retron,
making Ozona
but
think she
let it slide for
died
now.
once she arrived on
Retron
Earth.
states it was
Hail
for
Wolf made it
self-defense,
to
yet
Earth
all the
thanks to Ozona already having a spare
Okay, so
teleporting device from
apparently
Mollog,
Xynthor was the most vicious,
created by
although I
his
feel like Zemi
enchanted
could have
book.
been called out as
Mollog
well.
can keep track of them all, as
Um,
nearly all Xyantha's
but yeah,
allies
if
were one for
it was
Mollog to
like
keep
all
track of all
stun
the
weaponry
allies, such
to
as
which I suppose that
locations,
was like
power
Mike's idea
activity,
because
or if they are even
it's just
alive.
seeing how
Hail Wolf knew this
hostile they
device
are,
was
and if they're
significant,
not that
and
vicious,
to
then they
distance
can be
herself from
stunned
the
rather
meme
than
clan,
using
Hail
fatal
Wolf
lasers,
decided to
as I
destroy
call them.
it, which
But yeah,
concerns
looks like
Mollog,
Retron must have
even
been using
letting
fatal
Ozona know
lasers
about
too.
this.
So
This disappoints
I
Ozona,
guess it was
but
just like the
both are to
aliens
keep
being
an
like,
open
oh, how
mind that it
come
could have been
we're all
wrecked
said
on
to
its
be this
own
peaceful
rather
and
than
that when this
indicating an
particular guy was
instant
trying to
death
take
when
one of
setting
us.
foot on the
So
Legion's planet.
yeah, I like
Back on
that
Ozona's
idea.
world,
Maybe
with a
expanded on
new
once
planet
again
to
could have been
invade,
changed and
after
such.
another
Although I
world
guess
which was
that
planned to be
humiliation is
invaded
what fuels
beforehand.
Retron also.
Ozona has his
even the
goons
Legion were
also
told
known
to
as
keep
the
the
Stonians
Stoners.
alive just
The
in
race is
case.
keen to obey
Yeah,
any
this is also
master,
like one of
Except
Retron's
this
like
race is
biggest
mixed,
L's
either
because
keen
he
to help
tries to steer a
Ozona or
scheme and
forced
then he
to
gets
obey.
discovered
They
and
do
then
have their
gets
planet,
a
but
small
for
killing
now,
off. But
live
he
with
does get
Ozona to
prime
benefit Ozona's
positions
rule.
again. But
One of their main
yeah,
roles
it's
is to
just not his
form these
day.
massive chains and
Speaking of
link
which,
them
just
from many places
oh my
around the
gosh, does the
planet.
story take
His
over
world acts as the
a day
center of
as
his
well? Well, this
galaxy,
could be like
and the chained
4 or
world
5
spins
a.m.
slowly
considering how
around
early
Gar.
the
One
the
long
plan
chain
was,
was made
waking up
and ready
and
to
getting
launch
up.
for the planet Sliff.
Yeah,
And
there's no
now another
mention
one
of
is
that
starting to
time
get made straight
whatsoever.
away for the
I just
Earth.
feel like book. Oh my gosh, does book 4 actually acknowledge the time passage? Because there's a sleepover at one point. Oh gosh.
Running does enough, taking lives can be too far. The aliens explain why they did this after telling the president. And they all
Well, not just the just in case kind of aspect, to get answers, but it's moral, to keep them alive, even if they were intending on harming, especially with the president. So yeah, it's just Retron not being in line as the others, because you can choose how what mode your weapon is at. So yeah, I can see how Retron is intentionally making a bad excuse. Yeah, as in like the story frames it that way.
all tell the Quaros to run before any of Xyantha's allies find out about their actions. So they all gather on their ship, a ship which is your average flying saucer, except the ring is
So basically, oh, okay, so it's just they're basically getting caught up, especially about Xynthor, but okay, so the ship is explained. That's kind of neat. Um, yeah, good luck about that. Yeah, Xynthor probably sends spies in that, and they'll probably keep track of Earth for what comes and goes. Yeah, who knows? So yeah, I think they'll be well hidden in that because they don't get brought up again. But yeah.
separate from the ship, designed to move the ship magnetically. And so all the Quaro jump on and get going. As they failed to tackle Earth, they will go on the run, as there might be a chance that one of Xyantha's allies took note of this and will probably try and hunt them down if they have
All onto one ship. Fair enough.
enough power to take on the Legion. Xynthor doesn't need that against his side if the Quaros decide to turn on Xynthor after failing to get.
Yeah, it's like partially cruel, with the Legion like telling them to leave, but at the same time they were being hostile on their planet. So yeah, you can't really be like, oh, they can just chill around and stay about until Xynor's defeated. Oh, what if they actually like made an alliance, like an extended Legion almost? That would actually been like a good thing actually, because yeah, what if the Titans did something similar? Not that they're hostile, as much as the Quarries, but even then. Oh gosh, that could have been like acknowledged because the Legion were always open for new members, even if that wasn't like clarified, but it's also like confirmed when get hold of Wolf and then a Bastos. So yeah, so yeah, just telling them all to leave, hoping to hide. Oh gosh, because not only could they, all lose design for it, etc. once they get found, but it's just this opportunity to gain more alliances. That's not gonna gel well, especially imagine if the Quarrels like met other alien races and was like, hey, the lead, just don't do anything on the Earth's planet because the leader will just tell you to leave, which seems good at first, but at the same time, like, hang on, they're the only ones fighting Xynor's, why didn't they form an alliance? And then it will just make them all put off in that. Once again, just more acknowledgement. I think one reason why I in a meta reason is because I don't find the quarries that interesting. Unfortunately, there was just a couple of ideas that sprung together. I guess they're kind of cool at first glance, and I would like to carry parts of the design of the weapons, and it's also like a really good concept, you know, trying to make yourself look like the bad guy to join the bad guy in order to stay safe. I would like to carry those over, but they still feel a bit undercooked to me. Anyway, let's continue.
His favor.
Hang on, let's go back. I'm confused.
Legion.
Um,
Zion Thor doesn't need.
They have enough power to take on the Legion. Oh yeah, because they're capable enough to try and fight the Legion. That's what makes quarries even more vulnerable. Okay.
That one of Xanthor's allies took note of this and will probably try and hunt them down if they have enough power to take on the Legion. Zion Thor doesn't need that against his side if the Quaros decide to turn on Zion Thor after failing.
So yeah, it's basically a mindset of, oh, you know, if they can try and fight the Legion, imagine trying to fight against us. Yeah, not if Zion Thor cares about his allies, but even then. Alright, so let's hop on to the next chapter. I guess just to set up some bits and bobs. So this is a Pasnod's planet, and the planet is overrun by slashus that are essentially like green owls, and they like to have informal fun like gambling and that, but when they get too hasty, that's where Ozona's like, hey, tone it down a bit. And Ozona kind of acts like an extension of Zion 4 being like, oi, no violence please, or else. But whilst Zion 4 kind of takes him down immediately, Ozona just has a tight grip on the planet, being like, you know, just don't cause any trouble at all, because whilst it's kind of silly now, but he has these massive chains like hooked onto each planet, so whenever like the planet like spins or moves about, the chains will always be around. And oh yeah, because like the chains enable transportation, and there's some bits and bobs about how, because whilst the chains should have like a bridge kind of platform all across them, because otherwise you're kind of all through it, but I think the gravity is slightly low anyway, because also there's like a barrier to maintain air, because you're going through space, you know, running from there and back to worlds. It must be quite a trek, but oh, I know no, they're not climbing through it. No, it's a light speed thing to it, which I think is like Ozona's doing, because he owns Forza, which is like the source of air, etc. So yeah, so the chains have like a tunnel, which once you enter, you light speed onto the other planet, transporting you there immediately. So yeah, Ozona does have his own type of goons, like looking everywhere. Yeah, those are the stone nose that are, yeah, just almost made out of stone, and yeah, they seem to be disposable at a point where the Legion just freely beat them up as well, which we'll just see if they're actually like spared or not. Well, a good amount do, but even then, I think so. I don't remember any fatal moments. But yeah, so yeah, because while Zion 4 could arguably be taking too many lives, Ozona at least tries to give them all a chance to maintain theirs. But if any trouble happens, then that's where he will act, to which he probably should have done once, you know, to really add to the stakes of the story. Like, imagine if, oh gosh, imagine, because this is the Pasnos planet, isn't it? Imagine if those owners like, that's it, I've given you one chance, this gabbling's going too far, I'm going to have to wipe this entire planet, and I don't know, Cyborg could use it for later, and then the Pasnos becomes the only one to get out, and whilst I don't know how Pasnos made it through the events, because, you know, it does appear in the story, which is kind of a nice introduction, but not to mention Torrid too. But were they like thrown in this cell, but they won't be kept alive, would they? I'm not sure. Oh gosh, yeah, that would have like really helped the stakes, because I tried to expand more on his own side of things about how he oversees the planet in a nearly holographic way, and how he you know, does his planet overtake, and then when he takes down the snake planet, you know, snakes with arms. It doesn't take him down, but he adds like another planet to the roster, and then it's like setting up the stake of, oh, you know, that's what could happen to Earth, you know, just completely overruled. which is quite scary considering the size of the army, and Ozona being extremely powerful too. Yeah, it's very experienced, and what also makes Ozona stand out is that somehow all the other villains, most of them, are like big tank kind of people, but Ozona is not only like human sized and he has like more strength and power, um yeah, it's just not a tank like the others. Yeah, Retron isn't a tank, and then there's also Garrett in the sequel, arguably, but who, yeah, definitely not a tank, but yeah, definitely almost like a defensive sequel after the Zynefall stuff. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of meaning and other bits and bobs which I kind of like. Yeah, not to mention Ozone has been a character in my head for ages. He used to fight like against ninjas and that, but when I couldn't quite get into that story anymore, I was like, oh, I'll still keep Ozona for all his bits and bobs, because to me he's like the definitive character with telekinesis in my universe anyway. So yeah, let's just see what this story is all about.
Tilda Chapter 19, Ozona and Hailwolf. In the Deepar Fortress, after losing Orpheon, the clan is figuring out new ways to sustain their dominance.
Oh yeah, this is where they have a debate. Yeah, around fancy a well, actually no, you do need to discuss things. So yeah, they're not like minded people being like, yeah, let's fight. They actually need to discuss things. Assuming that's how it's described. But just goes to show how Orpheum, losing really affects them
Across the universe.
And not to mention, it's also explored about how Ozona may be his own ruling force, but he has like a ruling kind of alliance with Zynefall, and so Ozona gets slightly reluctant, where he's like, why would I want to help Zynefall? I've got my own thing, and he seems to be happy enough with what I'm doing. And then they're like, wait, but if you take over Earth, that'd be good, wouldn't it? And then Ozona's like, that does sound good. So, although I wonder if he consider it before, especially as a month has passed, although he was trying to get hold of the Snake Planet first, so I think taking over Earth soon after must be extremely soon, but I suppose he's just sticking to his route. Not to mention, what does the solar system look like? It just feels like, I don't know, like, do all planets travel through light speed? Perhaps, unless the solar system's like all spread out, and yet these other alien planets are like closer now. I imagine that happening, but no, even to this day, every planet circles around, and it will take a lot of oomph to completely set a planet off course, stop circling.
But most of all, try and find out how to get rid of this legion on Earth. After a lot of shouting,
Figuring out their dominance across the universe. Yeah, not a royal dominance, but good tight grip at least. While Cypher has to remain hidden.
Disagreeing and more planning for what to do, one idea comes up, coming from Ekron.
I wonder what the other ideas were. Maybe they could have been like, as Ironfall, maybe try and gather more alliances instead of, taking more lives. Maybe like make like a bargain of some kind. But no, Azona's a good shout. There are probably reasons why Ozona wasn't approached, but Ozona's not like Zynefall's biggest fan, because after all, Zynefall's like, you could do with giving me the energy you have, it's one of the 4 energy I want, but Ozona's like, no, yeah, I'm only giving you this once you have the 3 others, because I'm not letting it leak from the wrong hands, because I've got, a good set of hands. Nobody's going to touch me after all. And not to mention is that Ozona must be a really strong race if he's able to, like, possess a artifact, possessing one of the forms of energy. So yeah, I think that would mean that Ozona is part of an extremely strong race. Not that it's been written, we kind of forgot, but oh well. At least it's set up.
Help from Ozona. Ozona is another dictator himself who links planets via chains to rule multiple planets at once while also reducing violence and free will. These are also
free will as well, so yeah, you must have like an extremely tight policy from time to time. We know he probably stops the Slashes playing the gambling games.
Specialized chains which can be walked through, but they have a special tunnel to quick anyone from Ozona's planet into another world.
To quick anyone? You should say quickly transport anyone. English?
Making the chain walk very quickly. He might be busy, but he is formidable.
Imagine if you walk through this light speed tunnel and you end up going super speed like Quicksilver. You could be like, hang on, why are my legs running this fast? Just going into like a massive time boost. Not that it's a time boost, it's well, if it is like quickening that, but oh my gosh, if that was the case, that means there's like time travel that exists like in miniature pocket somewhere. Oh my gosh, that would have been like aging a bit, surely, because it would take ages to walk from one planet to the next. Like, imagine if, we had like a massive bridge that goes to the moon, because that will take about, but by walking or running, that would take years.
And Ozona should accept this deal if the Earth is another planet that also needs more of a cap on. And so
Yeah, just to clarify, yeah, this miniature time travel thing with light speed, yeah, that's totally not the case. It's just light speed, but it's just almost like the teleporting almost from one place to the next.
Thor does send Ikran to go and see Ozona, putting all discussion at peace. Everyone gets on with their work.
Imagine that. Oh, we've got the final idea now, so we can stop debating and get on with your work.
And some are nervous, however, with the net robots gone. Diane has more time.
So, however, I don't think the however should be there, because the however is normally used when a opposite thing is said. Like, for instance, the intro's being gone is a... No, hang on. Some are nervous, but however, there's this other about thing. It should then lead to a positive thing. That's how the word however uses. So I'm talking about English bits and bobs here.
To take down Xyantha-based...
Oh dear, that text has been drastically misplaced. What happened here? At least I can still read it.
...threats.
Also, there's Slitherrock. Yeah, this is his minor introduction before book 3.
This is...
It's also kind of cool for book 2 to introduce a couple of bits and bobs ahead of time, and it does some decent exploration. It introduces another type of energy source and explores other planets, and also shows the Legion, their first space travel as well. So yeah, this one does quite a lot. If I were to rank these right now, so 4 is at the top, 3 is at the bottom, and then I'm meant to find out which is better, like 3 or 1. Book 5, it's a bit simpler at times. I'll just have to see what the rest are like.
One reason why the Legion and Diane haven't seen each other for ages. Slitherark shows this concern.
Yeah, there's more time to face threats. There's more reason. Oh, so yeah, I think it's been like a month since they last seen Dion. I think that's what it's implying here. If Dion has been shrinking down more as Force forces alongside trying to solve more crimes than that. Yeah, because when a crime's not being committed and no accidents happening or no natural disasters happening, I think Dion's like, okay, now I have time to take down another goon. So it's probably the through line.
Xyantha says that they should all function without fear. So Slitherark and the rest are encouraged to get going with the energy hunting. Ikran has teleported to Ozona.
Oh, okay, so with the Legion out and about and Dion being out and about and with no Nitrobots, there's that sense of, I'm kind of nervous going out there, and Xyantha being like, no, it's fine, you go. Even in my animation, I had this interesting idea where somehow I've made it so that the 5 goons were the remaining lot, and despite being an off-screen event, all of them were on their own planet, and all of them, their own planet to do their own bits and bobs, so then all of them were then gone. Yeah, because that was like the first attempt at a reboot, and what would have happened anyway? That means book 3 and in book 3, I think Xyantha just would have been down there like a lemon, and there will be no need for the Nahash 2 fight, and Megatron will be up to his own mischief. So I could see that working, but at the same time, having these main 5 goons helped a couple of bits and bobs, especially with the multitasking in book 5. But yeah, that's an interesting thought. What would my if the animations would continue to be made, those exact ones, the older ones, what would the book 5 look like? I think it would just be Xyantha being hopping from one planet to the next, easily getting each energy source with ease, and so yeah.
World, simply named Gar, and Ikran is
using the same device. I hope that's acknowledged, but still inferred thanks to the previous book.
Somewhat scared to arrive, he slowly walks up to Ozona's castle.
Oh yeah, that puts Ekron on edge, because Ozone is like quite intimidating, so yeah, it's a nice detail to add.
With the guards, Stonos, who are popular.
Oh yeah, if you're wondering, yes, they're Gar, the name of the planet, it was partially inspired by Lady Gaga. Yeah, she is one of my favourite modern artists. Yeah, if you haven't listened to her first 3 albums. I think the rest of their material is rather good, especially the Top Gun track and the Star is Born music. But the first 3 albums, which is The Fame, The Fame Monster, and then Born This Way, all of them are super fantastic. Even the Born This Way album has the song Bloody Mary, which has been um, it's been popular recently thanks to a show or something. I'm not sure. It's been popular on TikTok too. So yeah.
In this world, at the front. Ikran remembers from last time that he will leave his spear behind.
Oh yeah, so I think stoners get more of an explanation later on, but at this point they're just almost like the guards for the store. So yeah, it's also kind of weird that nearly every other than book 5, every story has like an army to fight against. Book 3 subverts this slightly by making it so that they fight in the a couple of different armies, and then then fighting the villain solo. But yeah, I think that's actually one reason why the stoners are taken away from the reboot, because not only is there not a lot that makes them stand out, well actually there is like that element of a race that wants to assist higher up, but then they're given their own freedom in the end. But I don't know, it's not a lot of them after that.
And meet Ozona in the main room, which is entered.
Oh yeah, that's a kind of sensible. I guess it's just in case Ozona gets assassinated. But knowing Ekron, if Ekron is like the one to visit, I don't think Ozona would already have like high, well, not only high power but high reflexes. Holding the spear with the telekinesis, being like, "Are you trying to go for me?" And Ekron's being like, "No, just nearly dropped it." And Ozona's like, "You better be an accident."
As soon as the front door opens, and there he is, Ozona, shrouded in dark blue, pale skin, a small sword and human-sized. He may not sound like much compared to the scary
Oh, that's it's short, yeah, snappy explanation. And yeah, the short sword, it acts like a projectile or like a very because he controls the sword telekinetically, so it has helped in multiple situations. It gives him a great advantage during the fight. I think he does use the sword to fight naturally, but yeah, it's just like a cool extension of his ability. And not to mention, like, considering this has like fancy elements, swords aren't really a thing in this story. If anything, there's swords that play a big role in the official sequel after book 5. But if anything, it's like Pod's trident that's like the definitive like weapon until that gets broken in book 4. But Pod assigned more power afterwards. So yeah, weirdly enough, I've created this loophole where book 6, like the sequel, he accidentally had him to maintain the trident, but he might have like made another one. But I don't know, he could have like just make ones out of really hard ice instead, considering his power, still grows stronger.
Robot that was Orphean, but Ozona here could be argued to be more intimidating.
Absolutely not, but do tell.
And so, Ozona and Ikran start chatting. After this chat...
That's a bit on the nose by saying, the previous villain is scary, but this villain is also scary. Yeah, that's a bit odd.
Ozona seems keen on the idea of taking over the Earth after being told what it is like.
Also, like, despite the on-the-nose thing, Designfall is definitely the most intimidating. He knows, he has experience. Megador's just like extremely animalistic. But between Orphean and Ozona, who would be more intimidating? I think Ozona might be smarter, maybe. He's more of a schemer. Yeah, he's far more snaky, and yeah, because Orphean is more like a well-experienced soldier, like keen to improve himself, especially as evident by the upgrading. But I think Ozona is like very extremely confident. And
Tilda chapter 18, a new mission. It is a new day for the Legion. They have woken up, but they have been alarmed by bad news. Some aliens have come to threaten the president, and the Legion must make their way. The gear is worn, The awesomer tone is
yeah,
up and the
more
president is getting
intimidating.
closer
When
to
reading the book
danger.
itself,
The
aside of the
aliens
cheese
either have
line,
the president as a
another
hostage
thought
or
I've
trying
had
to
is
fight
which
back the
villain would also
servicemen who
be
are
more
trying to
powerful,
close
one
in on the
another?
president's
And
house,
you
and
could
a
say
nice
all
house
the
at
villains
that.
get more powerful
Light
over
green,
time, which
in the
is
middle of a
almost true
lake,
with
many
Mechagon and
balconies, and
Xyphor
a
being on
nice view
top,
around. But even the defenses,
Orpheum is all
the same one that
metallic.
protects
Orpheum
the
has very
mountain with the
powerful
life force placed
telekinesis,
back
and I can
inside, are
imagine
often around
Freud
but have been
losing
disabled by
towards
these aliens. As well as the
in one way or
servicemen,
another.
even Mike and Retron are
Oh
there too
gosh,
to
yeah,
help their
Xyphor's
friend,
on top,
but they too are struggling to
and
get to the president. And the
Mechador's
defenses are
also
struggling to be
diabolical,
rebooted by the base
but
digitally.
he has
The
extra
Legion,
abilities, so
however, is
he'll
not too
easily
far
take
away,
down
and so
Ozona with
while
the
they make
energy
their
stuff.
way, they thought to have a nice
Okay, so
conversation.
Ozona versus
Despite the
Mechador.
president being at the center of this situation,
Oh my gosh,
he
would
remains
Ozona,
relatively
could he actually
calm.
win?
He used to be in worse situations.
He could
He was
be,
made
I
a
think.
hostage by past
Yeah, it's
humans
just from
before,
sheer
showing the
experience
present
alone.
aliens no
And
fear.
so,
Ozona
back to the
gets his
Legion.
army to,
Not to
considering they
mention,
have now
wonder
known each
why
other for a
Xyphor
month.
didn't go
Pod has
for
an idea to
Ozona.
get
Oh
to
no,
know more
because
about
Ozona was the
everyone's
one with the
past,
elements, not
a nice
Xyphor. But
topic as they make
imagine
their
an
way.
alternative
Zami
situation
only
where
hints at his past bullying,
imagine
and
Ozona
Arvin,
did
who can be
successfully
understood
take
by
over
Pod
Earth. Once again,
considering he
another
is the
chaotic
only other
scenario.
animal-like creature
And then it
around.
could
Talking about
Xyphor
how
be
he
like, oh, we
remembers
finally
his
have one of
early
the
memories
energy
of being
things.
looked
Now give it
after
the other
by the
one. And then
Legion.
Ozona could
Nicole,
be like,
however,
well, you don't have
doesn't
the
want
other
to
two
reveal
yet. And then
anything. She has
Xyphor
mentioned
grabs
she has
Ozona
been
and
trained
he's
throughout
like,
her
give
adult
me it.
life.
And then he just
Currently, they are wondering about her
he
childhood, which she
goes
will
for
not
like
reveal at the
Ozona's head
point where
and
she
takes
gets angry, making the Legion quiet
the
and
medallion
upset.
or whatever
But now they
Ozona
have
was
made it to
wearing,
the
and then
president's house. Nicole
and
provides some
Xyphor
orders, and then they
despises
all
it off
get on
him.
in
Yeah,
silence.
and because of how
And
strong
so,
Xyphor
after
is,
this
especially
exchange,
because
the Legion gets off the
Xyphor
awesomer
almost
tone, and with the
embodies
awesomer
some bits
tone's
and
new
bobs of
drone mode,
gravity
it
within
shoots a
himself,
stun version
which
of
adds to
lightning
why
to
he's so
fire at a
strong.
brand
It's
new
not just
army,
the
but a smaller
biological
one
side
at
of
that.
things
The
with the
race that
muscles
the
and that.
Legion and others have faced this
But yeah,
morning
Ozona
are
could
creatures that
really
have metal
struggle to use
aspects to their
telekinesis
skin,
against
crab
Xyphor
legs,
too. Yeah, I can see that
anti-gravity
happening.
abilities,
Generate
and
a
their
new
type of
chain
laser
to launch
guns
to
which
Earth.
require
The only
charge but
thing
release
I
a
tell you what,
straight
in my
yet quick
reboot,
laser.
depending on how things go,
Not
I'll
to
try and get
mention the
some of the
crab
villains
legs
to
make the
fight each other. How
creatures
about
able
that?
to climb with ease.
And not to mention
While
alternative
some are
scenarios too.
shooting, the
However,
others
is
terrorize the
Earth's
president,
and he
keeping
knows
him
it.
in one spot. The president continues to stay without fear, asking why he is a
Sorry.
hostage. As
The
Ekron
race
teleports
replies that they
back to
too
the
were
Deep
sent to sort
Fortress
out
to
Earth's
notify
security,
Xyanthor
and
of
so by
Ozona's
threatening
help,
the lead,
it
And
brings all the
flawed
forces,
listening
and the
as if
race needs time
oh
to
yeah, so
contact
yeah,
any of
that's where
Xyanthor's allies. This is a race that
Ozona
hasn't
needs more of
allied
an
with
idea because
Xyanthor yet,
space is
but
massive
by
after
doing
all.
this,
And not to
they
mention
think they will be welcomed into the clan. After finding out that there are beings that are hunted for their combating
okay, no, I didn't write
abilities,
it in the
they have an
novel,
idea to
but
join
in
Xyanthor,
the
meaning their whole race
the
won't die
comic,
in
the
Xyanthor's
pixelated
hands.
comic version
So
of
far,
the
the fight is in
story,
favor of the servicemen,
Hellwolf
able
actually
to
explains what the
advance
coordinates are. I
and
don't know how
surround
she
the
found
area,
them, but
putting the
why
aliens
the
on the
coordinates
spot
that she
and making them
states are the
desperate to
coordinates
fight
that
back.
actually
Mike
exist
and
in
the
our
Legion
world.
can
So
advance due to
I
their
just remember that being a really
capabilities.
cool
They are to
detail.
go through the
But it
battle
just
to
means,
protect
wait,
the
hang on, that
president.
means
Some of the
Ozona would
aliens
be
spot
like
this, but the
speeding all of his
servicemen are
planets
keeping them
then.
too
That's quite a
preoccupied.
feat.
But they
How
believe
did he
that the
do
ones
that?
who have the
Valor's
president
I
hostage
wish
will
I
keep
rated
this
10.
legion
Zona's
away.
Morphil.
But at the
Valor's
same
wears the
time,
average
they are
Morphil
puzzled
armor
by
but
this mixed team. They thought the Earth was rumored to be powerful just
And he
because
knows
of
you
the
can help
humans'
as it
intelligence.
back to
You
the
would
Deep
often
Fortress
think that
then.
it is a single race outclassing another.
Notify.
But no, and now it worries them. How will they be
Oh
able
yes,
to fight a
Econ's
mixed alien team?
go back to
And if they
Ozone,
lose,
well,
they may
granted
get
they could have
hunted
used the
down,
communication
making
spell,
them
but
consider running away from
Ozone
Xyanthor,
could,
like many other
he probably
races
would
have been
return being
doing.
like, hey, if
Regardless, the
Ozona's on
Legion
board,
does
he'd
run
probably
through the
leave the
inside of the
Legion to him,
building,
and then Xyphor
fighting
would
the
flee.
aliens.
So
But the teamwork is
yeah, I think that should have
lacking
been
because of the
stated.
off
But
conversation
now, yeah,
earlier,
Ozona has his own
making them
Morphil
more
called Valis,
individual.
and yeah,
But they do make it to
if you
the
didn't know
office of the
already,
president,
Valis was
making all the
the
aliens
first
focus on the
Orca-based
Legion.
character of
Zami and Pod
I
fire their
invented. Like,
projectiles,
granted,
which gets
Megador
all 6 aliens in
came
the
an Orca
room.
later on,
Nicole
but
gets
I
to the
decided to
president,
make a lot of
defending him
them
using her
Orcas
shield.
because
And even Arvin
yeah,
helps
it just
fight
made
each
things
alien
easier because I
individual,
used to
making
create
them
these
all
things
get knocked
called
out or stunned.
animals.
The
And
aliens
yes,
in the room have
I
been
think
sorted.
Guardians of the
Mike has been
Galaxy 1
checking the whole
Volume 3
building
had
digitally
them
to make
all
sure there are
called
no more
Manimals.
Quaros in the building.
But when
Even
I was looking over
Retron
my
tries
story,
to
we're
run to the
talking about
president,
2017,
only to see that the
2018, so
president is safe,
quite a long
with the
time ago.
president
But yeah, it
thanking
was like
Nicole, and Mike hears
other
this
large
news and
humanoid
is pleased
creatures,
with her.
not just orcas.
Retron, however,
And
gets immense jealousy. He used to always help the president, And now that part of his
But yeah,
history
he just
is
felt
getting
too
ripped
complete.
away
So I
from
just
him.
thought, by making
Now
more
the
warped,
president
it
is
just
safe thanks to the
that's like
Legion.
a type of
Mike and
simplification
Retron
that
keep an
actually
eye on him.
benefits,
Nicole and
compared
Arvin
to,
arrest the
or you
aliens
just
to
have
keep them
this,
neutralized,
these
with Sammy
servicemen, they can
zapping
do
most of the
everything. They do
aliens in a
police
way
work,
that
ambulance
shows a
work,
different side to him,
firemen work.
which Pod
They
could
can hack
see.
into
But
computers.
Pod
They can
becomes
do
more
army, all the
controlled and
army stuff as well.
calculating,
On top of
jumping
that,
from one alien to the
it's a
next,
big
and he is
difference.
even the one
Um,
to
stop the
represent
pilots in
Ozona
their
more
only
as
ship,
it uses more
telling
blue,
them to bring
a
the ship
type of
down.
I
they
think
have
it should have
lost,
been like a
and
bit
all
of a
the
history
aliens
of
could see
what type
that,
of race
making them
Valis is, and
surrender.
when he's
All
discovered
the
to be
aliens are
immortal,
gathered
then
whether
that's
they are
where
stunned,
it shocked both
arrested, or
us and the
surrendered,
Legion.
told to leave the
Yeah,
planet
I
with
guess I could have
mercy.
done that.
One
Varna, where
alien
plates are
admitted
all
that
over the
Retron
body and
nearly
average
killed
mortal
him,
is
which
also a
makes
dark
Retron
grey.
Oh yeah, in
humiliated.
the
But
storybook,
Retron denies
Valis
this,
just wears
making
general
the others unsure
generic
of
clothes,
Retron,
but
but let it slide
okay,
for
so he
now.
wears more full
Retron
armor.
states it
Yeah,
was
but
for
I didn't like
self-defense,
how
yet
it
all
drew
the
the armor in the
servicemen and even
storybook,
the
but
Legion were told to keep these aliens
I can
alive
imagine
just
it'd
in
be a
case.
lot
Stunning
better.
does enough.
Or if
Taking
any of
lives
our
can be too
imagination
far.
really can
The
imagine it being
aliens
really cool.
explain
And
why
yeah,
they
a
did this
recolour
after
to represent
telling the
Arizona, that
president,
is neat.
and they all
I
tell the
think there is like
Quarros to
some
run before any of
explanations for why
Xanth's allies find
Valis is
out
the only
about their
one down
actions.
here as well,
So
isn't
they all
there?
gather
And
on their
Vata was
ship,
in the same
a
room,
ship which is your
while
average
helping
flying
Ozona
saucer,
keep out for
except
any
the ring is
infiltrators.
separate from the ship, designed to
I think
move
there
the
should be
ship
a comma after
magnetically.
body.
And so all the
And helping
Quarro
set
jump
up
the
the
current
current
chains
going,
for the new
as
planets
they
for
failed to
Ozona to
tackle
rule.
Earth.
They will
And
go on
so,
the run,
we are
as
in
there
So
might
he's
be a
not the
chance that one of
primary
Xanth's allies took note of this and will probably try and
right
hunt them
hand
down
man
if
to
they have enough
Ozona. Now,
power to
granted,
take
there's
on the
Hailwolf
Legion.
too, but it's almost as
Xanthor
if
doesn't need that against his
Ozona
side
has
if
like
the
a
Quarros
tiny
decide to turn on
duo of his
Xanthor
own.
after
Because
failing
yeah,
to
the
get his
Stonos
favor.
are good at fighting in that, but yeah, he has Ozona and Hailwolf to no, Ozona has Valis and Hailwolf to assist him whenever. But imagine if he actually had a much bigger team. I could do that in the reboot, to have yet another varied legion of some kind, and yeah, and just another naughty legion, you could say. Just a legion that doesn't want to, it's only just benefiting Ozona's or Zyphor's goals. Yeah, that could be quite fun to do, but it just means adding more material because Valis has a quite a specific purpose, and so does Hailwolf. But yeah, it's just having to acknowledge all of them.
Introduced to Hailwolf, she is currently at Giddery, land of the Slashoes. The world is like a tropical resort.
That's the bit we are introduced. Yeah, I just wish that kind of writing was like more consistent. Oh yeah, Gidry. Yeah, this is the planet. Yeah, the name of it. Yeah. Oh, and also, yeah, I like how the casino below is just called Doe. That'll be a good name. That's why I would name my casino Doe.
Which is occasionally built. Full of blue leaf trees, occasional blocks for
That planet sounds good already.
climbing alongside many services tailored to entertain like betting. In this world,
Oh, blue leaf trees. I think that's slightly inspired by my flip-flop animation from back in 2020. Yeah. Yeah, although that was yeah, blue leaf trees with yellow bark. Yeah, it's actually quite a cool mixture. A good idea for a different look for a tree.
there are multiple ways of betting like fighting competitions, and more variety compared to Earth.
This already sounds too similar to Nahash 2, which also just fires even more of the remake. I think Nahash 2 is probably way more laid back, more like a relaxing one. Yeah, this just sounds like a madhouse on a planet.
The race, however, is like lime green elves. All like to wear big coats, most
Yeah, maybe a writing activity, but if it's just that race messing about, yeah, it's not as much fun compared to, how the reboot would make these casinos and the betting and the fighting competitions way more interesting if there's like different aliens.
of them bearing short dual-wield blades and are mildly connected to the life force, using
Yeah, not to mention that I felt like I partially contradicted myself because I've already talked about how I didn't want to create add already existing creatures like dragons into the story, and yet I included creatures with pointy ears, which are similar to elves. I only say they're described as elves, but they're not literally elves, just aliens that already suit pointy ears. Yeah, it just really adds to their personality, like a sharp personality, you could say. But yeah, I just felt like elves have been reinterpreted so many times. Like there's like a bit of a pattern, such as, they live for ages, they're magical, they often are in high positions, but then you also have Santa's elves who, they just craft all sorts for Santa, etc. So yeah, how did that go about. I'm not sure, but oh yeah, it's just because for instance with dragons, at least a lot of the same features are maintained. A lot more features, by the way, and they typically breathe fire or do something, and they always fly. So yeah, there's just like far more things to carry over compared to elves, where they're like, oh, we've got the pointy ears, okay, but what else? Oh, make them archers, make them the richest race, or make them the ice beings. The ones who control ice in Dragon Age. Yeah, and of course some of us were into also Lord of the Rings and Bright, with the rich elves, and gosh, there's many more as well. I remember Hello Future Me, making that joke, being like, why is there so many elves? It is just a me thing, by the way. I don't have anything against elves. It's just um, yeah, it just goes to show it just how things can get reinterpreted too many times. But I think I think Tolkien probably has like the main representation of elves, I would say. Yeah, almost like the go-to. Yeah, other than Santa's, although even those kind of elves get reinterpreted too many times as well. Check.
It to create astral bodies or as temporary invincibility.
Something else I've thought about recently is that these slashes should have more varied, bladed weapons and clothing, because they do seem to be far too similar to Ozona. Because the only reason you would have similar clothing is like the top of occupation, but no, we're talking about countless residents. It's kind of cool for all of them to be rich. Like imagine if the only way of earning money was just gambling all the time. Everyone doing bets and seeing who can be more richer compared to the others. I think that's what this planet is probably hinting at. But I don't know. That sounds like a great concept that should be played within the. Actually, that could be the entire planet. Just playing games for money. And Earth could just be like, wait, hang on, you just all having fun. Well, we just have general services where we pay people for hard work. So, yeah, sorry, my voice is wearing out a bit. Oh, I'll be gentle with myself.
They are a greedy race, over the top and occasionally.
Oh, yes, a life force. Yeah, so they are slightly connected. Yeah, because I think what this particular book does kind of well as a sequel is, what else does this life energy do? And yeah, so astral projection. Well, yeah, the astral projection is like a extension from the spirit kind of thing. And Hailwolf transform into another creature, that's another extension. So yeah, some pretty cool exploring. And make sure that the elements are well represented within like the Legion themselves as well. Because you could have made it so that each hero represents each element, but you don't always have to be like that because I nearly said Avatar: The Last Airbender, but no, when you get to the final book, so you do have Sokka and his missus, what was her name, the Kyoshi warrior. They both are just really good with their weapons and tools, but then Toph's the earth one, Aang's both the Avatar and the air one, Zuko's the fire one, and Katara's the water one. So oh yeah, there's that kind of representation. Then I haven't really considered about that actually.
Vicious. No wonder Ozona wanted to keep tabs on a world with a race like this. In one of the planets that Ozona
That sounds quite exciting. Yeah, wait till you meet Ozona. He packs quite a punch.
is ruling, a small brawl is occurring. The two groups of Slashus fight each.
I'm surprised that Zyvor didn't go for this planet like them, because they just sound like absolute nutters. They just go gambling all the time. Imagine like what kind of nuisance behaviour they try and do in other worlds if they have like similar services as well. Yeah, and not to mention Ozona and Zyvor, they must discuss which worlds they wanted to keep, like not just worlds but races too. Yeah, I just felt like if they discussed that more, that would have been something better to account for.
Other using their abilities. This rapid movement catches someone's attention, but later, someone else is sent in the meantime. Hail
I feel like we should get more into specifics like names and the reason and that.
Wolf. She is a
We could probably assume because of the gambling side of things.
Numian, a race which looks human but has blue skin, no hair, wearing a darker green gear.
Oh yeah, she's sent ahead of time, yeah, because of Ozona making his way. But Ozona is faster, isn't he? Unless he was like too busy with Alice or something. If Hellwolf must be already be on that planet or close to that specific chain. So yeah, also I really like in book 5, Epasnos like recognises Hailwolf because she visited his planet once, and so they're like, "Oh, what are you doing?" But yeah, all of that gets clarified. Oh yeah, if you're wondering about the GI word, that's Gi. I've tried to check the spelling more so specifically from the Cobra Kai subtitles.
eye and a dark blue scarf around her head and a side fury dart.
Oh yeah, the Numians. Yeah, that's a race I've been playing with for a very long time in the reboots and that. Yeah, I've always wanted that special tribal race that like really like their animal spirits and yeah, just like extremely spiritual about the wildlife. Because I invented a race called I forgot Zivit's race in the sequel. Yeah, he's a type of alien that really like knows like the physical side of the animals and know how to approach them and first aid them. A bit like Newt Scamander ish. Uh, but yeah, these are like I said, more spiritual. Yeah, the Numians are more on the spiritual side of things. So yeah, it's good to explore how each race does things with our life.
Dark blue cape. Hailwolf is unique in one way. She only has one fully grown arm, and the other arm failed to grow before she was born, but her abilities lie in another form. This other form consists of a Haywan, a creature cross between a wolverine and a wolf which is dark blue and
Sorry, just needed to cough there. Um, but yeah, this is definitely a type of character who, if needing to fight, she has another form to rely on.
big, able to jump, run quickly, climb well and even shoot sharp quills from her fur. As a Numian,
Sounds good.
she is part of a race that uses the life force, which floats around the sky in her world, showing all types of creatures, and seeing their spiritual forms. While these Numians have multiple choices,
I think what that large tangent right there is, it's like one because when in the previous book where the every type of energy is everywhere in some way, shape, or form, like the Numians are around these northern lights, which showcase various animal spirits. So that's like another extension, another exploration.
Hailwolf went for a more protective creature, and this is the form she will have for the rest of her life, which she is half ashamed about. Regardless, she uses her alternative form to
More like a creature, more adaptive for combat. Yeah, imagine if she just went for a fish and then she just like flops around the ground. Yeah, that'd be funny. It'd be like that Pokemon. Caught.
scare everyone, even using some force to break the fight. And this does intimidate some of the Slashoos. The others become tempted to fight her, but she either shows intimidation or has the big boss come to scare them all. The big boss,
Yeah, Haywan's also like kind of a big creature as well, and sometimes even if you have like certain tools, it can be really scary facing a big creature. So I could see why the slashers could be like, oh no, thank you, because Abasnos really has fun with fighting his foes, but at least all of them are like weapon wielders. Other creatures is a whole different art.
Ozona comes
Imagine, in our planet. Imagine if there was a um, like a type of martial arts where they could defend themselves against bears or crocodiles, etc. Like there are methods, but I feel like there should be like a martial art in it of itself. Maybe I could do that kind of exploration in my reboot.
to enter the world via a floating piece of debris with the help of his telekinesis. He then lands slowly.
Just imagine that. Hey, you don't scare me. I may don't, but my boss is coming. Oh no, he's the scary one, isn't he? Yes.
And Ozona makes a gesture to get Hailwolf to him, and Hailwolf returns to her main form, an ability which Hailwolf can.
Oh yeah, because it's slightly hinted that Ozona's like quite old, so yeah, he has to. Because even if he's like really powerful, he's not the most mobile character because of his age. Oh yeah, of course, yeah, he's way more than 100 years old. He was in the battle 100 years ago. But not to mention, there's this interesting moment where Ozona was like somewhat spared, but because without the power, he was like significantly drained, and so he lost his life in his own way, which is he would have been like arrested anyway or something. Yeah, that would be another what if scenario, wouldn't it? Mechadraw was almost spared, but he too just wore off, but that's because of Bod's actions. Oh, that would have repercussions, wouldn't it? I feel like this should be explored.
Perform quickly. She stands by Ozona. Ozona threatens that the
Oh yeah, like a come here kind of gesture.
Planet will suffer majorly, going as far as extinction if the race has a...
Oh yeah, that's explained as well, yeah, because if when it comes to form changing, you're just like wondering, well, how quick can you get in and out? And yeah, and it's also just Cape being like somewhat enchanted as well, so it's not like Twilight where they lose clothes and they just try and find spare ones all around the area. No, she's managing to keep the clothes. Yeah, it's almost like Venom, where completely engulfs both the body and the clothes. It's that kind of effect.
Another clash like this. This makes the race not only scared but frustrated that they cannot fight to express themselves as they used to.
Oh yeah, threaten, yeah, not actively do, but oh gosh, what the alternative I just suggested, that would have been so much more impactful.
To which Hailwolf can sympathize. Now Ozona had his little speech, and he then had a word with Hailwolf. Ozona sets Hailwolf on...
It's like one of those things where, yes, it's fun, but it's like violent and it could be consequential at the same time, which could be said for a lot of sport and activities and such.
On another task, to get hold of a stone serpent, which can also...
Oh, that already gives us like a naive pin to Hailwolf. Not to mention, she leaves Ozona quite quickly. I feel like Hailwolf could have, or actually no, she was never in this from the get-go, as we would later find out.
Provide atmospheric protection from the effects of space, to go and find Earth and provide the location afterwards. However...
Gosh, Hailwolf must be so busy. Oh, quickly go to the slashy planet to scare them, stop them from fighting. Okay, but now you have this other mission. Yeah, gosh. But a poor being.
Hailwolf has always been reluctant to obey Ozona's task.
Yeah, that's good to acknowledge. Yeah, the serpent is kind of reminiscent of that serpent creature I created in another animation of mine. Just a very basic Loch Ness design, but with a longer tail.
Tasks, not really on his side. And so she has thought of staying on Earth as a place to settle. She also avoids who she is to avoid any responsibility and lives in hiding, making Ozona think she died once she arrived on Earth.
Sorry, just unplugging something. But yeah, that's another interesting thing. So she was going to, she had the plan to stay on Earth, destroy the device, and then she was like hoping to remain hidden, or at least have like some kind of peaceful life. But after all, she's quite an experienced fighter. She could have always fought back against anyone trying to hunt for her. But yeah, and she also has some interesting reasons why she doesn't, try and go for her own race. Yeah, a lot of reasons for that.
Wolf made it to Earth thanks to Ozona already having a spare teleporting device from Mollog.
Oh, that expands more of the theme. That is a nice touch.
Created by his enchanted book.
So Hailwolf does have like her own arc too. Because I don't think she died once she arrived. No. Yeah, so that's Hailwolf trying to be smart, and I think despite what Hailwolf does, if the devices can just simply be destroyed, that the teleporting device, they probably could track, like I said, like the heartbeat kind of thing, and even then they're manageable. So if they're either gone or destroyed, I think that's where you could keep like an open mind somewhat. A bit like the Claptors, if you lost one, then does that mean the device is gone or the person is gone, or the wearer rather? I think that is talked about, because we'll wait to see.
Mollog can keep track of them all, as nearly all Xiantha's allies were one for Mollog to keep track of all the allies such as location.
Did Hailwolf not already have that due to how many planets she has to hop? The storybook hinted there was like 8 planets Ozona was overseeing, including Gar, his primary one. And by the way, the way he overthrows Gar, completely covering it, the concrete over the water, that is interesting. We'll go back to that. Okay, although there is the tunnels already, so I think Hailwolf has only given one of them. Of course, yeah, if she was like given that at any term, have always had that, then she could have escaped. So Ozona's like granting Hailwolf more distant transportation if needed, because the chains already provide the transportation to the ruling planets, and I think Ozona was hoping that Hailwolf won't do anything daft, to which she does try and attempt, and nearly backfires.
Power activity, or if they are even alive.
I feel like that was clarified in this book when it should have been clarified in the previous one.
Hailwolf knew this device was significant.
Oh, acts as a tracker too, that's handy.
And to distance herself from the mean clan, Hailwolf decided to destroy it, which concerns Mollog even less.
Power activity, does that mean if they summon like a super flame or something, they'd be like, oh, they're doing this must be fighting.
Letting Ozona know about this. This disappoints Ozona. But
well, of course it is, it was handed by Ozona. Gosh, that's a daft line.
both are to keep an open mind that it could have been wrecked on its own rather
A mean clan, that is a severe underestimation, but the Stonos are all mixed in some way, with what they think of Ozona.
than indicating an instant
Unless she's accounted for Zion for being part of the clan too.
death when setting foot on the Legion's planet. Back on Ozona's world,
All of that has gone like really quickly. I reckon Mollog contacts Ozona through the communication spell that should have been outlined.
with a new planet to invade, after another world which was planned to be invaded beforehand. Ozona has his goons, also known as
Yeah, just imagine Hailwolf just appearing on the planet, and then she just, I don't know, like a boulder hits her head or something. That would have been really unlucky. So the villains are smart.
the Stonos.
Just keeping an open mind. Imagine like, oh no, they're dead. Oh well, send Valis instead, I don't know.
The race is keen
By the way, Valis actually comes from the scientific word for an orca, well, roughly.
to obey any master, except this race.
Yeah, that's evidence of Valis being like the primary inspiration for a humanoid orca. I know I'm not because I've seen many humanoid orcas across fiction, but yeah, I'll put my own spin on it.
Is mixed, either keen to help Ozona or forced to obey. They do have their planet, but for now, live with Ozona to benefit Ozona's rule.
What was that previous part?
Planet. Back on Ozona's world, with a new planet to invade, after another world which was planned to be invaded beforehand. Ozona has his goons, also known as the
So that's referring to evading the snake planet and then Earth.
Stonos. The race is keen to obey any master, except this race is mixed, either keen to help Ozona or forced to obey. They do have their planet, but for now, live with Ozona to benefit Ozona's rule.
Yeah, because in my final universe guide at the time, they weren't the only race living on that planet, so it would be like other races looking after that planet. But I think at the time it just would have looked like the planet was like completely abandoned because they were the only residents on it. Yeah, that would have been absolutely daft, that would.
One of their main roles is to form these massive chains and link them from many places around the
So that explains the chains and also what they do from time to time.
planet. His world acts as the center of his galaxy, and the chained world
A galaxy is a severe underestimation. It's more like a miniature solar system or something.
spins slowly around Gar. One long chain was made and ready to launch for the planet Sliff. And
That's the snake planet.
now another one is starting to get made straight away, for the Earth.
Oh gosh, they have a quite a tight schedule, don't they? Yeah, we'll get going. Okay, let's see what's happening here.
Tilda Chapter 20 Footage. Back at the base on Earth,
What an exciting chapter.
the Legion is looking through the footage, and this footage showcases the many cases of the Legion fighting aliens on Earth.
It makes you wonder what kind of aliens there were. So that could have been like a cool spin-off idea, like what other aliens did the Legion manage to fight, under the radar for a month, which is a reasonable amount of time. I think it would have made less sense if they managed to get away from this for years. Because I wondered if, sorry, probably a headcanon, that I wondered, I had the idea for the base to gather any Legion footage, just keep hold of any for Retron to release it. Yeah, not to mention with Retron releasing it, it's I guess it's like a tad predictable. It's almost like set up as like a miniature mystery, and they're like, oh, it's Retron, isn't it? When it happens, it's like not much of a surprise. But at the same time, it's more like a side mystery compared to like the main plot, and it's only something that has like a couple of chapters towards compared to like the main plot. So yeah, maybe I could have made that more interesting, but at the same time, you don't want to completely overshadow the main story.
While causing collateral damage.
And this is like one of those subplots that kind of adds to the main plot sometimes. Like for instance, if Zona is like releasing his army, etc., then his Legion knowing how to like present themselves in front of the public, even if oh yeah, imagine if oh actually no, there were some residents that did see them at all, so yeah, that's something.
Public overall is stunned that this legion has been a hidden team away from the public eye for so long.
And yeah, I think not I think that's like some of the closest that we're going to get to social media and being involved. Somebody can see there could be yeah, many in-person chats as well. Yeah, this would have been shared everywhere. Absolutely. Maybe I could have gone more in depth into that too.
All Legion members are disappointed, especially after seeing the reactions from all over the internet. Even some of the servicemen they recognize have shown their reactions on their online platform, showing their confusion.
Oh, okay, yeah, because yeah, I think that the servicemen do know that the Legion exists, but I think maybe they weren't told about everything that the Legion's doing. You know how much involved they are, or because it's not like the Legion have been doing anything controversial. You know, because you know, as I explained in the previous commentaries, you know, the Legion have a no kill rule. So yeah, if anything, the servicemen should feel a bit bad or something. And not to mention, you know, whilst in the last book, although. Oh, because in the last book, yeah, everyone wasn't getting on at a point where, along some other bits and bobs that made them all like leave and split apart. But there isn't that kind of consequence or repercussion as much here. I guess there could have been like an idea of how they could have like stayed in hide and then therefore stay away from crime fighting for a bit. That could have been a cool idea actually. So. Yeah.
About the Legion is truly as safe as it seems. Even despite many comments flooding the screen, Zami thought he saw one of
yeah, the Legion are safe. Yeah, I don't know what I was going on about.
his former human bullies commenting as well. There were some comments which are more
how many were there? And I suppose you can recognise the name, you share that. Yeah.
Optimistic, more curious than worried, but that couldn't overtake the flooding negativity. This makes the Legion question all sorts like.
More optimistic and curious, yeah, so it's just like a mixture, so yeah, because it wasn't all negative. Some people could be like, oh, you know, there might be more of this, but yeah, it just helps, you know, make it more of a grey area.
How can they show their true colours? Should the Legion continue to be this low-level team to fight alien beings? Or become more?
That's actually a rather good question, and they end up being not only public heroes, but they start to get involved in the galaxy as well. So, yeah, I could have, like I said, stated the opposite. You know, like you know, should they have gone even more into hiding? You know, to make all of this old news eventually. I don't know if again it's a big deal. That's like news, etc. That'll be lasting for ages. Like think about some of the biggest events that have happened on our planet and our timeline, like. You know, there's all sorts of events that not only get discussed largely every now and again today, but when it first happened, yeah, it would have been like months.
And so, the Legion decided to have a breather of their own. Nicole is certainly not a fan of the Legion.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think that's why I could have tied it to them, you know, going to hiding more perhaps, but not to mention this just, I think because of, with how Nicole's been like with the others, it's
Tilda Chapter
like
20 footage. Back at the base on Earth, the Legion is looking through the footage, and this footage showcases the many cases of the Legion fighting aliens on Earth while causing collateral damage. The public overall is stunned that this Legion has been a hidden team away from the public eye for so long. All Legion members are disappointed, especially after seeing the reactions from all over the internet. Even some of the servicemen they recognize have shown their reactions on their online platform, showing their confusion about the Legion is truly as safe as it seems. Even despite many comments flooding the screen, Zami thought he saw one of his former human bullies commenting as well. There were some comments which are more optimistic, more curious than worried, but that couldn't overtake the flooding negativity. This.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's just how I would encourage you to how they deal with it in their own time.
This makes the Legion question all sorts like, how can they show their true colours? Should the Legion...
Yeah, that's actually quite a yeah, I like the idea, but in execution, it's a tad mixed. I feel we'll get there when we get there, but yeah, yeah, I could have made Zombie a bit more. Like I said, by going into like a darker route, that could be kind of cool. I think maybe one reason I kind of hold it off is because like Pod's the kind of character who has the much darker history, and therefore he ends up crossing the line in all sorts of many ways. But yeah, for Zombie to do that as well, that they'll be like overdoing it, because normally it's better to have one type of character, trying to overcome that. I think it could work with multiple, but it's just knowing who the story is focusing on the most. So yeah, it just depends.
Continue to be this low-level team to fight alien beings. Or become more. And so, the Legion
That is quite a feat of engineering. I wonder how he did that. That the gadgets would surely be like slightly bigger or something.
decided to have a breather of their own. Nicole is certainly not a
Oh yeah, in the storybook, yeah, I've been studying the background, seeing Zami do his work, but yeah, I can assume something similar happened then. Although I didn't quite explain the geography with how all of the characters went, because all we know, they all could still be sharing the same room, only for Zami to start working on it. Although Pod has already left, that's for sure. Yeah, sorry if I've missed any bits and bobs. Yeah, but often being a bit intimidated by a zombie. Yeah, I wonder if that gets explored.
fan of the Legion right now, so she decides to have a chat with Mike on her own. Zami is to work on his gadgets for an idea.
Okay, so that kind of explains where all the characters are. So that's somewhat okay. And oh yeah, in this sitcom scene, yeah, this is quite an interesting dilemma. So, Nicole, has a dark moment in the history, and Mike's like, or I would keep that secret just in case. Sometimes keeping secrets isn't like the best idea, but I think this one you should absolutely keep. And not only should I have them expanded more, but you could have seen like both perspectives, and also more of a character reason for why Mike would want that information kept. Actually, there might be a reason. We'll just see how it goes. So yeah.
And Pod goes out for a swim. Zami, after being humiliated, thought that to be less mocked, he should be more intimidating, and so he aims to make his gadgets convert the lightning to be more powerful.
So there is some kind of character reason. Yeah, that's it's some backing up, which Mike, Mike is like, back then, I didn't want to admit to all of that, and it's still a good idea, not to explain the full picture of everyone. Although what makes Mike's situation different to Nicole's, because when Nicole does finally explain it, why is the history and the moment and the situation different enough for Nicole to talk about it, but not Mike? Yeah, I think that does should have clarify more, yeah, because it's just almost as simple as Mike could be like, oh, I don't want to explain it. Nicole's like, here's my history anyway to the Legion, much later after this. So yeah, that's a bit simplified somewhere.
Powerful. This makes him ego-driven to the point where he scares Arvin out of the room and considers going to find Pod.
Yeah, I think there would have been a lot of steps to get around that, if that's even possible. Yeah, I should have gotten more into depth with that.
Who has already dived deep in the sea. Nicole has made it to Mike, having a chat with him, seeing if Nicole should reveal her child.
So I think this is another bit of advice. So even if there's a tiny bit of a heated argument, if Nicole, goes back to her old ways, just be a bit more acknowledging and still like a good leader and still care for them in many ways. Then yeah, I think that's where yeah, I think that yes, it's like an alternate advice that could work.
History with the Legion, and Mike recommends not to.
Although that doesn't exactly get spoiled, because there isn't like a moment of Nicole doing that, and then the Legion like, well, he didn't exactly do this, and this earlier. But I'd have to mention, is the Legion like not as keen as Nicole just because she shouted at them for not wanting to reveal anything? Like Nicole is having like a normal reaction. It's almost like the Legion are framed to be justifiably right for that Nicole crossed the line, but everyone has like personal bits and bobs they want to talk about. Like, I don't know. Oh, gosh, I've mixed up morals. I never thought I accidentally did that. Anyway, it's just what their fest is like.
He too had a rough childhood, mainly growing up in an area full of crime in which he did get involved. And it is revealed resulted in him struggling to get work until he
Whoever is considering reasons footage in the plan, that doesn't make sense. That's probably meant to say whoever's revealed this footage is part of that person's plan. Whoever did it, and also they didn't entertain the idea if this was done by humans or aliens. That's never brought up. So once again, this is simplified, and I'm not sure this is more inferior than book one. Like granted, book one does have already has some really flawed world building bits and bobs, but in this story it has plotting that's not great. Granted, it's a side story at least, but I don't know. It's partaking in some of the major character beats of the arc, so. Yeah, because I think that's what the previous book kind of did well despite the problems, so yeah.
finally got into the army. If Nicole mentions her history with the Legion, this could put them off Nicole. They need to get used to the same leadership
Oh yeah, I think that's revealing her wolf afterwards, isn't it?
optimism.
I think it is. Yeah, but yeah, we'll go straight to it. Yeah, I say before I play it, I really like this city. This is definitely like a good example of how to do a city because it's the same principles, with the foreground. Well, granted, there's uh, it's almost like the buildings had the foreground, midground, background, foreground, midground. Yeah, I think that's fore, mid, and back. The other buildings, and yeah, granted, the ground and the road is a bit mundane, but if you would have got this overly detailed city, then. Yeah, and the characters like pop well enough, so maybe like a tad more detail on the road. Anyway, we're not talking about the images, we're talking about this story, so yeah, let's just get going.
Tilda Chapter 21 Intruders. After the ruckus involving the president, Retron has his medical room in the medical section.
I feel like this chapter, because if the last chapter was still on the base, then why wasn't this part of the last chapter? I don't know, that's a bit. I'm a bit mixed with that, but regardless, at least we see where Retron's at. Hang on, not to mention. So yeah, he was with that in the president mission. So this must be like a checkup of some sort because we can have checkups, and he's still. He's just simply in the medical room. Okay.
The base. Retron swings himself around, seeing that he is fully healed.
Was he on a bed, on a chair? I don't know.
After one more dose of painkillers. After the Orphean battle, and both his metallic legs are now a better condition, all fixed.
Now a better condition. I think that's fine. But yeah, so but yeah, I hope this is written as if it's just been updated and everything is fine despite being in the mission earlier. So yeah, I should have clarified this was like a checkup after the mission because I wonder if I got accidentally mixed up whether a retro was going to be at the start or not.
But he is still remarkably sad. The Legion took his victory, and now he is eager for another one for himself. But he does go on the internet, and he is very glad that the Legion is getting shamed.
I feel like that's both a hint and foreshadowing, whilst also being slightly subtle, because at first glance it's almost as if he just hops onto the internet and he's like, the Legion are getting some hate, that's good. So, yeah, at least that's good.
Retron's doctor does go.
As in the narrative execution, it's subtle and, just like I said, it's like potential setup and he's almost like a potential suspect without admitting it, so yeah, that's what I mean by good.
Go to see Retron, wondering how he is, and the doctor can see that Retron is now able to move around instead of sitting on his devices, waiting to be whole again, well not whole enough for Retron. Retron gets himself changed.
I guess the doctor's asking him to get moving, to which it's good to if his metallic legs are in repair, then yeah, it's good to test them out again. And in this statement is, it's like the Doctor saying, oh, you're fine after what happened from the previous book, and the Retron, is still like very sad. Like, he got some satisfaction when looking on the internet earlier, but it's just like the injuries have really brought him down.
And the doctor updates him that he is all good, but healing his eye is still not possible. Retron even wonders if he could have better.
Yeah, I can see how that would be annoying Retron, but in the future I feel like that would be possible, because that's like a weird thing in fiction where even Deathstroke, despite from DC, like he too can heal, but he can never get his eye back, and I never fully understood why, because I can see how the eye could be like separate or alternative, but I don't know. So it's and if this is the future as well, there's meant to be made up step-seeing technology as well, so I'm a bit mixed on that, but I suppose Retron still does well with only one eye, whether it's fighting or using a sniper. So yeah.
Legs, and other than his rejected idea that liquid metal could be shapeshifted or melted at a point where it gives him better legs. The president.
Oh yes, I think this is going back to when Dion said, "Oh, just only for the time being, just used it as coated metal, not legit technology." And but yeah, it looks like Retron isn't too keen on. Do you wish that the legs were, more Nitro tech based rather than just the normal legs but painted with Nitro. So yeah, I was just thinking, yeah, that's not a thing in book 4 nor like book 5, because still, yeah, why didn't he like grow to so legs? I can't believe I missed that opportunity. That is, because even this sets it up as well.
The president is putting on hold what could be done with the Netro, only allowing simpler items to be repainted. Annoyed, Retron.
Yes, so the president has took note of Dion's, so you could assume that Michael the Legion would have told the president what Dion's told them, because Dion's the Nitrobot after all. He's been around for years and he knows all about it. And with the president being, like, he's very good with the Legion. He thinks quite highly of them. So yeah, I can see why the president has listened, not to cross any lines, because I think that's what Retron is like, like yes, Mike, gambled a lot with an alien race, but it looks like it just looks like Retron's like, oh, let's just go immediately into this danger, and the president's like, no. But at the same time, that sounds like a bit contradictory, because imagine if there was like a debate where Retron's like, oh, so you allow like this alien team, and we didn't know if any of them were going to be friendly or not, and then but we can't like use technology to, from this powerful metal. So yeah, oh gosh, yeah, that's even more bits and bobs that's not been expanded upon. I think these books are now suffering the consequences um, of with how short and simplified they are. I think it makes more sense why some books are longer, because it's not just my books choosing not to have dialogue. It is just generally missing all sorts of pieces of information.
Ron leaves the room, after seeing some splashing of the sea outside of his window. Meanwhile, Pod is going out of the water of the beach, a beach not far from the grasslands of the base's land. After his long swim,
Which I've managed to maintain consistently recently, especially with the comics and that. But that's always been the intention, especially when the leader went up to Dion and Spec for one more time in the previous book. Yeah, it's just like a small beach nearby.
Something which he does find relaxing, enabling him to forget everything, being fascinated by the water. Before seeing Arvin, Retron sees Pod first.
So that's how Pod personally deals with his own thing. So yeah, that's what a difference. So he's having has his technology. Nicole has a chat with Mike, and Pod, uh, you know, um, it just finds water just very like you said, the narrator says, relaxing. Because not to mention, it's not like a moment of the water accidentally doing something because of the power that Pod has, but a power that's hidden. We'll go ahead.
Belittling Pod for being a creature of ruination, something which Retron found out thanks to researching Mike's Legion information without any permission. This
Okay, yeah, I can see that happening.
Pod finds triggering.
And it also just goes to show that Retron must have been like, what can I read? For weaknesses, and for firstly, Pod would have had to be extremely brave enough to admit what he's been through, if that's the case, and all of it being on files as well. But I think it would be on files because Mechador being a threat, to which that hasn't been brought up at all. To which, yeah, I would like the Legion should be. Well, firstly, I think they all should have had a discussion, about the whole space travel thing to help solve other problems. And to which, Hell Wolf coming about is lucky because it kind of facilitates that. But yeah, now the Legion are just like moping around because of some internet trolls. Like that sounds, yeah, that's not very inspiring. But yeah, because not to mention, if they did like decide on the whole space travel thing sooner, like less than a month, then the Legion would have already be like, yeah, and traveling all over the universe, trying to go against Mechador and perhaps Iron Thor. Gain some alliances along the way, and Retron and Mike and the President just have Earth to themselves. So that is quite a a what if scenario, I suppose. But not to mention, it's like not a lot of it's brought up, and it's just like held back in order to not only hold steps like not space traveling until later, but by holding it later means that the Legion end up with being both involved with Earth and the universe, which then causes some problems later on. Because like Earth and would have been affected by Torrid and Mechador anyway, but at least the Legion being responsible isn't as personal. To which yeah, I think it is just more like a what if scenario.
Resisting the urge to harm Retron. And even Pod strangely notices the water rising.
And that too I find quite interesting. It could have been like a setup of the Pod probably still having his animalistic ways, because before his mind evolved suddenly, which that should have been explained more, in its history. Because Pod does have a temper as well, which we have seen anyway because of when he used to go against Zemi for accidentally hurting Arvin. So yeah, it creates like a bit of tension between both of them, but it's not something that pays off much. It kind of reminds me of Book 4 where Dion and Retro they have a small discussion about Nitro, and I wish more of a dynamic was created. Like, granted, you can just have like tiny rivalries between characters that explores how they view one another. But if it's not going to be relevant, then it's like like what's the point to the grander scheme of things? It does remind me of all sorts of films, TV, where they're like, oh, imagine these characters like had a chat with one another, and they're like, okay, fine, but what does that mean for the rest of the story? Does it actually lead to any relevance? Like, it can do that if it's like a character moment that when the plot needs a bit of a rest, I suppose, before more action happens. Like that could work, but and I guess you could class Pod in Retro being an example of that. But like I said, it's just treated more seriously than it is, which could have looked like a setup, etc. But yeah, regardless. But it is still useful information though, because it just shows how Retron it seems to be. His view of the Legion has not changed.
Near the trident he is holding. Always has the weapon on his person, and then the water drops.
Oh, there you go, there's the foreshadowing, mainly within this book.
Wondering what happened, thinking if the trident did this. Retron sees this and leaves with a titter.
So you get some kind of reaction. Okay, so yeah, this is just seeing on the both reacting, because Pod sees that clue again, just wondering what's going on, and but I think with Pod being distracted by that somewhat. but also probably figuring out that you can't like harm Retron, due to laws. But yeah, just alongside Retron, they just thought Pod looked a bit daft then, and so he just thought to walk off. He just had his own fun and now he's going to move, to which is a bit like pathetic, but yeah, did he just go to Pod to tease him then? I suppose that's intentionally mean.
Leaving Pod alone, while more insecure. Even seeing Arvin lightly cheering Pod up later, and now both are going back to the base. Regardless.
Yeah, that's uh, yeah. Imagine if Arvin came earlier, he would have like gone the fight between them two or something. And I also like the word lightly because when you get downtrodden and then someone who often makes your day better comes about. Yeah, because you won't be extremely happy immediately. Yeah, you just need time to transition from one emotion to the other. Because I used to dislike it where whenever I'm sad, someone says, "Oh, how about an episode of a comedy show?" And I was like, "That's not what I need." So, um, yeah, just go show that Arvin does help, but it will just take more time if Pod has just had a moment.
Mike and Nicole send a notification to Zami, Arvin and Pod using their collaptors, which are brand new wrist-based communicators that also possess holographic technology. But Tilda Chapter 21 Intruders. After the ruckus involving the president, Retron has his medical room in the medical section of the base. Retron swings himself around, seeing that he is fully healed after one more dose of painkillers. After the Orphean battle and both his metallic legs are now a better condition, all fixed.
Okay.
But he is still remarkably sad.
And I guess it also shows more evolution of the Legion too. They have a universal type of tech which they all have, which does help them many times.
The Legion took his victory, and now he is eager for another one for himself. But he does go on the internet, and he is very glad that the Legion is getting shamed.
This could have overstuffed the story, but I think it just helps add for what's going on. Like the Legion, the problems are going about on their home planet, but then there is a much bigger threat coming about on their planet. So yeah, I think that's fine. And and I think once Wolf comes about, there is almost like a shift in focus, maybe too much of a shift in focus, perhaps, because it's almost like we're taking a break from the mystery of who released the footage. But I guess it's treated lightly because it's spoken about only like a couple of times, only a chapter's worth compared to what has been introduced or what's been going on. So yeah, and not to mention Ozona has nothing to do with like the release footage, so I just wonder if that should have been involved. Well, actually, yes, it does, because by defeating Ozona means that the Legion are seen in a better light. And it's also worth mentioning that I just feel like maybe the Legion should have crossed the line like multiple times, and then when they don't, and save the day more efficiently without less destruction or harm, and then it would make sense for the people to be like, oh, they could be great heroes, but yeah, there isn't that kind of transition. So it's like the Legions having to properly prove themselves, to which without as much of a change to the mindset or approach. So I just feel like that's a tad weaker, but never mind.
Retron's doctor does go to see Retron, wondering how he is, and the doctor can see that Retron is now able to move around instead of sitting on his devices, waiting to be
how did I find out about the intruder? I think that does get answered.
Whole again, well, not whole enough for Retron. Retron gets himself changed, and the doctor
Oh yeah, so it's just what the base will be doing in the meantime. So yeah, okay. And it does have like a grand scheme of story in it. It's not just one of those cases of, oh, what can the base do at the meantime? It's definitely not random. It does have a couple of connected dots, even if it should have been better.
Updates him that he is all good, but healing his eye is still not possible. Retron even wonders if he could have better legs.
Okay. Oh yeah, the tone, of course, just efficient travel.
And other than his rejected idea that liquid metal could be shapeshifted or melted at a point where it gives him better legs. The president is putting on hold what could be done with the Netro, only allowing simpler items to be repainted. Annoyed, Retron leaves the room.
Um, yeah, like not that she's been to Earth for the first time, but would she have gone to another direction, like more to where vegetation is, instead of a built, populated area? Um, let's hope that that was the case. But not to mention, when she, arrived on Earth, I suppose she would have gone to a more barren area, but anyway, luckily. Otherwise, if she ended up like zooming towards like the city, then she'll be like caught immediately. So that too was a bit lucky. It's because she wasn't like told where to specifically land, to which I think that could have been classed as a flaw in like both the planning and the story. But okay, so yeah, let's continue.
Room after seeing some splashing of the sea outside of his window. Meanwhile, Pod is going out of the water of the beach, a beach not far from the grasslands of the base's land.
Oh, that somewhere is her official planet. So yeah, this is just like a breadcrumb.
After his long swim, something which he does find relaxing, enabling him to forget everything.
Oh wow, that was quick. Navigation technology as well. Right, so wow, the base was really all over this case, and yeah, they found her immediately. If that's yeah, good for the base to do that.
Being fascinated by the water. Before seeing Arvin, Retron sees Pod first. Belittling Pod for being a creature of ruination, something which Retron
So it looks like a second form can make her go faster, to which, yeah, 4 legs is definitely faster than 2 legs.
found out thanks to researching Mike's Legion information without any permission. This Pod finds triggering.
Yeah, I can see that happening, especially if they're like futuristic cars. If there's like an automatic car, for instance, yeah, it can just go up to like 40 to 50 miles per hour in seconds.
Resisting the urge to harm Retron. And even Pod strangely notices the water rising near the trident he is holding. Always has the
Oh, yeah, stun lasers, yeah, because if Wolf's not being threatened at first, then maybe that's like the first instinct to go for. And if these early intruders have been mostly spared, then yeah, it's just almost like a practice to continue. But not to mention when the Legion, but no, the Surfacemen, they only just get like knocked out, to which yeah, looks like oh yeah, Hellwolf just like taking lives. No, I think that's something that can definitely infer. And but also, yeah, I think the car journey should have been more specified because how did this cars manage to still go to her despite rocks etc. going in the way?
weapon on his person, and then the water drops, wondering what happened, thinking if the trident did this. Retron sees this and leaves with a titter, leaving Pod alone.
Yeah, I think the Paimon is a somewhat flexible creature. I remember making her more flexible in the reboot. Because despite going on all fours, the front 2 legs are essentially like arms too, a bit like I guess like an ape almost.
While more insecure, even seeing Arvin lightly cheering Pod up later, and now both are going back to the base. Regardless, Mike and Nicole send a notification to Zami, Arvin and Pod using their collaptors, which are
Yeah, so there's all sorts of little bits and bobs that only like takes them down, but without taking the lives.
brand new wrist-based communicators that also possess holographic technology. But we would think the mission is to find who released the footage, but no.
Hang on, let me just go back. I got a bit puzzled there.
Before, but now
Charges she has been tasked to. Oh, okay. Yes, basically because she's denouncing her role with Azona, she's just doing her own choices. To which yeah, like Azona must have told Hailwolf, "I know you will take the lives of these particular beings." So yeah, looks like she's done with that. And yeah, I feel like Hailwolf and Pod should have. They might have a conversation later on about how they were forced to do bits and bobs. Yeah, yeah, it's just like a missed opportunity that is.
she has no current ties with Ozona, she keeps the serviceman alive. And now she runs off to where there is more vegetation. This leaves the servicemen injured as they update the base both about their injuries and where the intruder is going next.
Uh, okay, yeah, I think that's the downside of keeping the servicemen alive because of communication. But Howolf, once again isn't familiar with Earth, and I think she must have, did she run? Oh yeah, she is away from them first, so she didn't hear any of them communicate. Like, granted, she does become, she may have a second creature form, but there isn't many moments of having any like better hearing or other senses, so looks like they're probably kept the same. So let's hope nothing's contradicted. You never know, the serviceman could have been extremely quiet, as they communicate, and not to mention, it probably won't be speaking; it'll probably just be text messages. So they're all quiet anyway. So yeah, that's some more appearances.
Wolf wants her own space, not wanting to get caught or involved with anyone right now. So she had to fend them off, and who knows who she may fend off next. But thanks to her peaceful time.
Does that next need a question mark? Yeah, I think that's fine. And yeah, it's like small setup for where she fights the leader later.
The Earth is still a decent resting spot for now. Now she has found a more hidden area. Afterwards, she may
consisting of more vegetation than that, to which is explained later on.
Makes her way, and goes out in the middle of nowhere. Hopefully, to get herself hidden again. It looks like the Earth is not going to be an easy land to hide in.
It's been less than a day. She's just a cancer serviceman, so yeah, I can see how it wasn't easy.
Later, the Legion does go and seize the serviceman, and Nicole does aid them all, with
Go and see the serviceman. Gosh, why is that another S? Also, need to go see the serviceman. Oh yes, so the Legion just quickly go to the injured servicemen and treat them. So, okay, so that's so the Legion were already at the base, are on the way.
plasters and painkillers. Sadly, the serviceman didn't fully see where the alien went aside from an area of more vegetation, so the Legion did pick up digitally that some residents reported a UFO sitting but on the ground. The Haphazard.
Yeah, I don't think I understood what the acronyms were, because I thought UFO just means unearthly, but no, it means unearthly and up in the air. So I think sitting but on the ground. It should have been. Oh yeah, it just should have been simply an unearthly being on the ground, not a UFO sighting. Also I think that's UFO sitting. Yeah, it's one too many T's, and so that's English completely getting mixed up. Sorry. But it looks like the Legion have found more leads, and it looks like Hell's managed to be spotted again. To which, because some people might like to explore these areas anyway. So, yeah.
The Legion does go to see the public, especially as the update.
I think that should have said then goes to see the public rather than what was just written there.
Seemed to come from those at the Nefetti city. Pod thought this was a bad idea, but Nicole argued that if the Legion is known, then why not get help from the public and show that the Legion is a group of decent beings with which Pod has to go along. So off they go.
This is like a cool idea to do, but it doesn't really have that excitement. Well, actually, but I think the only excitement you could get is what will be the public reaction to the Legion if they just casually show up. I think them casually showing up because it's not dramatic until what happens later on. So I find this scene a tad mundane, but I can see it is necessary to explore these bits and bobs. It also adds to set up, and the city is important later in that. So yeah, and so on some of the residents.
On foot, even the base wonders where Hailwolf is off to next. The Legion is now in the city, entering.
So yeah, the base is still keeping on tabs with Hailwolf as well. So so they must be doing crime fighting, who leaked the footage, and helping with an alien intruder. So yeah, that's a reasonable amount of work.
The city square, with the awesome Atone hidden in vegetation far away to prevent the public from seeing the vehicle, Zami is still very.
Oh, that's a smart part. So yeah, outside the city must be heavy vegetation, somewhat, to which I can see that happening, because you do forget how you sometimes enter a city, and sometimes it can just be like a plain motorway kind of view, but you never know, some cities probably takes a few trees to get through. So Yeah, and City Square. So okay, so that's a specific location, which I think we do go back to, and also yeah, hiding the baton. Yeah, I think that's sensible, even if it is like well protected. And oh yeah, it shows Sammy being protective as well. So yeah, that definitely it makes sense with what's been introduced in the previous book. Yeah, because so character traits, some change and some don't, and Zami being overprotective of his technology is like a minor flaw, but a consistent character trait which wouldn't make sense, especially if you're the one creating it.
Protective of it. In the city, the public is not pleased to see the Legion and is even scared of them. Nicole tries to reassure them that they are all safe as the Legion tries and asks
Oh, hang on, sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm not very well, so yeah, just I think I want to help answer some questions. Yeah, because it's either that or trying to make animations. Anyway, so yeah, with Nicole being the only human, so yeah, to help with the reassurance, yeah, that's like a really good first step. Yeah, I'm like surprising myself sometimes.
if they have seen the intruder, but not only is this foiled by most of the residents getting spooked by Pod. No one would have seen a human-like orca ever, but it is also
Oh yeah, because yeah, Zami's like slightly human looking, and then Arvid is reminiscent of Vampire Martin, which is explained in book one, but with Pod being a like humanoid orca, yeah, I can see how he would like stick out more so than the others, but yeah, I can see how that bothers him, and it does lead to some moments later on. So because I remember liking Pod's own story in this book, so yeah, we'll see how that goes. It could even be my second or third favourite Pod appearance in the book, because you're finding book one and book three does have some movements anyway, but yeah, we'll get to them.
made worse by the fact that Zamis' main bully is around. Remembering and belittling Zami on the go,
Main bully, it should be like arch nemesis, although uh, it should be like one of Zami's most prominent bullies, or uh, a bully that got Zami the most. Yeah, I think that's what should have been written.
but thanks to inspiration from the bullies, Zami decides to put on a facade once the bully starts pushing Zami back. Suddenly, a scary version of himself goes to attack the
So the bully just recognised Zami has started assaulting him, and then okay, I just feel like it's a bit cartoony. I feel like it should have had like more of a conversation, and also like the bully being like, "Oh, I remember this being, of trying to get away with being human," and then yeah, and also being allowed to walk up to someone like a clan that has someone from the military, and also not knowing how Pod or Arvin would react. Like that's a bold move. Yeah, because oh, it says Nicole comes to sort out the situation. What do you mean comes? Like did she like take many steps away or something? That's oh gosh. I think I misplaced the geography somewhat. It's not like they were skirting around looking everywhere. They were still quite close together in the group.
bully with his blunt arm weapons, which
Even the storybook muddles this up by having the rest like too far from Zami. So yeah, that too does make sense.
ends up zapping the bully, shocking the public. Nicole comes to sort out the situation, stopping Zami from any
I say, speaking of which, maybe I might revisit my storybooks, to see what their versions are like, because the novels are probably still better by, um, accounting for all sorts of plot holes, but at the same time, like, because when you like first see the servicemen in the storybook, you could just infer that the army, but the novels just made them the army, the police, the ambulance, the hackers, etc., all at once. So yeah, it just seems to sometimes adding more is like a high risk, high reward if adding more information, even if some information fixes the story.
more attacks while the bully lies on the ground, having his friends go and collect him. But now the Legion is seen as intimidating.
How many mates? But yeah, at least yeah, because Zami only attempted like a singular moment of intimidation instead of going on a like a constant amount, because yeah, I think that would have been too far. But yeah, it looks like the Legion members also reacted accordingly and got Zombie away. So yeah, that's um, yeah, some good couple of free lines there.
making them have to leave the city and find other clues of Hailwolf.
And also, I think what makes it slightly mundane is that the previous book is like, oh no, Robot Army is going after the base, but in the second book is, oh no, an alien is now trying to nab the Earth, but at the same time there's an internet problem and one of the aliens used to be bullied. So even if it is ramping up its own stakes within its own book, it's not yeah, because I feel like the following books do better with, starting points that have more tension. You like more aliens arriving to Earth and the base almost turning on you, and yeah, it just feels like too significant of a dip almost. But never mind.
Thankfully, Arvin did look at the phone of another resident without the resident noticing and see that Hailwolf does go in the direction of the Goral.
Oh, okay. Oh, so I think that probably explains why they're probably scattered about a bit. And yeah, Arvin must have really positioned himself well. And you never know with what Sammy did. He must have been distracted enough for Arvin to. But most phones would be out recorded unless some people, didn't care that an alien was attacking a human. I don't know. I just feel like people don't normally look at social media whilst a half fight is happening in front of them. So no, that doesn't make sense. That's like an extremely like lazy way to facilitate the plot. Yeah, because what they could have done is, oh, I'll tell you what. What if Harvey, being the nice one, he could, or actually have Nicole, be like, oh, Arvin's cute, isn't he? Could you perhaps like show us any other activity, and then it just goes to show that some, the humans that were more in line, they could have been like, oh yeah, sure, there is this intruder, would go after them, and then Azami could then spoil it by going against the bullies. So that's where the whole success and cost thing plays out far better. But yeah, just looking at a phone, I might just well like nab the phone to quickly browse through like social media. But hang on. Do the collectors not have like internet access? Because you can then view things through holograms, right? So you could just look at footage that way. So if that was like the way, maybe they could have looked through it then, and then he could have had Zami's buddies being, going up to them just on their own, perhaps. Oh yeah, that would have altered the event. So yeah.
Forest. And so the Legion has a direction, but with some humiliation along the way.
I feel like that, like a not only a very cheesy line, but it's almost like blatantly outlining. Oh, they do have a direction, but they still went through some bits and bobs. It's like too, it's outlining that too much. But anyway, we'll go on to the next one. Yeah, I say yeah. But I remember this bit's like an image looking far too detailed. Somewhat, it looks okay, but it's just too busy work. So yeah, yeah, to just find out how to work with this kind of art style. But yeah, let's see what this chapter's like.
Tilda Chapter 22, A Breather. As the Legion tries to find Hailwolf.
That title name probably works in the first like couple of lines, but not later, because fighting Hailwolf is not a breather.
All the Legion members get insecure. To comfort this, Zami does try and explain, without an apology. Yet, Zami has been bullied.
Oh, Sammy's not keen to apologise. Okay, so hopefully that's what Sammy will learn over time. But yeah, so at least it's like a moment of everyone being like, oh, why did you do this? So it's like
Tilda Chapter 22, A
because
Breather.
hopefully they're still
As the
making
Legion
way,
tries to
because
find
in the storybook
Hailwolf,
they're all
all
just
the
sat
Legion
down
members
whilst
get insecure.
an alien
To
is
comfort
roaming
this,
and they don't know how
Zami does
dangerous
try and
it is.
explain, without an
So hopefully the
apology.
book has them
Yet,
all
Zami has been
moving.
bullied by many when he was growing
I
up on the
hope.
Earth. After all,
But anyway, it's just
if the
talking about
bullies could
what
be
happened earlier,
appealing
so
by
it is
being
very
cool
good to
despite what they
acknowledge it.
hide, then Zami could do it too. Nicole and Pod however disagree with this, stating that Zami shouldn't get inspired by those he is not a fan of. Zami tries to argue by
So it, yeah, so that's like Zami's mindset. Yeah, I think it's fine to explain like that. And even the mindset somewhat could make sense because, I've had my run-ins with loads of people at school, and I remember me thinking, oh, if I'm like more intimidated, then I too won't be best about with. So it's a philosophy that I can somewhat see. I suppose it does have like a personal touch from me, but even then.
Saying that why should he put on a mask if Nicole is? Nicole gets upset from this, even nastily persuaded by Pod.
And that too makes sense, yeah. And after Pod says that, you can see why Zami would. Oh no, he's not. He doesn't get counted as much as Pod hoped. Although, yeah, you can imagine that. Pod definitely doesn't want to be inspired by the likes of Megador, for instance.
To admit something, and so Nicole has a think about it but ultimately refuses, thinking what Mike
And once again, I think that's quite petty because Nicole reasonably did want to explain a part of her history that she didn't want to explain. It's like, it's so, it's like extremely weak. Like this would have been like far better if, I don't know, because in stories sometimes, you need like a breakthrough between characters, and it requires admitting something. Maybe like an apology or gosh. But what I've written here is not how to do it. At least I'm like smart enough to see how this could have been explained. And granted, he could argue that Sammy was angry by being like, oh, Nicole doesn't want to, budge this, so why should I budge what I don't want to budge? But yeah, that's not a very good counter to make. That is, just that's like too much of a jump. It's almost as if like Nicole's really upset the lot, which she only like shouted a bit. Like it wasn't that too much of a attack towards that. That's this isn't working as well.
Commended. From this, Nicole even wonders that from everything, the Legion could consider stopping this.
Wait, hang on. Persuaded by Pod? So, wait, hang on. So, Pod was telling off Sammy, and then after Sammy admits something from Nicole, Pod decides to go against Nicole too suddenly. What kind of argument is this?
Task if they are getting more and more off, even contacting Mike.
And yeah, at least that conversation like pays off, but I can't believe that this is almost like this is like one of the worst cases I think of my writing. Oh my gosh.
Wondering what to do, Mike tells them all not to let any alter ego get in the way, and to have another go. Even Mike helps.
So this is like one of those miniature low points, because sometimes in the fun and games part, you can just have a failure along the way, because even in I remember, what was that tip where each beat of a story, you answer a question yes or no. Does the character succeed, yes or no? And if the question answer is still no, then okay, what do they do about it, and what do they do next? So it's it's probably going for that kind of route. But they haven't really failed anything. They're only just a bit downtrodden because of of what humans like think of them, like in the city. So it's not that much of a failure. Like even I don't know, because even Sammy trying to be intimidated in front of others, that's not like a significant loss. Well, it could have like worsened the public's perception, but I'm not sure. But also like considering quitting and perhaps leave it all to the base, like that's like a bit early. Like a moment like that should have been that would have been far better later. Because imagine if with what his owner does to the lot later, imagine if they were probably like downtrodden where they didn't want to continue, especially if Ozona, for instance, like electrocuted them all too much, weaken them, and then they go into hiding then, and then the base just somehow managing to try and take over. So I think that's where that would have worked. So this just almost feels like too low of a low point.
Find more coordinates for the Legion as he controls his drone to look at the whole Goral forest without startling Hailwolf, who is back to her.
Any alter egos, I think. Anyway, okay. Okay, so yeah, they contact Mike about this, and yeah, this sounds like a very yeah, this conversation is almost like too brief. So Mike is already stating, oh, don't put any mask on, and have another go. So yeah, you could assume that he likely persuades them by being like, oh, they can go continue. But Nicole should have, like, the novel should have had bits and bobs like, Nicole explains what happened at the city and how they argued again. So yeah, bits and bobs like that would have worked far better.
Normal form. Thanks to the serviceman earlier and from what the base found out,
Coordinate. Oh, okay. I think it is just the way it was explained. So, okay.
tilde chapter 22, ego get in the way, and to have another go. Even Mike helps find more coordinates for the Legion as he controls his drone to look at the whole Goral forest without startling Hailwolf, who is back.
Alright, so yeah, now up to speed. So Mike uses his drone. Okay, so yeah, the drone was set up at least, from the previous book, but the drone must be like high up, or yeah, I don't think I would have introduced temporary visibility, but because Airwolf may not know what drone is, but yeah, the drone must be like really silent for her not to notice it. But yeah, so yeah, then thanks to the writing here, I definitely, as far as I can remember, made sure I made an effort for Airwolf to go back and forward on her what her form is, whether she's in her form or the Hayman form.
To her normal form. Thanks to the serviceman earlier and from what the base found out, this intruder has two forms.
Yeah, probably from camera footage and what the serviceman said earlier. The ones that fought Airwolf earlier.
Which even surprises the Legion. There has never been a being like this before. However, not much progress on who released.
Yeah, it's nice to acknowledge that because, well, it's not only that, but there's, in terms of their mainline cast, yeah, there's no other character like it. Like, if anything, in book 3, it introduces like super forms, which is what happens when your energy is at peak, um, but you're still relatively similar.
The footage outside of browsing many public devices as well as considering suspects in the base. In the
How much focus? Okay, I don't know what I've written that. But I guess it just goes to show that like that. Oh, maybe it's just like a way of saying, that's kind of put aside for now because for story reasons, that one of the primary steps is about to be taken.
meantime, Pod is worried about being disliked by others because he is part of a race that has caused trouble, and it's like the public can see that even
More than trouble, I would describe it. A bit too, just explaining it, but oh well. Or at least it explains how he feels, but it should have been a bit more subtle.
though they do not know Pod's history, for now. Zami also wonders if he should use a facade
Well, Potter's mentioned Mechajol, but understandably, it looks like he hasn't revealed much else. But he was open enough in the Atone ride, unlike Nicole. So, yeah, I think that should have been clarified more.
the next part of the mission, to which the others disagree, alongside.
The text is a tad off. So yeah, it looks like Zemi's gonna try and have another go with it, but he looks like Mike's still on the call. Yeah, if he disagrees as well. But regardless, I'm just gonna see if he can do without putting the facade up.
Mike. After getting brought down, Zami then tries to put on a new mindset, a bit more confidence, and not be too vicious towards anyone. Even Arvin tries to gather.
Yeah, new mindset that still suits him, and yeah, there's also definitely a difference between confidence and cocky behaviour. So yeah, with those bits and bobs, yeah, then we can be a proper good like hero for the foreseeable future.
gather the Legion together and get them back on track, making the Legion light up a bit. And so off they go to
Oh
the
yeah,
next.
that definitely emphasises how much Arvin means to this whole team. And especially with what happens at the end of book 3. So it's quite unusual for like the key character to be the one binding the team, because it's normally like the one who's the most experienced. But I think Arvin has his ways with I know say people, but we're just like a right here being. So yeah, he seems to do that rather well.
Destination and target. The Legion now has made it to the forest, and they are looking out
Yeah, to the forest. Yeah,
for Hailwolf. After some time exploring, Hailwolf is found. Nicole tells Hailwolf
which we can imagine is not brief, but I'm not sure. Because yes, how Wolf would have like slowed down majorly, or maybe just hit him on spot. But I'm not sure. But if that happened, then how come? How come? How Wolf didn't hide much? Or was she just like wandering, or just kind of looking about? Was she trying to settle? Actually, yeah, none of that is explained. So it looks like she was just out in the open for no reason.
Wolf to halt, but Hailwolf goes on the run again, going back into her Haywan form, surprising the Legion as they try and run.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, she'll be hard to catch if she runs. But yeah, not to mention, she's not like the but like combating. Oh wait, no, but she did try and self-taught it, so she does like her martial arts, but I don't think. Well, she tries to avoid situations, and I think that's what's happening here. Like she only fights when she has to, but she's trying to run away first. Oh yeah, because did she? Oh yeah, because however the servicemen's cars caught up with her. Yeah, because she tried to run first and then she then had to fight. So yeah, that part of her is inconsistent, and I think it is maintained. It's just not a lot of scenarios where this trait of hers is exercised.
After her or try and use projectiles. The Legion does work together despite the issues earlier, and
And yeah, those will be like light projectiles. Yeah, just trying to stun her off or get her off course.
they do eventually get Hailwolf to stop. At first, no fatal attacks were performed against Hailwolf, but then Pod had a weird moment where he was going to throw the trident to trap her, but it ended up forming a barrier of ice which made Hailwolf stop in her tracks, and then decide to face the Legion.
Yeah, and if going for my new interpretation how the character's powers work. Oh, actually, no. With what explained in book 4, I think it's later explained in book 3, where once you like control the energy and whatever you think about, that does come about. But what happened here is that Pod must have been thinking, oh, we definitely need to stop her in the tracks. Maybe just stop her, from going forward anymore. And that's where the ice barrier would have gone up in front of Hailwolf. So it's slightly hard to Pod's control, even if it was a thought of his. And yeah, that's what pretty much everyone learns from time to time. So yeah, I guess just to expand on that, and yeah.
Nicole uses her riot shield to defend Zami from one attack from Hailwolf where she can shoot sharp fur from her own body. Arvin does get onto Hailwolf's back to distract her.
Yeah, so that there was. Well, no, sorry, yeah, Nicole's good at defending, and also for Hailwolf to try and go for quite a forthright attack first. So yeah, as mentioned, yeah, forthright, she just seems to be quite protective of herself.
And Pod mainly fights Hailwolf head to head, managing to take her down despite a couple of bites.
Oh well, Arvin jumps on Hailwolf. Oh, fair enough. To distract her, how? Like, I don't think he does any of her abilities, but yeah, with Pod being the biggest one, yeah, he can definitely go toe to toe with Hailwolf. Yeah, this is almost like a no-brainer compared to Orpheus. Yeah, Orpheus was hard.
But once Pod is off, Zami stuns Hailwolf, lightly.
Oh yeah, so yeah, it's just like fighting an animal basically. Yeah, a large majority of animals where they will just bite to defend. But yeah, Pod I can imagine has some light tackling or any other taking down skills to give him an advantage.
Thanks to Nicole's advice, and Nicole, despite Hailwolf being somewhat resistant to lightning, then reaffirms that she will be kept alive but will be.
I was wondering about the comma then. although it's Sammy being reminded of sorry, this is it. Okay, we're good. So yeah, it looks like Nicole gives some stemming some advice, and yeah, yeah, it just goes to show that Zami started to listen, especially with the humiliation earlier, um, and yeah, and then the intention is then explained with what to do with Hellwolf after this brawl is done.
Arrested back at the base. The fight ends as Arvin uses his temporary evolution to spray goo from his eyes.
Yeah, if she was just running off, she's not like a major threat. She's not affecting the planet. Because the Quarrows were, causing like a massive amount of trouble, but Hellwolf is definitely far less of a threat. So yeah, definitely another good opportunity to try and confront her, even if it is for the same answers. But one alien could like snap and say, "Oh, I know where Zeinfort is. We definitely need to stop him." But Hellwolf is definitely something else.
And tangle her legs with goo, making Hailwolf still. Even Pod takes the chance to take her down after a small brawl.
Not gonna lie, I thought Hellwolf was like immune to Sammy's stun. I don't know why I was thinking of that once. It might come up afterwards, who knows? But then also goo from his eyes. How would that work? Must be like I don't know. You know how tears are produced? Maybe it's just something similar like that. So it can produce goo now, which I think has implications. And then, so yeah, they managed to take it down quite efficiently. So yeah, this is quite a brief fight.
He uses his trident to defend himself from Hailwolf's claws and jaws, and uses his brute strength to bring her to the ground thanks to Zami and Nicole's stun-based attacks and Arvin's goo to keep her extra still. Hailwolf is taken.
Quite a lengthy sentence, but it does have to explain how Wolf does go down. Yeah, like if this is a far more functional team against one being who's just like a fairly decent fighter, I would say. Wolf doesn't go through any like significant. I know actually no, she does go through all sorts of obstacles, but yeah, there is definitely some sense of how she went down.
Straight to the base. In Nicole's cuffs while flown in the awesome Atone, as she was encouraged to get into her other form once Nicole threatens.
Okay, so that explains how she got back, and not to mention if the Atone was established to go into a drain mode, then yeah, we can infer that.
Hailwolf with a fatal laser from her gun. This made Hailwolf extra nervous that this planet already knew that she.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a bit much by saying, I've got like the fatal mode on my gun, you better go back into your other form. But although we can infer that, if the second form is like a combat form, then it's, by going back to her other form, yeah, it'll just be far more easy to communicate. Because something I've not quite written is that when Wolf's in a Hayman form, she only speaks the animal sounds and not might continue speaking English. So, yeah, I think that I forgot to write, but I think that is part of it. It explains why the Legion's so resistant to power back to normal. But how do they know that she would understand her with the other form? Well, not to mention, if Pod could understand Arvin, could he understand Bahaywan? I'm not sure. Yeah, that should have clarified.
She had two forms. She is also insecure that as some planets would have seen her benefit Ozona.
Oh yeah, I can see why she's on yeah, because if she's been nicked from a planet and then all sorts for Ozona, and then just also not knowing a lot of what other planets are like, then yeah, and also yeah, just knowing that kind of side of you, yeah, that could um, yeah, it will encourage the opponents to figure out how to counter both forms.
She feels like she is already massively disliked. Later, Mike is pleased the Legion
That as some planets since called that as some planets would have seen. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I thought I've messed up the sentence.
Has made it, while Retron is disappointed once again, seeing this from afar.
Yeah, so yeah, Hellwolf's definitely insecure in her own way as well, which is definitely like one of the themes. Oh yeah, because of what she's been doing for us, yeah, of course. So yeah, I can see how that could make anyone feel really bad.
And then goes back to his business. And Mike gets back to researching who on earth released the footage, unlike
the Legion just only done like a relatively small task. It's almost as if whatever the Legion does, it just always disappoints Retron, but I suppose the Legion are going out and about that one of another fight, and was Retron wanting to get hold of Hellwolf instead? Well, okay, well that was never established. Well, I'm not sure what what Retron's been doing all this time, but it could have been like a race. Yeah, I could see that happening. With Retron being like, oh no, I'll need some servicemen too, and hopefully I'll be the one to catch her. And then, Retron would just go for very severe approaches because the Legion knew, to stun Hellwolf, etc. But I don't think Retron would do that. I think he would just go all in guns blazing. That would change the outcome. Yeah, they would never know what. If anything, that would have meant that Ozona would have taken longer to find where Earth is. And but did maybe I haven't. And I think it was just simply because of Orpheum not responded. But also, yeah, the ships were destroyed, so they wouldn't have Earth location there. And I don't think it's written that Ekron went to Earth, one of Ironfall's goons. But if he did, then Ozona could have just asked him for where the Earth is at, and unless he needed the coordinates, they would have found out the coordinates like somewhat, like surely, especially if Moloch's book is like magical, and to see where to teleport to which specific location across the universe. Sorry, I'm worn out. So yeah, I just thought, that's a bit of plot hole. Yeah, so it just feels like this whole story just got almost like drunk for no reason. But like I said, if Hellwolf was taken down by Retron, then that meant Ozona would have either asked Ekron maybe, or just taken longer to go for once he strikes the planet with the chain. That's where Pori would have fought against the forces, but also I guess like less prepared, but at the same time Retron didn't have time to stun the Legion at first when it comes later on this book. So yeah, what a different outcome.
To be aliens so far. Hailwolf is now chained to a chair at the Legion building. She then realizes that the Legion won't harm her. 23. Ozona gets backlash. Ozona is about to walk into his fortress, and then he reminisces about his past. He used to be scared, but not anymore with the power that he has now. He was after the energy he has now. He finally got it after a certain event, and it's a chance for her to have a better future. And now he has been putting up his little performance for so long. Ozona is an Aryan, a race who are very interested in atmospheric activity. The Legion then asks why she is on Earth, and Ozona has always wanted to control the air to provide the look. He was that keen, and now he has that power, enabling him to be more intimidating in front of anyone, no longer showing fear in front of anyone. But this reminiscing stops as Opusnost, one of the Slashus living locally from Giddery, ambushes Ozona. These Slashus do vary slightly, but Opusnost has more like green skin and a brighter coat. His dual blades are dark green around the handle and light jade around the blades. The blades of a Slashu are made up of quite a tough material, coming from crystallized gems that can be found in asteroids. While Opusnost is a very skilled fighter, with dual blades alongside the abilities of temporary invincibility and an astral form, but then decides not to after being fed up with a life where she is causing more havoc. Does explain she has always been reluctant. This includes abilities like telekinesis, wind gushes, force fields, a telekinetic sword, and lightning. After getting this answer, because of Ozona's ability to sense change in the air, no good reason, Ozona can predict most of Opusnost's moves. Opusnost's mate Amiku earlier noticed noticed that Opusnost did end up following Ozona hours after Ozona and Hailwolf left the planet.
how she,
Amiku was hoping Opusnost
wasn't
would be at
keen on
home after
Ozona.
they fetched their
Was she
food from their
described as,
stalls, so
reluctant
Amiku
and
went after Opusnost.
such?
Throughout the fight, most of the Stonos
not
noticed
sure.
this. The Stonos considers the idea of going after Ozona themselves, using Hailwolf as a guide, with one eye and some light blue markings all around them, this and they are almost made up of
But
stone.
Hailwolf didn't
They have
describe
mace-like
Ozona as
weapons that can
doing
charge
anything
up
bad,
and
because
release
at
gushes
first
of
glance,
air,
they
which is
literally
either
were
as
like,
light as a push
okay,
or
well,
enough
I
to
don't think
dent
any
metal.
alien should own
But
the planet,
Ozona
but,
tells them to stand down and get them back to work.
but surely
Due
you would
to
have like a
Ozona's old
reasonable
age,
reason, but
he is
Hailwolf
using
could have
this easy
countered by
foe to
saying,
see how
no,
long
like,
he can
you're
fight.
literally
Ozona likes
get
to
rid
be
of any
wise and
rulers,
experiment with how long he can last and which abilities to go for first before he gets worn out too
yeah, looking
soon.
back,
There are
it changed
days when the
actually on planet.
Stonos do
It's
talk
kind of a
about who
silly
they are
concept. You can
representing.
just simply
In the past, they used to aid kings on many planets, but as most of those races are either extinct or lost a lot of power to keep themselves alive, they don't make themselves too imposing towards Xionthor. Now that all Stonos are with Ozona, when it used to be multiple of them benefiting many rulers at once before they all does become too harsh towards Hailwolf, while Stonos are either fully in the idea or have less of a fan when they meet Ozona straight away or dislike Ozona more as they get to know Ozona more. That is when some Stonos do bicker, wondering if it is worth staying with Ozona, finding another ruler, or becoming more of an independent race. But every time they talk about this subject, it goes back to all having to stay with Ozona, especially as Ozona keeps them on their feet very often to perform tasks such as setting up chains or keeping an eye on planets Ozona is ruling. As Ozona does give the Stonos privacy from time to time, it's this privacy which makes Ozona unaware of these conversations. But he thinks he has a good grip at a point where no Stono shall leave him, making them stay in fear. There have been cases where when Ozona has other opponents who want to fight him, and Arvin he tends to be worn out depending on how tricky the opponent is. Why Nicole was like that. In this case, Opusnost is fast and has the ability of temporary invincibility, which Ozona is not only quite preoccupied but trying to hurt Opusnost is tricky. Opusnost does his best to swing his blades at Ozona, but Ozona counters these by using telekinesis to make Ozona overswing his blades, using simple martial arts to counter the other blade swings. Not to mention Ozona had a blade too which he often controls telekinetically, which challenges Opusnost, keeping him away from Ozona. Eventually, Opusnost loses both blades as Ozona starts to get worn out, and so performs a lightning strike from his hands to get rid of both blades from Opusnost. Ozona then grabs Opusnost still using the telekinesis and then goes to try and zap Opusnost despite having his temporary invincibility up, seeing how long Opusnost could last. Some Stonos do watch this, with some never seeing Ozona fight before, seeing why Ozona should be followed. It gets to a point where Opusnost is determined but ultimately loses, and survives because his mate Amiku stops the fight. Amiku apologizes and removes Opusnost from the planet, which Ozona just about agrees with, considering it as a peace offering, and Ozona does like his peace. Ozona will certainly kill Opusnost if Opusnost appears on Ozona's land again. Xionthor is not the only one who gets intruders on his turf. With the fight done, Ozona makes his way to the castle, to keep tabs on the worlds he is ruling via projection technology, making sure all his worlds remain as restrictive as he likes. Opusnost tried to kill Ozona so he could be free, mainly to leave the planet and explore for more competition, to fight other alien races, but this is what Ozona has forbidden on all planets.
For quite some time, she's just managed to, they all successfully took down Hailwolf. She should be like quite pleased at that. So why is she still like lacking that optimism at the moment? I'm not sure yet. Like I said, it's just this is too rash.
With Hailwolf, but Nicole refuses to answer. It is another piece of her history that which she doesn't want to reveal. Since Hailwolf,
hopefully they ask Nicole once they're away from Hailwolf, because it'll be a bit awkward, wouldn't it? By imagine if like Nicole is like going all mad, and then they're like, hang on, why are you going all mad? It just requires like more of a in-person discussion in another room.
First met Pod, she has been scared of him the most.
Refusing to answer. And another piece, do you mean like a second one from earlier, or the same one as earlier? But even then, before successfully taking down Hailwolf, why is she reminded of all of this? Why is it bothering her now? And we already know that she doesn't want to reveal it, so Oh, I'm all puzzled.
After all, Valor's is bad news, but seeing Pod being so nice surprises her, making Pod the most approachable at this point. Plus Pod
Yeah, that I can see it happening. Yeah, if someone that shares the same race as a goon, yeah, same alien race. Um, but yeah, Pod ends up becoming uh, the one that, the nice one at this moment. To which, yeah, I can see that happening. Um, um, yeah, I was just trying to think of if there's any contradictions or anything. But yeah, there's no opportunity like that in the oh, well, with Zami, he was like extremely cocky, but Hailwolf's not shown to be cocky, hence why, Pod's far nicer with Hailwolf than, the opening moments with Zami. So, yeah, I can somewhat see that. I just hope it doesn't like contradict itself later.
is willing to put their fighting earlier aside to
And
focus
also, other than like being with Azona, why is Valis bad news? It's a bit undercooked. Yeah, Valis isn't as yeah, I don't think he is as late as I thought he would be.
on the next mission while also keeping an open mind to make sure Hailwolf doesn't backstab them. Regardless, Mike is
Pod being the most friendly. I think Arvin and Sammy are far more friendlier, even if they didn't get a chance to speak to her properly yet. Yeah, the other two were too busy confronting her. Anyway, we need to put the fighting aside, focus on the next mission. Yep. Here, if Earth is at stake and lives are potentially at stake, and they need to get rid of another evil force, then yeah, definitely go for it. Once again, I don't know why Mechadraw is like, oh, do we need to go find a Mechadraw and sort him out? But I guess Ozone is like currently like the next earthly threat. So yeah, and yeah, I feel like all of them would be kind of like into the mission of being like, oh, let's get going as soon as possible. I nearly thought, why not have Harold change up in the tone so they're already flying up to to get going almost, but no, it's good to find out first in one singular spot while still, and then go into a vehicle where you can zoom off, all in a straight line to the right location. And yeah, does that mean Harold would know Ozone's location too? If they're going straight there. Yeah, maybe. Also, Hellwolf at the start had she was riding on the Serpent earlier. What happened to it? Did it fly back to its owner? Is it like still remained, parking? Is it just wandering about? I don't know. That has not been acknowledged. Oh, shame.
updated about this new mission, telling him via the Collaptors, and the Legion is all geared up again.
Yeah, that's a sensible amount to set. So yeah, I think Mike would have been like quickly updated because he has a mission to do. But if Mike did come about, then I think he would have like said hello to Hellwolf quickly, and but also yeah, Mike's just cautious, to watch the backs, to which he has a sensible thing to do. I think they definitely continued that mindset despite what happens later on, but there was like no, like other than in the following book, other than like a couple of moments of Torridge being like quiet or put offish, that's definitely not wasn't enough to make him being like a traitor, at first glance. So yeah.
They are ready to leave for the first alien world for them to visit, except Pod.
Also, I just thought before I forget, yeah, Torrid used to be like a massive size otter with the keeper powers, but after adding other type of otters, especially in the sequel comic, I just thought to make Torrid into a almost like a humanoid walrus, which is like a cooler look. Um, but yeah, it doesn't translate the best in pixelated form. So, but at the same time, if I'm rebooting it, then yeah, I don't think Torrid will be a character, right? Well, granted, Torrid was interesting by being a villain, all in itself, without any connection to Seinfeld, which can explore all sorts of bits and bobs, but yeah, it didn't have like a huge impact. I feel like the other villains did that more so, despite Torrid standing out more. Um, so yeah.
Who has visited many planets, but all for bad reasons aside from Earth.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. And yeah, it's kind of written as a big deal for their first space travel. So yeah, also I just suddenly thought, yeah, I think maybe aside from a couple from the final guide at the time, I slightly varied the gravity and atmosphere on some of the planets, but a lot of them were just like extremely similar with the oxygen and that, to which yeah, because yeah, I just feel like there would be like a real struggle for alternative ways each planet is adaptable. Like, granted, you could have had like the Legion in spacesuits every now and again. Yeah, it could have been kind of fun to do. Maybe they could have asked Herr Wolf in this story specifically, like situations before going to the planet, because yeah, they look like they just when they had their weapons, they didn't. Yeah, there's no signs of them like packing food, etc. That's what the first book kind of did bits and bobs of it well, to have resources during the journey, but they don't do that here for some reason. So yeah, never mind.
Tilda chapter 22, A breather.
Who has vitamin but oh bad for you. Oh yeah, because that's referencing this history of Mechador, or used to be history. And look, and I think it's just explaining that Earth is like the only planet that has had some kind of positive outcome on, to which yeah, but it should have been written far better and also explored as well. Like Imagine Pod like spoke about how Earth is almost like a favorite planet, and yeah, because he's felt the happiest during these times, but also yeah, I think that also would have been meant improving why he then left the Legion at the end of book 3. So yeah. Anyway, we'll hop into the next chapter. This will be exciting. Oh yeah, so but in the nutshell, so Azona has like his true personality, but then he puts on a facade later on, especially when Apastos tries to go for him, and then Azona's like, "Oh, I got him," but then yeah, Amici then comes about to get hold of Apastos to be like, "Oh, no, sorry about that, we're leaving," but I feel like Azona would take them down, as opposed to give them yet another chance, especially when the statues were spared, presumably for a final time, and um, so yeah, and also there's bits and bobs of what he likes doing this time to time. It has holographic projections of all the planets he rules, doesn't he? Not sure, but it's like a nice. Oh, what's that? It's actually a writing technique. Yeah, villain at peace, something like that, where the villains, just have a moment to themselves. Yeah, they don't cause any ruckuses. They're just doing what they normally do, which is yeah, just helps humanize them a bit.
Tilda chapter 23, Ozona gets backlash. Ozona is about to walk into his fortress, and then he reminisces about his past. He used to be scared, but not anymore with the power that he has
He's be scared of the power he has. Oh, that could have been quite interesting to explore. Yeah, I just wondered what he was scared of.
now. He was after the energy he has now. He finally got it after a certain event.
Oh, yeah, certain event in the apostrophes. Yeah, that's the elemental war to it. I think after you read like the first 3 or 5, 4 books, that's where you can be like, oh, so it was that event then. So that's where you can definitely connect the dots in your own way. So that subtlety, which I quite like, it just takes a bit more thinking. And but yeah, so this was like a although it wasn't until much later on, like after the completion of these novels, where Azona's race were already like air-based powers. But what Ozona got hold of is like the source of all of it, and yeah, I think that should have been expanded more. Like like it was quite powerful. But then he wanted more power, and then he was like, oh, I could easily, have one of the elements, including this one. I like my air, so yeah, bits bobs like that. Has it been um explained over? So yeah, this explanation is a tad too much, too brief.
And now he has been putting up his little performance for so long. Ozona is an Aryan, a race who are very interested in atmosphere.
And oh yes, so that's explained at least, so that's good. And it's also explained what type of race he is. So Yeah, it's a fairly good time to explain bits and bobs of it here because it's almost as if we're learning more about him. And so yeah, we can see what he's like, and yeah, he's air based. Anyway, and always want to control the air and more. So okay, yeah, I think power hungry is like definitely a good term to describe him. Yeah, very. I think he's experienced in a way when he was like, definitely, want that power and want to keep it, but he doesn't demand like anything in a childish manner. It's just like he's just very assertive and he knows how to be confident and own the situation. So yeah.
Atmospheric activity, and Ozona has always wanted to control the air and more. He was that keen, and now he has that power, enabling him to be more intimidating in front of anyone, no longer showing fear in front of anyone. But
Yeah, I
this
feel like there should have been like a backstory of how maybe he could have been like belittled, like Sammy and Pod, etc. And with the power, it's made him like a lot more fearsome. Because in fact, there is like a couple of moments which I like where he does like show some cracks, and it make the Legion feel sorry for him a tad, but at the same time, it's also acknowledging that he chose to be like this. But yeah, this could have been like quite a good like I nearly called it an awareness story. No, just a lesson to be learned, almost. And yeah, it does hit on some cool ideas, but that's kind of it. Um, but yeah, it's just like a really good starting point, but once again, it's just not explained further.
reminiscing stops as Opusnost, one of the Slashus living locally from Giddery ambushes Ozona.
Yeah, sometimes you do have like a one-off character being like, "Oh no, what's he doing? What's he up to?" And then some people are like, "Oh, if he's has the screen time, is he coming back again?" And he does, and in a way that's kind of surprising. Even his last scene in book two kind of acts as a surprise of, "Oh, he's coming back, how exciting!" And you're just gonna see what it's like. So yeah, I kind of like bits and bobs like that.
These Slashus do vary
And
slightly.
how did he manage to perform it? It could have been climbing up the castle and going through the roof. Quite an old castle, by the way. Um, yeah. It's just the word ambush is quite vague.
But Opusnost has more like green skin and a brighter coat. His dual blades are dark green.
More like skin, no, more light skin. To which isn't it can have any race varies in any every alien race varies in some way, shape, or form. But I felt like there should have been a bit more differentiation between Pastos and the others, for instance, other than just clothings in colour. Um, oh yeah, what the blades
Around the
made out of?
handle and light jade around the blades. The blades of a slashu are made up of quite a tough material, coming from crystallized gems that can be found in asteroids. While
Well,
Opusnost
that's because it sounds kind of cool. Yeah, what's the material? And that never really gave it a name. But now, so far, we've got the most powerful nitro that comes from stars, and then Xamthor has a type of obsidian, God knows where that's from, but once it solidifies, it is used to build, but also extra runs on them once it emits like the amount of heat it's got, and then within asteroids the type of crystal, and that makes the blades. So I mean, yeah, so it's like galactic resourcing. That's kind of neat. Yeah, because I've been wondering about Bastos' blade recently, but I think Nitro's definitely will break it, and Pod's Trident I think is still made up of a stronger material. I'm quite curious of how that was made, yeah, because it does get explained upon further on.
is a very skilled fighter, with dual blades alongside the abilities of temporary invincibility and an astral form. Ozona, however, is way more skilled with his skills, which Hailwolf does explain to the Legion later. This includes abilities like
Um, oh no, that's meant to be, but Ozona is far more skilled. Um, yeah, because for a second I thought it was meaning that Pastos is more skilled compared to the others of the same race, but no, I think that's meant to say Ozona then, yeah, because I could see how Ozona alone could definitely outmatch Pastos. I think yeah, like regardless of what status and what Passos has learned, yeah, his own is extremely powerful.
Telekinesis, wind.
Oh, yes, so yeah, his own abilities, yeah, we find out how more reason for why he's really powerful, and yeah, he does have quite a lot of abilities on his side. And I think she like, wait, lightning. Zami has lightning, and so yeah, there is an effort to put their connections together. Not to mention the use of lightning is different. Not, and also I think Zami's lightning is a bit more electricity based, so there is that, and also Zona can sense the air. Yes, that I've remembered placing and has been slightly consistent from time to time. And I feel also like about the final battle is that character villains do have a breaking point, and those owners was that he was performing all sorts of air-based bits and bobs all at once at a point where it did lead to his demise somewhat, because of how overwhelmed he was. But yeah, his abilities sound, and yeah, let's just get going.
Gushes, force fields, a telekinetic sword and lightning. Because of Ozona's ability to sense a change in the air, Ozona can predict most of Opusnost's moves. Opusnost's mate Amiku earlier noticed that Opusnost did end up following Ozona as the Legion tries to find Hailwolf left the planet. All the Legion members get insecure. Amiku was hoping Opusnost at this. Zami does try and explain, without an apology. Yet, Zami has been bullied by many when he was growing up on the Earth. After all, if the bullies could be appealing by being cool despite what they hide, then Zami could do it too. Nicole and Pod, however, disagree with this, stating that Zami shouldn't get inspired by those he is not a fan of. Zami tries to argue by saying that why should he put on a mask if Nicole is? Nicole gets upset from this, even nastily persuaded by Pod to admit something, and so Nicole has a think about it but ultimately refuses, thinking what Mike recommended. From this, Nicole even wonders that from everything, the Legion could consider stopping this task if they are getting more and more off, even contacting Mike, wondering what to do. Mike tells them all not to let any alter ego get in the way, and to have another go. Even Mike helps find more coordinates for the Legion as he controls his drone to look at the whole Goral forest without startling Hailwolf, who is back to her normal form. Thanks to the serviceman earlier and from what the base found out, this intruder has two forms, which even surprises the Legion. There has never been a being like this before. However, not much progress on who released the footage outside of browsing many public devices at home as well as considering food from their stores. So Amiku went after Opusnost. Pod is worried about being disliked by others because he is part of a race that has caused trouble, and it's like the public can see that even though they do not know Pod's history, for now. Zami also wonders if he should use a facade for the next part of the mission, to which the others disagree, alongside Mike. After getting brought down, Zami then tries to put on a new mindset, a bit more confidence, and not be too vicious towards anyone. Even Arvin tries to gather the Legion together and get them back on track, making the Legion light up a bit. And so off they go to the next destination and target. The Legion now has made it to the forest, and they are looking out for Hailwolf. After some time exploring, Hailwolf is found. Nicole tells Hailwolf to halt, but Hailwolf goes on the run again, going back into her Haywin army that Ozona leads, surprising the Legion as they try and run after her or try and use projectiles. The Legion does work together despite the issues earlier, and they do eventually get Hailwolf to stop. At first, no fatal attacks were performed against Hailwolf, but then Pod had a weird moment where he was going to throw the trident to trap her, but it ended up forming a barrier of ice which made Hailwolf stop in her tracks, and then decide to face the Legion. Nicole uses her riot shield to defend Zami from one attack from Hailwolf, where she can shoot sharp fur from her own body. Arvin does get onto Hailwolf's back to distract her, and Pod mainly fights Hailwolf head to head, managing to take her down despite a couple of bites. But once Pod is off, Zami stuns Hailwolf, likely thanks to Nicole's advice, and Nicole, despite Hailwolf being somewhat resistant to lightning, then reaffirms that she will be kept alive but will be arrested back at the base. The fight ends as Arvin uses his temporary evolution to spray goo from his eyes and tangle her legs with goo, making Hailwolf still. Even Pod takes the chance to take her down after a small brawl.
Oh,
He
actually, no,
uses his
I think the
trident to
Legion
defend
still
himself from
attempts
Hailwolf's
to
claws and
kill
jaws,
these
and uses
guys,
his
so
brute strength to
yeah.
bring her to the ground thanks to Zami and Nicole's
dark
stun-based
cyan,
attacks,
with
with
one
one
eye
eye
and
and
some
some
light
light
blue
blue
markings
markings all
still.
around them.
Oh, and then
Hailwolf is
later on
taken
explained
straight to
to
the
say, yeah,
base.
just
In Nicole's
yeah,
cuffs, while
human
flown
build
in the
and
awesome tone,
somewhat
as she was
familiar. Yeah,
encouraged to
just
get into her other
yeah,
form once
actually, I
Nicole
think the
threatens
design is extremely
Hailwolf with a
mundane. I
fatal
think they were
laser from
kind
her
of
gun.
made that way
This made
just in
Hailwolf extra
case
nervous that this planet
it's, you know,
already
it's
knew that
design
she
that
had
can be
two
repeated a lot of
forms.
the times, to
She
which
is
I can
also
still work,
insecure
but
that
you
as
know,
some
once again, they're not
planets
that
would have seen
exciting,
her
especially
benefit
the human
Ozona,
build
she feels like she is
and yeah,
already
the one
massively
eye, the
disliked.
mace, and the
Later,
you know,
Mike
thing
is
made up of
pleased the
like
Legion has
harder
made it,
skin.
while Retron is disappointed once
Yeah.
again, seeing this from
made up
afar,
of stone.
and then goes back
They
to
have
his mace-like
business.
weapons that
And
can
Mike
charge
gets
up
back
and
to
release
researching
gushes
who
of
on
air,
earth
which is
released
either
the
as light
footage,
as a push or
unlikely
enough
to
to
be
dent
dealt
Mess
with
Yeah,
so
there's the
far.
theme of air coming
Hailwolf
about.
is
I
now
said that
chained to a
reminds
chair
me.
at the Legion building. She then
Yeah, I
realizes
think
that the
yeah,
Legion
you
won't
tell
harm
him
her, it's only
the
questioning,
stories
and
1,
it's a
2, 3,
chance
and
for her to
4.
have a
They
better future
are
afterwards.
about
The Legion then
an
asks why
element
she is
one
on
way or
Earth,
another.
and she
Yeah, quite
replies
a
that
lot of
she was tasked to
references.
provide
You
the
know, with
location of the Earth for
enemy
her leader
abilities or
Ozona
what
for
the
him
enemy
to
plan
rule another
is, or
planet.
how the
But then
Legion
decides not to
counter it.
after being fed up with
Yeah,
a
although
life where
looking
she is
back,
causing more
yeah, the
havoc,
fifth book
she has
doesn't
always been
explore them
reluctant.
much as a
After getting
whole,
this
which
answer,
I've not
seeing that
had too
Ozona is
many
after
missed
Earth for no good
opportunities. But
reason,
book 3, yeah,
this
book
makes the
3 doesn't
Legion
really
considers the idea of
do an
going
awful
after
lot with
Ozona
the
themselves,
Earth side of
using
things
Hailwolf as a
but I feel
guide,
like
which Hailwolf
the
is
others
happy to do.
explore
During this
just somewhat
confrontation,
better what each
Nicole
element
does
can do
become
and
too
how it
harsh towards
has like
Hailwolf
its
while Pod tries to
visual
go for a
theme
nicer
within the
approach,
story.
making Pod, but
Zami
Ozona
and
tells
Alvin
them to
unsure of
stand
Nicole
down
again.
and get them back
They
to
ask
work. Later why
That is
Nicole
some
was like
gush.
that with
I don't know
Hailwolf,
how else
but
that would have
Nicole
happened.
refuses to answer. Due
It
to
is another
Ozona's
piece
old
of her
age,
history
he is
that which
using
she
this
doesn't
easy
want to
foe to
reveal.
see how long he
Since
can fight.
Hailwolf first met
Ozona
Pod,
likes
she
to
has
be
been
wise
scared of him
and
the most.
experiment with
After
how long
all,
he can
Valles
last
is bad
and
news.
news.
Easy.
But seeing Pod
Fair
being
enough.
so
But
nice
yeah, as a
surprises her,
person who's like
making
quite a
Pod the
skilled
most
fighter, so
approachable at
yeah,
this
it just
point.
goes to say in
Plus Pod is willing to
retrospect,
put their fighting
yeah,
earlier
Zona,
aside to focus on the
yeah,
next
it's quite
mission, while
impressive
also
looking
keeping
back.
an open mind to make sure Hailwolf
Abilities
doesn't
to
go
backstab
for
them.
first before he gets worn out
Regardless,
too soon.
Mike is updated
There are
about this
days
new
when
mission.
telling
Interesting.
him
Okay,
via the
yeah, so
collapters, and the
yeah,
Legion
because
is
I
all
think
geared up again.
Azona gets
They
to
are
have a
ready
lot
to
of
leave
practice
for the first
fighting,
alien world
especially
for
when
them
he's
to visit,
threatened others
except
not
Pod,
to
who has visited
which,
many
yeah, fair
planets,
enough.
but
And
all for bad
I
reasons
think what I
aside
could have
from
also
Earth.
written is that maybe he would have liked to practice, and it's also easy for him to practice because telekinesis, you have a lot of control of like the situation, especially when you have like powerful telekinesis and lightning that can stun or damage foes. Like yeah, and but yeah, I think that's kind of cool. You know, so you find your opponents so easy, you're just having to go with various bits and bobs. Yeah, I feel like that pays off a bit later on when you start trying to figure out how to take down Diane.
Stonos do talk about who they are representing. In the past, they used to aid kings on many planets, but as most of those
Oh yeah, I bet they're just having this little conversation whilst this fight is happening. To which, yeah, fair enough. That should have been outlined better. I know this is me trying to explain how the army varies because, yeah, I think this is other than the Morphils. Yeah, every other team are pretty much on the same side, but the Stonos have a bit more to them when they're like, oh, you know, Zona's kind of cool, and some could be like, no, I don't think this is the right leader to represent. But at the same time, this whole universe didn't really have many like leaders to represent, so yeah, yeah, it's just kind of weird that, and it's even made more weird how they all just go back home and there's like, you know, they're fine with not representing any leaders, or wanting to work for anyone. You know, because the remaining ones could have helped with the Legion unless they all collectively decided not to want to fight anymore, to which, okay, but, you know, Zion's still on the loose. Anyway, extinct muscle power. So, and the don't make themselves too imposing towards Zionfall. Oh, yes, yeah, so Stono's, almost like all of them keep like a lid on, so that Zionfall doesn't, raise any eyebrows.
races are either extinct or lost a lot of power to keep themselves alive, they don't make themselves too imposing towards Zionthor. Now that all Stonos are with Ozona, when it used to be multiple of them benefiting many rulers at once before they all reunite in their home world. Some Stonos...
Oh, okay, so many, but once again, what were those rulers? If anything, I came up with about 2 other rulers like across the universe, but that is not much, so yeah, it's just definitely another example of me presenting the universe like far bigger than I thought it was going to be. Even as I'm currently making my animations, I'm also just going to expand over time because I'm trying to think ahead of, or how do we, you know, plan the universe. But it's actually been quite hard recently. But if each animation almost like builds up on the last one, then it's just be careful how each one is added almost, just making sure that the universe and the power levels are consistent, etc.
Are either fully in the idea or have less of a fan when they meet Ozona straight away
All
or
growing up with their own world. Yeah, that's similar to the likes of Hellwolf, and I think like what your home is almost like yet another like mini theme, and yeah, definitely mini because it's not expanded about much. So yeah, the concept of home, yeah, it's yeah, definitely not in the forefront.
like Ozona more as they get to know Ozona more. That is when some Stonos do bicker, wondering if it is worth staying with Ozona.
Bit repetitive and also a bit lengthy and varied and bit yeah, just not a lot of like meaning. I guess it helps explain like a couple of bits, but not majorly. It's just this feels like a bit sporadic.
Finding another ruler or becoming more of an independent race. But every time they talk about this subject, it goes back to all having to
Cool ideas, but once again, it's not expanded upon.
stay with Ozona, especially as Ozona keeps them on their feet very often to perform tasks such as setting up chains or keeping an eye on planets Ozona is ruling. As Ozona does give the Stoner
So despite the debating, they're all just going to stick together anyway. Yeah, I think they could have explained how some are already keen to stick around and the rest like stay in fear almost, or just at least trying to figure out what to do. Some even can be learners, but fortunately in my universe I really explained how well, with the Morphils, at least each one presumably is like created by a machine, so there's like no parents. And was there a which race could produce more of their own kind asexually, which means producing by an individual, like what plants do. Which race are that? I'm not sure, but I feel like um in the reboot I could explain what the life cycle is for each race or some of the races when it's relevant, of course. Not to mention with my animations being visual, that's going to be extremely hard to expand upon. Like I feel like other than like writing like a little paragraph for each animation is going to be like extremely visual, almost like each one's like a fighting scene, being all excited or a bit from an adventure. Um, so yeah, because like the life cycles aren't important, but if bits and bobs are needed to help like the grander universe or help some answers, then yeah, I'll definitely consider it.
knows privacy from time to time. It's this privacy which makes Ozona unaware of these conversations. But he thinks he has a good grip at a point where no stone
Yeah, it's kind of cool for the villain, to give them all space every now and again. Like, granted, there's some of them could have, well, actually, no, I think Ozona would be like, well, if any of them tries to act like a traitor, then, I could just easily overcome him after all, I can sense the air. So that's something that we can infer. But yeah, I quite like how Arizona's like, definitely going to keep them the space and time every now and again, because I feel like the likes of Mechajaw or Zonefall, they would be like so keen to keep earwagging a load of conversations and almost acting paranoid, being like, oh, just don't say anything like behind my back. But Ozona seems to have had that kind of respect, which is quite a fresh twist for a villain.
shall leave him, making them stay in fear. There have been cases where when Ozona has other opponents who want to fight him,
Yep, expands what I explained earlier, so yeah, another good answer.
he tends to be worn out depending on how tricky the opponent is. In this case, Opus Nost is fast and has the ability of
Yeah,
temporary
that's definitely set up for later, and yeah, did I mention that he's older too? Something like that. Because yeah, did I also write in the book about how the lightning producing is what wears him out the most, or if there's far more for him to track, then that too can also wear him out. Something like that. Yeah, it's just it's nice to keep a lid on things. What the extent is. I feel like that should have been kind of explained from time to time. Like more in depth weaknesses or what each villain's breaking point is, because yeah, it just helps with the stakes a bit more, because otherwise you're just trying to do all sorts to pick the villain down, which is just like too up in the air.
Invincibility, which Ozona is not only quite preoccupied but trying to hurt Opusnost is tricky. Opusnost does his best to swing his blades at Ozona, but Ozona counters these by
Feel like one of the worst was cut off at the end. But yeah, I can see Apostle being tricky. Yeah, he's extremely formidable.
using telekinesis to make Ozona overswing his blades, using simple martial arts to counter the other blade swings. Not to mention
Aposnos overswings blades. Sorry about that.
Ozona had a blade too, which he often controls telekinetically.
Oh yeah, Ozona does know how to like fight properly alongside his powers as well. To which, yeah, I feel like nearly every character has like martial arts plus powers. The only one I can think of is like Hellwolf, you know, in the Haywan form rather. Um, yeah, it's just more of a animalistic approach. But yeah, I think I could have varied it a bit more, you know, because some could just be like simply good martial artists, some could just been like a powers only kind of opponent. Yeah, maybe in the reboot I'll mix about a bit more.
Challenges Opusnost, keeping him away from Ozona. Eventually, Opusnost loses both blades as Ozona starts to get worn out, and so
Yeah,
performs
keeping the distance is definitely a good thing to go for. Yeah, because you just don't want to get hurt at all. I feel like if Bastos, you know, manages to attempt some swinging, then yeah, I think Ozona should have maintained the distance more, but never mind.
a lightning strike from his hands to get rid of both blades from Opusnost. Ozona then grabs Opusnost, still using the telekinesis, and then goes to try.
Okay. Oh wait. So yeah. So Bastos held that off until later, to which um, yeah. Yeah. If it's explained that lightning is like what takes most out of him, then yeah.
And zap Opusnost despite having his temporary invincibility up, seeing how long Opusnost could last. Some Stonos do watch this, with some never seeing Ozona fight before.
Yeah, that's definitely a good way of challenging your opponent or testing your ability. But not to mention, I think Bastos back then was like, oh no, I definitely can't hold this much longer. But I think he does learn a couple of tricks in book 3 to help maintain that temporary visibility, I think. But so yeah, this almost acts as like a quite a good setup. Um, so yeah, that's definitely bits and bobs I like.
Why Ozona should be followed. It gets to a point where Opusnost is
Oh
determined
yeah,
but
probably highlighting how new some of them are. So yeah, it's like a nice varied audience.
ultimately loses, and survives because his mate Amiku stops the fight. Amiku apologizes and removes Opusnost from the planet, which Ozona just
Oh yeah,
about
that I find a tad anticlimactic. You know, Samiki just showing up. You know, imagine if actually no, I think Abasnos. Oh wait, no, Abasnos was already like trying to take down Abasnos, so Emiku coming is like a point of tension. But at the or just like a relief of tension when Samiku comes about. But book readers would hardly know who the Samiku is, so him showing up is like nothing that special. And um, but there was also um, yeah, I explained earlier about how Samiku was, you know, and the Pastos were just yeah. So yeah, it just say at the bottom how about Ozona just like his piece, but he wasn't going to give like the Shushes another chance, so why is the Pasnos still spared? And also, Amiku sharing the same planet as the Pasnos, I feel like would have like a lot of complications, you know, just being like one of his only race and then mixing with, you know, another's planet. Yeah, that was never really like expanded upon. We've got a couple of bits and bobs, but definitely nothing substantive. So yeah. And also, I think Emiku and Arizona should have like stuck around because, oh yeah, Emiku is basically Torrid. You know, it's just a different name. But yeah, like two powerhouses, two main villains, you know, meeting the show. I felt like they could have had loads of bits and bobs to chat about. Like, imagine if Ozona was like, actually no, he should have been like rather puzzled. Also, did he not spot that Emiku was on that planet in the first place? Did Emiku and Pastos manage to hide rather well then? Did no stoners like report this, or did Ozona not go like, you know, this race is like extinct? How come you're like the last one? And you know, because Torrid is a Gravity, an extremely powerful race that can form like a variety of solid objects. So yeah, his owner should have like got rid of him. He should have reported his own Thor. They would have known about this. So oh gosh, I just managed to find even more like plot holes.
Agrees with, considering it as a peace offering, and Ozona does like his peace. Ozona will certainly kill Opusnost if Opusnost appears on Ozona's land again. Xionthor is not the only one who gets intruders on his turf. With the fight done, Ozona
Given yet another chance, which shouldn't even be the case. You could say, or maybe it's just like giving the group a chance and then giving this individual a chance, to not go on this land. But that's just like saying, like imagine like turning off to your kid and by saying, oh, if you steal the sweets, then you won't play with this certain toy. And then if the kid does something else, like break the TV remote, and then they go, okay, if you break this TV remote again, then um, then you won't play with this other toy either. So it's almost like giving them multiple chances because she would say, oh, don't do this, or maybe just don't misbehave like ever, otherwise this or this, shall not happen. So it's almost like making up other consequences, like not sticking to your word and yeah, empty threats basically. Yeah, that's what they could have been like seen as. So um, yeah, it's kind of weird for villains to spare someone again. I just find that very odd.
makes his way to the castle to keep tabs on the worlds he is ruling via projection technology, making sure all his worlds remain
Also, his owner might have other visits from other beings, to which, yeah, that could have been nice to explain who it could have been.
as restrictive as he likes. Opusnost tried to kill
Um, okay, yeah, so yeah, his owner just finished us off his walk and yeah, seeing where he's up to, and yeah, he's just going to see the planet, see any updates, and probably a bit more to his progress. And it must be like camera feeds as well if he's just going to have a look. Also, I just suddenly thought it would have. I don't think any of the villains, do anything with their like any activities they do with their armies or other goons. Just to show like another side to them. What they like to do as enjoyment. Because even Cobra Kai, the villains there, they do have, they like to relax and they enjoy, fighting in their own time, to practice and that. So yeah, if you have like that for my villains, then yeah, it just would have made them even more layered.
Ozona so he could be free, mainly to leave the planet and explore for more competition, to fight other alien races, but this is what Ozona has forbidden on all planets.
Yeah, I can see that being the case, yeah, because there are like bits and bobs later on about how Pastos did feel a bit trapped and he didn't know where to go, and if he likes his fighting, then yeah, I think that's quite a lot of good reasons with some backing up of it later on in the book. But I feel like yeah, because if this used to be a universe that we used to explore quite a lot, like granted it's been 100 years since Xanfor's and Vata's victory, um, um, but yeah, like just imagine like being threatened in your own homeworld. Yeah, I just felt like there would be a bit more to it, even if Apostolos is quite like like a almost just like very tough, basically. And yeah, I think a lot of these traits introduced here, I think should have been expanded later on as well. Maybe I say Apostolos should have also played more of a role in this book. Maybe if he's given that much of introduction, maybe the cliffhanger at the end could have done, like a better setup first, perhaps. Like better starting point. But I don't know. There is like also to get to learn from, both Pastos and Zona here. Um, yeah, and also yeah, all of the fighting. Yeah, so what Ozona has banned. So yeah, because yeah, that would have annoyed Pastos too.
Tilda Chapter 23, Ozona gets backlash. Ozona is about to walk.
Um, yeah, so that's it for that chapter. All right, let's go into the next one.
Chapter
Okay,
24,
so yeah, this
Entering
is
Planet Gar.
essentially the
In the
chapter where
Automatone,
Wolf
before getting
explains
to the important stuff, Nicole
yeah, a lot of
contacts
the
Diane,
backstory,
letting him
which
know that
actually
if the
just come in
Legion is
handy a
about to head
couple of
into a
times. So yeah,
corner, then
definitely,
Diane would be a
definitely
great
not
help, but at the
backstory
same
for who
time aware
thinks.
that Diane is still diminishing
Yeah,
Xiantha's
let's see what
allies.
it's like.
As well as getting to know what Ozona is like, such as his experience and the abilities such as his telekinetic sword, telekinesis, lightning production, and force fields, his race is powerful to obtain such power. Hailwolf also takes the chance to explain how Hailwolf got mixed with Ozona in the first place. Hailwolf explains what race she is, one type of race that used to help the galaxy via combat. But this tradition was discontinued after finding out that Xianthor is after those who continue to use combat. Ozona is alone, however, race-wise, and this is where Hailwolf explains what the Stonos are, beings who aid Ozona with taking over planets. This adds to Ozona's little empire, such as the massive chains that get launched to grab planets. Hailwolf, however, has sensed that some of the Stonos haven't been as fully into the cause as others, meaning if the Stonos attack, they would be worth killing. But the more hesitant ones only require a takedown. This is a race which wants to represent and aid a good leader, but seeing how restrictive Ozona can be, has made them more hesitant than ever. So many races like the Numians don't get themselves into fighting to keep their race alive. Hailwolf, however, tried to continue the old tradition by making her learn to combat herself, both in her normal form and mainly in her animalistic form. Sadly, she was caught, and this did gain attraction as Ekron spotted Hailwolf one day when he was on one of his planet spying tasks, and reported this to Xianthor and then Ozona. Ozona considers linking the Numian's planet via a massive chain and considers getting rid of most of the race, but Hailwolf offers to be an assistant to Ozona instead to save the lives of the others. Knowing she might be better off the planet, thinking her race no longer wants her around. This may have been the case considering Ozona reveals himself in front of other Numians that the race is in trouble. And it was Hailwolf's fault considering her practice which had been going on for months. When the chain landed on the planet, the Stonos around gathered the Numians, using some rough force, no killing. The killing part was considered until Hailwolf offered herself to be an ally for Ozona. This makes Ozona spare the Numians, but nowadays they are kept a closer eye on by Ozona, the Stonos, and even other allies of Xianthor. Ozona was mainly happy with his army and even Valor's as a right-hand ally. But getting another ally nearly made Ozona consider getting his legion of allies with mixed abilities. Once Ozona got hold of Hailwolf, gripping her via telekinesis, taking her via the chain and out of the planet. The rest of the Numians are then left alone but will have often visits from the Stonos and perhaps Ozona himself as he manages multiple planets. The Legion, after hearing this, thinks Hailwolf shouldn't have this mindset and that her race would want her back. The race may need protecting after all. Once you show that you are protecting others, it is often the easiest way to help others move on. While Hailwolf disagrees, she still thinks that the Legion seems okay so far. How they handle foes and seeing what the Legion is like when they are not fighting. This makes her drawn to them more, something which Zami reconsider how he presents himself. As Pod sees that sharing history is helping this situation regardless of what Nicole thinks. Pod shares about how he used to be led by a cruel leader, with which Hailwolf can empathize. They compare each other's experiences, such as how Ozona was restrictive to what Hailwolf can do during her spare time. And Pod talks about how he has been pushed around all the time for when needing to get anything done. After asking more about Mechajor, such as how Mechajor was very animalistic, especially towards those who were smarter than him, Hailwolf responds that Ozona is mainly sly. But Ozona has had moments of silence, making Hailwolf wonder if this grand being is putting on an image, and even Ozona threatens Hailwolf if she ends up staring at Ozona for his odd behavior. And so, after a chat, Hailwolf guides piloting Zami to go under the water. The Automatone can adapt to space as well as water, thanks to Zami's upgrades. And with the Automatone adapted to space, Zami and some specialists at the base created spacesuits for the Legion if they ever get to an uninhabitable planet. But like any other planet they end up in, they make sure that the air is good via holographic technology, but both that and Hailwolf state that it's safe to breathe. The vehicle goes into a cove. It is a recommended shortcut by Hailwolf so the Legion can get to Ozona via a sneakier route, but Hailwolf didn't know Ozona has another ability too. Ozona earlier sensed atmospheric activity. This is where Ozona sent Valors down to where the atmospheric activity took place, diving quickly into the water. Ozona is confident Valors will sort out another intruder while Ozona keeps an eye on the production of the new chain. He is waiting for his destination to invade the planet Sliff using his castle's holographic projections to keep an eye on all the planets he is ruling via camera feeds. Speaking of Valors, Hailwolf mentioned Valors to the Legion earlier, being shocked that another Morphil was around. This made Pod look back and see why Hailwolf was scared of him at first. This makes Pod consider that no other Morphil so far has been on the right path, bothering him more, but at least there is an alright start with Hailwolf. Due to how unpredictable the cove is, the Automaton is accidentally knocked into a top part of a cavern and is slowly going down. The Automaton is broken. How will they get out? Zami immediately knows that the ship needs fixing, but unfortunately, they all get cornered and wrapped in seaweed by Tengus, crab-like creatures which have more normal arms and legs compared to a normal crab. With everyone wrapped in seaweed, the Legion is all hanged upside down. Not even Hailwolf recognizes these. Even Nicole states to the Legion to stand down. It seems like a misunderstanding so far. There is no need to attack. The Tengus are creatures that used to own Ozona's planet. It was mostly water up until Ozona and his hired goons of Stonos got rid of the water and tried to wipe away the Tengus. Considering they once possessed something very valuable, and now there are some survivors, eating seaweed and running on 1 star as permanent heat. Most of them died when Ozona got his Stonos started to alter the planet, but most of the Tengus survived by going to the core of the planet. So deep in the water, the Stonos won't risk it. Tengus are far more adapted to the deep water compared to other creatures in the universe. The cavern they are in now is part of the core. From how the water travels around the planet, the water hardly enters this deep cove. The Legion, after hearing this later, does clarify that they want to take down Ozona, freeing anyone in his grasp. This makes the Tengus drawn to the Legion. Even seeing this without any fake ego around, the Tengus no longer see the Legion as a threat. And so, the seaweed is undone, and the Tengus will help fix the Automaton. Alongside eating and chatting, the Tengus do seem keen on everyone, except Pod. They know from legends what Morphils are like alongside a nearby neighbor making a bad impression. Pod could tell, and they aren't impressed. As this goes on, Pod leaves his trident aside, and one Tenga gets curious about it. And Pod once again gets defensive and snatches the trident away from the Tenga. The Tenga gets scared and the other Tengus start getting put off by Pod and then the rest of the Legion. The Tengus all gather and get the Legion to leave, with Pod squandering this potential connection. The Legion decides to leave them. Ozona is a priority. This leaves only the Legion to fix the Automaton alone, slowing down the progress, and the Tengus all run and hide away, making the Legion disappointed in Pod, and Pod shows a side to him that he thought was not around anymore. This does make the Legion angry towards Pod. He has shown a side to him that wasn't true, and Pod can only look at himself in shame. He cannot compare himself to Zami or Nicole. But when things couldn't get worse, Valors comes around, shocking everyone including Pod. Chapter 25, Invading the latest planet. On the planet Sliff, live the Dui, basically beings like snakes but with arms, a world which is full of sports, warm weather, wide seas and buildings with small gaps to them. Their normal day, however, is about to get badly disrupted. A massive chain is coming from the sky, hitting into the ocean, which is no problem thanks to the Roxy serpents and that the Stonos can swim, puzzling many of the Dui there. As the chain lands, it all plays out in similar ways as explained by Hailwolf. Stonos start rushing there on foot or via the Roxy serpents. Ozona also comes along as he uses telekinesis to hover from place to place, hovering on a piece of debris. However, unlike past cases, the number of reluctant Stonos has increased, with more starting to see Ozona's plans as too far or too horrid. More races are losing their free will and extra measures have to be performed if these snake beings start to get into martial arts, which they have tried to be secretive about to hopefully defend others or themselves considering how many planets are still getting harmed. These Dui like to watch planets via enhanced telescopes and often the fighting can be noticeable enough even from a distance. It was one of Xiantha's allies who had been spying from one planet to the next, seeing if other races had attempted to act as fighting vigilantes just like the Legion and many other beings, and it's those who get reported to Xyanthor and then the race gets attacked. Ozona, however, mainly rules over races that were once peaceful or at least not too concerning, but these Dui have tried to research the many forms of martial arts coming from many alien races. But what not many races do not know, however, is that it was Xyanthor's race which had originated most forms of martial arts, and they have been spread around via other races, which does not make Xyanthor happy. Even some powerful entities who used to exist spread words of the fighting styles too. Even some talked about how they saw Xyanthor's race fight before and how impressive they seemed, adding to why only he wants to possess the knowledge of fighting. Regardless, most Stonos fight the Dui, which are more hostile, while the more defective Stonos only help gather the Dui in one spot for Ozona to speak to them all about the new way they will be living their lives. With a new addition of having some Stonos who watch the planet just so they can see if a planet is running peacefully or not. As Ozona hovers, some Dui try and fight him up close, but he either zaps the Dui minorly, uses his force fields to defend himself, or uses telekinesis to move any Dui aside. These Dui have no weapons and no proper abilities aside from slithering quickly, and they can punch quickly. But what they can do has nothing on Ozona or the Stonos. The Stonos may have basic fighting skills, but they can use their maces to gush air, winning a lot of fights. All the Dui have now gathered on a spot for Ozona to have his speech about how his planet is now his alongside others. Scaring the Dui, but as long as they behave, they'll be fine, which can be the tensest feeling ever. With another planet for Ozona to play politics with on his own, and so Ozona and most of the Stonos get back to their planet, with none of the Stonos getting hurt. It was another successful planet takeover, the 9th one to be precise. Ozona has been doing this since a certain event took place. The chains and transporting do take a while after all, not to mention going for certain planets after seeing what they are like. While Ozona has finished invading this land, not only does Mollog remind Ozona via a communication spell that Xyanthor would like to see him soon, but Mollog states to Ozona that Hailwolf might have died, got captured, or something else because her teleporting device has broken. This puzzles Ozona, but he will make his way to Earth anyway, even with less of an idea for where the Earth could be, but he at least has a whole army to help with that. He nearly asks Mollog, but Mollog leaves the call. And Xyanthor's goons are busier now, they need to keep Xyanthor's reputation up. Chapter 26 Valors. As the Legion tries and fix the awesome Atone by replacing parts of the engine, thanks to keeping spare engine parts, something starts coming out of one of the water tunnels, another Morphil gushes out of it, shocking everyone. As they see Valors. Hailwolf talks about how that is Valors, Ozona's Morphil. Valors is seen coming towards the Legion and the awesome Atone. He even sees the Tengus from afar, shocking him as he thought all the Tengus were gone. He took part in their slaughter after all. And so Valors causes some madness. He recognizes the Legion from past descriptions. The likes of him and Ozona have been told via exchanges from Xyanthor and his other allies in the past what this Legion looks like. He also sees that Hailwolf has turned her back on Ozona, making him angry and keen to go for her as his main target. Valors then confronts the Legion, plus after seeing a glimpse of Pod's trident power, even after seeing a Morphil which he thinks is on the wrong side, Valors fights off the Legion and gets hold of the trident from Pod. And Valors manages to put all the Tengus into a single ice block. The Legion continues to be puzzled after the ice wall that stopped Hailwolf, never knowing the trident could do these things. Pod, despite knowing about these minor qualities of the trident, is also shocked. Now Valors is going to try and fight the Legion, swinging the trident, making the Legion avoid a wave of fire by ducking. The trident can produce fire too. Nicole and Zami remain distant while Pod, Hailwolf and Arvin fight Valors up close. As another Morphil who has been misled. Pod is eager to keep Valors alive, and try and get him to turn. Pod tries to keep Valors intact, preventing Valors from using the trident, and he manages to unlock more of the trident's power due to being familiar with energy-absorbing devices, especially as Ozona bears one. Knowing devices like these require a certain mindset. Valors ends up dropping the trident after trying to use it again. It mildly burnt him once and it did so again, making his hand both freeze and burn, angering him further. Even at a point where Hailwolf tried to stop Valors from attacking by keeping one of his arms towards the ground, Valors ends up flipping Hailwolf upwards, biting one of her back legs and then throwing Hailwolf, making Hailwolf go back to her original form where her leg shares the same injury. Nicole goes to Hailwolf to aid her, making Zami act as the primary long-range fighter. With Hailwolf as Valor's primary target, the others prevent Valors from doing any other harm against Hailwolf. Arvin too struggles to restrain Valors using his tentacles spawned from his back using his evolution-based abilities. Even Valors swings himself to land on Arvin, hurting Arvin, but Arvin uses his other tentacles from his temporary evolution to soften his landing. Due to Valors acting in an animalistic way, Arvin is told to try and help break the Tengus from the ice. Arvin can break the ice using his temporarily evolved claws, nearly breaking the Tengus free. The rest of the fight plays out as Pod uses his martial arts without the trident. Trying to calm Valors down, countering every punch thrown at him without hurting Valor's back, trying to explain that he cannot act like this anymore. Even Pod tells Zami to stop trying to stun Valors. Near the edge, Valors tricks Pod into falling for Pod's words. But Valors manages to use his frozen hand to form a blade. Nicole sees this and then fires her grenade launcher in Valor's mouth, killing him, and he falls, disappointing and shocking Pod. The Tengus are pleased and are free now the ice is gone, after all. Whoever casts any ability goes alongside the effects of their abilities, and no dead being can continue anything supernatural. The Tengus are very pleased with the Legion, however, while Pod is accepted more so. He is still sad about the Legion's actions to get rid of another Morphil that has suffered. Even Zami goes to chat with Pod to try and cheer him up, especially now the Tengus seem to be into Pod despite being a Morphil himself. Even Nicole as she aids Hailwolf both do have a nice moment. And Nicole for once admits a part of her history on how she wanted to work at a hospital, and those skills she still has despite never working in a hospital. Pod does overhear this, and wonders about Nicole in a slightly negative way. She is revealing part of her history in front of a stranger. Not one of her closest friends. Finally, Hailwolf helps defeat Valors with full intention. This further confirms how much Hailwolf is against the fraction she was enslaved to, making the trust with her more solid, even though Hailwolf was always nice to the Tengus she just met. Zami still thinks that Nicole revealing her history with someone is a good step for Nicole, but Pod still disagrees. Whilst Pod is somber about Nicole and Valors, this is where the Legion also wonders about Pod's trident's abilities. Pod unenthusiastically said that it has happened before but not to this degree. But thanks to Valors reaching into it, this could mean Pod can do more than swing a trident around. The Tengus offer tips, and the Legion is more excited with more power on their side. The Legion was focused on arresting Hailwolf earlier, hence why they asked now, whilst everything is calm despite needing to fix the Awesomatone quickly. Chapter 27, The Return of Dian. Dian is in the world of the Noozles, simply called Noozelland. The Noozles are small dark blue creatures with trunks and dragon wings. Dian has been going from one Xyanthor goon to the next, really shrinking the alliance. Dian is now up against Kyborgi, someone who can turn into a ball and can move around very quickly. He can even turn speed into a former of energy that can be blasted and even able to spin around objects to throw any debris around the area. Dian while making sure no debris hits the Noozles alongside other wildlife. But despite getting hit by the super speed-like energy, Dian defeats yet another ally of Xyanthor. But Dian sees that the Legion is about to go to Ozona, and so Dian is trying to decide between Xyanthor goons alongside other issues like earthquakes and crimes across other worlds. Dian also thought that by making his way to the Legion might have an upper hand against Ozona, already seeing how powerful he is. Dian has been waiting to take Ozona for a long time, not as active as other villains, but Ozona is still not good news. His empire of restriction must end someday. As well as diminishing Xyanthor's forces, Dian has allied with a machine-generating race to form multiple satellites to place on many if not all planets for Dian to keep tabs on multiple planets, able to help planets that are devoid of technology. This race is Mechanams, rat-like but bigger, with massive flexible hands and wearing a lot of flammable protection around them, and working in large numbers enables them to make all sorts of machinery for many races. But they do try and stay under the radar just in case they are a threat against Xyanthor. No one knows how to avoid Xyanthor's list nowadays. After all, he needs any recording technology to help identify threats more specifically. But he can only place those satellites in his spare time, which there is little of. Chapter 28, Mike and the Mystery. Back at the base, Mike and his servicemen start to see some progress with who released the footage, and Mike considers going through a spare laptop in the base near the medical room. It is Retron's. And it turns out he hired some editors alongside his vision to craft his propaganda. After finding this out, Mike goes to confront Retron. Retron has been looking more into the history of the Legion, which is part of Mike's private files. Retron does feel off when he sees that Mike does have Retron's laptop, and Mike also sees that Retron is to reveal even more about the Legion members, releasing their various and controversial history. Mike managed to get hold of Retron's laptop by going through his room's security. Mike tries to threaten Retron with what Retron is trying to do, reporting this to the president, but Retron tries to threaten Mike by stating that the Legion has been troubled at a point where the president would want to know. Mike can now get on to other aspects. Stop the serviceman's current footage releasing task, and go and find more backing so he can tell off Retron to the president in a way that overpowers Retron's excuse. Mike already knows why Retron would do something like this. Retron is eager for his glory days. Struggling to accept that the Legion can counter more threats than anyone else. Mike tries to make Retron see that Retron's perspective is flawed, but Retron doesn't get hindered. He thinks he knows what is best for the Earth, and the Legion is not that. Especially if it's causing the public to be concerned. While Mike leaves Retron, Retron then has a look at the Legion building after sitting for some time, making sure Mike is heading that way, and so he goes there for a neat surprise for the Legion. Chapter 29, The Canyon. The chain's progress is nearly done, but it cannot launch without coordinates, and Ozona starts to think that Hailwolf is either dead or abandoned the mission. Even Mollug, after using the communication spell, believes that Hailwolf has gotten rid of her teleporting device as his magic book cannot state her current location. Ozona also tries to use the communication spell to chat with Valors, but there is no response. Thinking that a clan like the Legion would perform such a feat, now Ozona will pay attention to the air around the planet to hopefully catch them before they could ambush him. After chatting with Mollug via the communication spell, Ozona is then to have a quick chat with Xyanthor. Using the communication spell once again. Both of them ask how each other are and what their status quo is like, but on the other hand, Xyanthor asks for Ozona's power, one of the types of energy that Xyanthor requires. Ozona refuses because Xyanthor could lose it if he isn't careful. So Ozona recommends Xyanthor focus on finding the other forms of energy first before finishing it off with Ozona's power. Ozona is not the vicious monster without this power, he would make him seem weak and more. Xyanthor for now understands this and tries to be patient. Considering Ozona is very old, Xyanthor believes he won't have to wait long. Both of them do get on despite Ozona having a form of energy that doesn't make the friendship as solid as it should be, not as good as it was before. Back to the Legion, the Automaton is now fixed thanks to the Tengus. The Tengus were asked to join, but they decline and do trust the Legion to help not only against Ozona but other planets too, and so the Legion is off. Both groups wonder when they'll see each other again. And both think it won't be until a very long time, perhaps when all the madness is done. The Tengus helped with the engine earlier by passing the parts one by one, whilst the Legion kept the other parts up to fix the engine, which was deeper in the ship. Before the Legion leaves, the Tengus provide a good cheer for the Legion. This certainly makes Zami happy, especially as one Tenga shows intrigue in Zami's true personality, wondering more about him, and this encourages Zami to be more of himself. On top of that, as the Trident has shown signs of the power mixing fire, ice and water, the Tengus provide some quick tips, while the power is now out. The Tengus explain that the Trident will help direct the energy, as the energy will somewhat connect with his mind after some concentration. Pod starts to see some progress, able to control small parts of water within the cove, but the Tengus say that if he wants to produce more power, it requires more concentration and practice. Pod will perform some while on their way to Ozona inside the Automaton. The Legion is then guided by Hailwolf to go through the canyon, and Hailwolf remains as a good guide when the trip gets harder, staying in the low and hidden ground to which they think Ozona won't see them coming. However, after a good few quick moments with the Tengus, Pod goes on a rant about how the Tengus are probably better to settle with compared to humans. Nicole strongly disagrees with this, stating that Pod can have another chance with humans, they just need to be convinced in the right way. But Pod wonders how she can provide advice if Nicole is so secretive. What does she understand about convincing anyone of anything? But this exchange is also cut short as the Legion looks behind them and sees that the Stonos have arrived on their Roxy Serpents. Managing to find the Legion as Ozona updates them that Ozona sensed the craft exiting via one of the secret coves that leads to the underground. Despite the trouble among some of the Legion members, they start to focus on the task at hand while also keeping in mind how hectic the canyon is. Zami pilots, Arvin has the top turret, Nicole has the right turret and Hailwolf has the left turret. Nicole was about to order Pod to act as the outside vehicle protector, to which Pod exits the vehicle before Nicole finishes the order, showing how distant Pod and Nicole have been. And so thanks to the Tengus advice, Pod attempts to have a go with the trident while primarily using his physical skills like swimming through the river and bouncing on any of the rocky structures throughout the canyon. 12 Stonos are chasing them. And only 3 have been shot down by the turrets. Nicole and Arvin are good shots thanks to their experience, but Hailwolf is struggling, up until there is one Stono who tries to bump into the awesome Atone from the side. But Hailwolf then fires her turret with decent aiming and manages to shoot both the Stono and the Roxy Serpent, making Hailwolf pleased with herself, and even Nicole compliments her. Meanwhile, Zami flies from one rocky area to the next, skidding the water, turning upside down and performing occasional speed boosts to avoid any falling structures which the Stonos cause using her projectiles. This makes Zami pleased with himself considering this is some of the trickiest piloting he ever had to perform. And this gives Zami time to reflect on who he is. He is already good, and one good about him is that he is a good pilot, and everyone trusts Zami's piloting, making him even happier. Even Zami at one point makes the awesome Atone go sideways so that Nicole and Arvin can shoot multiple Stonos at once. Finally, Pod manages to use the trident. He produces fire to one nearby Stono and Roxy Serpent. And he uses water to give himself a speed boost upwards to catch up with the awesome Atone. He even throws an ice block towards one other Stono and Roxy Serpent, and then Pod freezes the final Stono and Roxy Serpent using the power of ice too. They have all made it. The canyon dogfight starts to calm down, and the fighting also ends, and Zami opens the back of the vehicle so that Pod jumps back on. Both he and the others seem to like these new abilities. Pod is excited to learn about them, even practicing with the power again once he sits down, wondering how to fight Ozona later. But due to the argument earlier, everyone stays quiet despite sharing how they are all pleased now they have made it. The fight is over, and Ozona is nearly at their doorstep, making everyone worn out and nervous. And so Ozona feels the Legion coming via the incoming breezes of the air going through his hands, and so he uses his telekinesis to drag the awesome Atone quickly to him and yanks out the Legion all too. Afterwards, he controls gravity to keep the Legion against the ground and in front of Ozona, surrounded by Stonos with their weapons up, as well as the awesome Atone which somersaulted across the land. All are worried and scared, especially Hailwolf, and so now the Legion is in front of Ozona. Ozona threatens Zami's life for the location. As Ozona threatens the Legion. As said by Hailwolf earlier, Ozona also has an alter ego that is often overlapped by another. When Ozona presents himself as a godly being, Ozona deep down is scared to lose his power, so Nicole taunts Ozona about how Ozona's reign will be cut short. Ozona tries not to overreact, trying to stay calm, trying to hide his true self despite nearly everyone seeing through him, making the likes of Zami see how puzzling it can be to have an alter ego and how it can mess with anyone's image. This makes Zami realize he can no longer present himself as threatening to anyone, even making him regret confronting his bully earlier, and Ozona's overlapping personality is still enough to send chills down the spines of all of them, even scaring a few Stonos too as he demands the location of Earth. Sadly, Hailwolf ends up giving it away once Zami gets zapped by Ozona after Zami is dragged closer to Ozona via telekinesis. Hailwolf, after being a reluctant killer for some time, doesn't want anyone else to die in her hands, something which she whispers to the others, but they are not impressed. Happy with the location, Ozona promises to spare them earlier, only to gaslight them by zapping them all, to kill them, even considering adding debris and pressure to finish them off, but Diane comes quickly, just in time. The Legion, despite being zapped, tries to escape from Ozona despite being in pain, and some of the Stonos preoccupied with Diane's power, especially with the spraying machine guns and missiles. The Legion runs and runs to where the awesome Atone is. Some of the other Stonos try and follow them whilst firing. Diane continued to fire his missiles and lasers around the area, firing at the surrounding Stonos, and Ozona had to block the fire using his force field ability. As Zami is zapped the most, he struggles to move the most. So Hailwolf goes into her Haywan form and begins to carry Zami on her back. The Legion continues to run, and Diane starts to fight Ozona. The Stonos, however, the ones trying to attack, are taken down by the Legion, whether up close or from a distance, or by Diane's long-range attacks. In some cases, Diane knocks some Stonos via speed boosts alongside his body weight. The Stonos that are conflicted, however, leave the fight, aiming to hide, and due to how busy everyone else is, they don't see the bailing Stonos. Diane does get shot a couple of times, getting to his systems, and the Legion is also getting fired at too, with Nicole, Arvin and Pod using their long-range attacks to fire back at the Stonos to give themselves more space. Even some continued to jump in front of the Legion, only to get whacked out of the way once their attacks were countered, such as Pod swinging his trident. Nicole also uses her riot shield to push some Stonos aside, and even Hailwolf claws any Stonos nearby whilst keeping Zami on her back. In the end, the Legion does make it. And thanks to the awesome Atone's strong armor, it was repainted whilst containing some melted netro. This is something which Diane has been fine with. Most of the Earth has done this with all sorts of items as advised by Diane himself, a word which has spread throughout the public. Something which the President helped facilitate. While the awesome Atone zooms off, disappointing Ozona, Ozona keeps his full focus on Diane, even when the flooding starts to round up, filling the whole lower area, and keeping the Stonos away. Over time, Diane has been consistently firing at Ozona while also trying to speed boosts towards Ozona. At first, Ozona keeps up his force field, but due to his age and how tough Diane is, Ozona not only struggles but he starts to get worn out. Ozona started with his simpler tricks, keeping his shield up, trying to lead Diane's speed boosts into various vertical surfaces, and even using his telekinesis to throw various debris at Diane. Ozona also knows not to use his sword here. He knows it cannot overcome Netro, it is only made up of a simple metal from his race. But as Diane has put his weight to a maximum, this makes the debris do very little as Ozona gathers all of this debris from the spare environment. Most of it is a custom sandstone after all done up by the Stonos to cover the world of water. Ozona is running out of options. And now Ozona uses his most powerful trick, which will wear him out the most, producing lightning from both his hands and the sky, even thanks to some metallic structures around the castle. This enables Ozona to multiply the lightning and come from various directions, zapping Diane to no end. Diane knows he cannot go on, and so before shutting down too severely, he decides to shut himself off while also seeing most of his abilities have gone. He kneels, all still, with no movement whatsoever. As the Stonos try to fire at the Legion using the pump blasts from their maces, one of them hits Pod's legs, which makes him fall over as the Legion starts to make it to the awesome Atone. Nicole then tries to help get Pod up. Hailwolf gets Zami into the awesome Atone, and Arvin gets the awesome Atone into drone mode. Pod demands that if they are to escape quickly, then he will offer to leave himself behind, and he even has an idea to flood the area around them as he concentrates the use of the trident, defending himself and letting the Legion get going, shocking Ozona, but he keeps his focus on Diane, who also kept firing at the Stonos that were hindering the Legion as well as fighting Ozona. The Legion did have to carry Zami because he not only took the most damage from Ozona's lightning, but something strange starts to happen to him, no explanation. But the awesome Atone via drone mode does start to leave the ground as Pod floods the area, allowing him to escape and fend off any Stonos, but in a way which hinders them and not kills them, as the water gushes from the ground and the surroundings. With Diane defeated, Ozona carries Diane via telekinesis and drops him, falling into the water which had been added no thanks to Pod's flooding. Pod, whilst swimming, even sees Diane's body float downwards and so grabs hold of it, knowing where to go next. Chapter 30, Background to Earth. Back at the awesome Atone, Zami is resting on a new soft bed within the vehicle while recovering. Nicole is still annoyed with Hailwolf because the Earth is now at risk, and so the awesome Atone is speeding to Earth as quickly as possible. Thanks to one of the Earth's innovations of light speed. Hailwolf does try and apologize, thinking of it as a heroic moment, but only to realize that she has got a whole world in danger. Now those bad feelings have all come back. And all she thinks she can do is run away after letting entire fractions down. Hailwolf admits this, and she states about leaving, but Arvin encourages her to stay, holding her hand while making his soft animalistic calls. On top of that, Nicole was also disappointed that Hailwolf didn't know about Ozona's prediction of the craft, which Hailwolf generally didn't know about. Hailwolf also explains what she has sensed from Ozona, and sensing the air is not the most blatant action from Ozona. Nicole, however, doesn't know what to say, but that feeling of letting down is what she can relate to, so she keeps Hailwolf nearby, knowing both of them do have the chance to make up. The Legion has arrived at the base as the awesome Atone lands thanks to drone mode. Mike sees them. And they all go inside the Legion building. Mike, after being told instantly that the Earth is in danger, and so the servicemen are all given a code red and all get ready for another attack, but they all don't know where the strike will take place, so they need to keep an open mind about it. However, Retron has set some traps that zap everyone in the Legion building after discovering that Zami seems to absorb all that Ozona provided to Zami, and we would say provide because Zami looks like he is producing more powerful looking lightning. Everyone is now physically stunned. And it was done because of Retron. Retron overhears that this was the Legion's fault as he was sneaking near the landing awesome Atone, and so he will get the next victory for himself, and with the Legion lying down on the ground. The Legion was barely walking after the run from earlier as well as the zapping from Ozona. Whilst they are all on the floor of the Legion building, they all crawl to one of the cupboards where they can get hold of painkillers. Retron takes over the next mission as he leads the servicemen. Alongside releasing more controversial information about the Legion, slowly uploading while he locks the Legion inside their building. Ozona's new chain is completed and is about to hit the city of Earth. Thanks to the coordinates and other details like the name of the galaxy to find out where the Earth is. With this new chain around, the lightspeed tunnel is activated, and the Stonos are about to enter Earth and diminish any security there so Ozona can rule that world with another iron fist. Ozona, however, is still worn out fighting a Titan as powerful as Dian, and now Ozona needs some rest, letting all the Stonos get going as they all head to fight Earth. Ozona will use the communication spell to keep tabs on every single Stono. He will join once he is ready to go. And it shouldn't take long. The servicemen all crowd around the city considering where the attacks are happening, and the servicemen are so far at a big disadvantage. All through servicemen are getting fired at and attacked up close with little control, making the servicemen either go for cover to try and hold back the Stonos and even their Roxy Serpents which act as air cover, and they act as charging balls with no projectiles. These Roxy Serpents are no less a target and these Stonos who do occur from the top of the chain. See and tell Ozona via the communication spell that the base is what is providing the security for the whole world. They tell Ozona this as they see other servicemen leave the base alongside vehicles like the serviceman crafts and the 4x4s start to come too. Some servicemen were sent ahead of time as they wondered where this chain would land, but some were already in the city. Back at the base, the Legion is all trying to get up, but thanks to a vehicle notification, the awesome Atone's air technology has been damaged by Retron. He not only had time to do this while the Legion was unconscious, but he disabled the flying because by wrecking the whole vehicle. He would have been more guilty if he managed to do it without any CCTV spotting him. Now how will the clan get to the battle? The Legion still needs time to recover first, and they chat as they try and get going. Not to mention they even managed to contact Pod thanks to using their collaptors, a holographic phone call. Pod has made it and has Dian's body as he goes back up to the surface with the Tengus in the coves. While everyone is uncertain, Nicole has an idea: use the Tengus star to revive Dian and find a way to attack the planet. After hearing the city attack, the awesome Atone must go on wheels to help. Pod nearly refuses at first, but as the planning persists, to the shock of all including Mike. Nicole admits her controversial history. Pod was about to go on a rant on how these Tengus despite a couple of minutes had been more open than Nicole. Nicole had to quickly win over Pod somehow. Pod needed to help all races, not just the Tengus. According to Nicole, She was responsible for an accident when she was getting revenge on a bully of her own, and she ended up a young offender for most of her life. Until Mike looks at her ancestors' history and sees potential in her being a much better person to fight for the right reason and also making her realize how to perform more moral actions. This is part of what she didn't want to reveal. And the Legion not only understands this but also sees why she didn't want to reveal it in the first place. This does get everyone on the right foot, and the openness revives a sense of trust. To avoid Ozona's mistakes, the Legion will fight without a facade. Being honest as they help the residents, not ashamed to hide anything, but acknowledge everything. Mike was about to tell Nicole to not talk about it, but as the Legion opened to her more, including Pod via a call using the collaptor, Nicole showed that she has been keeping something that has been holding in for so long. It was a relief for her, and perhaps Mike could do the same, seeing potential in revealing a certain history and in the right way too. Not to mention Mike states that Retron not only wants the city battle to be his success as he wins, but he has released more about the Legion, including Nicole's history, and so all the Legion can do now is be decent heroes. They know that they have to prioritize the fight at the city rather than trying to beat the release of information which would be around by now, and they get the Automaton going, on wheels, opening the garage part of the Legion building and leave the base's land as fast as possible. Meanwhile, on Ozona's planet, Diane starts to get better after being revived from the star, and Pod wonders what to do. He has an idea to flood the planet, but he also has second thoughts because of him being a Morphil, a race that has caused a lot of destruction. But Diane reminds Pod that net robots were also a race of destruction, and Diane's more significant actions allowed Diane to redefine what net robots should have been, especially presented by Diane and even Zemian. Pod intakes this, and so both of them come up with a plan. Pod will flood Ozona's planet all over, and Diane will destroy the chains and even help either Pod or the Legion. Diane for so long has been busy with all of these Xyanthor goons to the point where he had lost time to get rid of Ozona's reign, but now is a good time. Even both agree that while the Stonos should be spared, those who attack and are fully into Ozona are the ones that sadly have to go. If anyone is willing to kill the Legion, sometimes it's a kill or be killed situation. As Pod and Diane advance, Pod even takes the chance to ask if Diane had sorted out the Morphils before, and whilst Diane admits that he remembers fighting an army of them 100 years ago, he had fought them from time to time. But sometimes they can be well hidden and pose threats sparingly compared to other dangerous races. Pod, after hearing this, has a few ideas for what to do once Ozona and many others are out of the way. Even Diane will try and prioritize sorting out Mechajaw and the Morphils someday. Knowing they don't seem the change, but now, both of them have a big task ahead of them. More servicemen have arrived in the city as the Stonos start to advance in bigger numbers, running down the chain. This is Nefeti City, and it is well known for its square which the Legion visited. So getting destroyed already made some residents sad alongside being scared. The residents try and hide in buildings and other hidden areas to avoid the fire. There had been some destruction like falling rubble and fired shots which accidentally caused some resident deaths despite the Stonos being tasked to avoid them. But like any battle, you may have your primary targets, but that doesn't mean that no one else can get hurt. As ordered by Ozona, they only fight the servicemen, alongside some dim-witted residents who try and fight them. The servicemen do the best they can do by using their abilities. While the cover and numbers are there, the Stonos are not slowing down. But then, the Legion in their Automaton, on wheels, starts to come around, the turrets are getting fired, and even thanks to Zamis' increased lightning abilities. He powers the vehicle to fire more powerful lightning, which can branch out to kill multiple Stonos far more compared to his former lightning. While Zami is driving, he is firing lightning ahead, making Zami slightly cockier. Nicole and Hailwolf are at the side turrets. Mike at the top turret and Arvin fighting off any Stonos who jump on the vehicle. The Legion eventually makes it to where the chain has landed. This not only relieves the servicemen, but the Stonos see the Legion as the primary target. They update Ozona about this via the communication spell. Ozona contacts them back, telling them to mainly focus on the Legion but keep out for other dangers like the servicemen, which Ozona recently learnt about thanks to their communication spells, knowing that the servicemen aren't that intimidating compared to the Legion. As the Legion arrives at the center of the battle, the Automaton does get fired at many times, losing its wheels. Even all the turrets start to lose their function, no thanks to the shots and whacking from the Stonos, which was more constant compared to the time when the Legion tried and leave planet Gar. The Legion all get out, and Nicole has a plan: keep the battle near the chain, get the servicemen to keep the residents safe and unload all their projectiles to the incoming Stono army, clearing them from the ground, also stun them but killing them if too vicious. Whilst Diane already has an idea to get Stonos to turn, he also thought to gather any Stonos or survive the city battle once the battle is over. Zamis' updated power enables him to wipe away large numbers of the Stonos, even reaching those who are at the bottom of the chain. Nicole, while sticking to her laser gun and even firing at any individual Stonos who are trying to escape the crowd, alongside her riot shield to defend herself and others from the shots from the Stonos. Arvin and Hailwolf, while having minor projectiles, mainly fight up close, defending those who are firing from afar. And even Mike is helping the servicemen who are trying to help either the fighting ones or the ones trying to help the residents, firing his laser revolver and his assisting drone, which also fires lasers. Meanwhile, Pod and Diane have also started their plan to destroy the shell of the Tengus planet. A plan which Diane tells the Legion about, explaining a potential tidal change to the fight. This is what Pod will mainly focus on, and while Diane will be a big help, Diane will also take the chance to remove the chains from all the planets, even moving their planets to their original spots, showing off the kind of strength Diane has. While doing this, Pod and Diane do keep in mind that not all Stonos are hostile, so they will only kill the Stonos who are trying to attack. But the rest will be left alone, as they have access to the Roxy Serpents to leave the planet if they are not totally into Ozona's scheme. However, even when any innocent Stonos are at risk yet want to leave, either Pod or Diane will try and save them. Regardless, despite a bad shot in the leg earlier, Pod regains strength and starts to flood the whole planet, even more motivated as the Tengus support Pod by cheering him, even using the likes of shape-shifting ice and explosive fire to destroy the whole planet until it is all water again, while also allowing time for any innocent Stonos to get going. Diane aids the planet's destruction at first by firing at the sandstone and flying into it, considering how physically tough he is. Ozona, who is still recovering, starts to see this from afar, making all the Stonos and serpents go through the chain leading to Earth, using his communication spell to explain whether they are to continue fighting or return to their homeland where they can settle. While Ozona also senses that the Roxy Serpents are being used to get the Stonos out of the planet by flying upwards. Ozona thinks at first that the Stonos are trying any way to get going, but then he starts to see that not all Stonos are on his side, which he wonders, but that is not the focus of his mind. So, he goes to his castle and uses his telekinesis and force field ability to not only get the castle up in the air but enable him to fly through space, making the space vacuum not a problem. As Pod starts to see that the planet's destruction is good enough, seeing that the land is mostly spare, Pod then uses water to get himself below the castle just before the force field solidifies, flying with Ozona. Pod creates all sorts of water activity to muddle with Ozona's senses after considering Ozona was able to predict the awesome tone earlier. Both are high in the air, and the land is full of water, with no chains attached, and no Stonos. Even the Tengus are relieved that their dry cove is now filled to the brim with water. With all the chains removed and the planets back to their original spots, pleasing all the races of those planets, Diane starts to help the Earth, moving the Earth's chain to Mars, where all the Stonos inside are moved and are given the chance to stop fighting. Once the chain is dropped onto Mars, some Stonos attack while the others run on their Roxy Serpent, and effortlessly get rid of all the attacking Stonos, even all the Roxy Serpents, considering they are only mindless statues. Throughout Diane's scheme, Diane has mentioned to all the friendly Stonos to start making their way to their world, and happy with the instructions, the Stonos get going, even drop their weapons. The other Stonos dragged to Mars, however, try and argue back at Diane, trying to fire at him and argue back at him. Diane strictly tells them that following Ozona will no longer be worth it, his reign has gone on for too long. Ozona has restricted freedom massively, and Diane even talks about how their lives will be much better with their freedom instead of assistant the lack of freedom in many other places. This does manage to get the rest of the Stonos to follow the others to their world, all on the same wavelength, and they all agree that maybe aiding another leader might not be the best course for their lives. Then Diane comes down to the city to help the Legion and servicemen, reducing the rest of the numbers, and even Diane contacted the Legion earlier so that the Legion knows who to take down or who to kill. And so, all the good Stonos are guided to evacuate by Diane and the rest of the Stonos are going down. Even Diane updates the Legion that Pod is about to enter Earth alongside Ozona, making the Legion prepare for the next task. At the city, the Legion is working together far better, bouncing off each other well and mixing their abilities. Even the servicemen are not only a part of this ability mixing but they see the Legion for what they are, heroes. The servicemen, despite their help, mainly help the residents, who also see a side to the Legion which is Traw, and the residents are taken further away from the fighting. Arvin and Hailwolf bond, as Hailwolf feels more like a part of something, but at the same time, the carnage is getting too much for her. And she cannot fake herself as someone who wants to fight all the time, and even Arvin starts to see this. Even then, Nicole supports everyone, including residents and servicemen, even talking about her other events such as how she used to be part of a burgled house of many thieves when she was very young, and all she could do was leave the house, and so comparing this to what is happening now, it helps the residents to counter the fear. As the battle starts to round up, Zami is starting to enjoy his power too much, something which Hailwolf reminds Zami to not go too far, which makes Zami calm down. Whilst doing so, Zami then sees his bully from earlier, seeing he is about to get shot at by some Stonos as the bully attempts to fight the Stonos. Zami uses his lightning to jump in front of the bully and zaps all those Stonos all at once, saving the bully. The bully becomes thankful and apologetic for everything as Zami sees fear in his eyes, and then Zami offers the bully to some nearby servicemen. The bully thanks Zami, as Zami is seen more as a heroic figure. And a cool one at that, with the bully thinking that the rest of the team is cool too. Throughout this fight, Retron had the lead regarding the servicemen, but over time, he saw that the servicemen were taken by the Legion and Mike, disappointing Retron. When he thought he was going to be the same sniper again with the same high number of kill streaks, it is sadly low, despite managing to hit a good few, but once the battle reaches the endpoints, Retron gives up, wondering when he will shine again. Retron has been firing from a high building once a serviceman craft got him up there, but he uses the rest of the battle's time to get to the ground floor, hiding himself from everyone. And so, the battle is over. And everyone focuses on making sure the residents are okay, and the mess starts to get clear. Even Diane helps quicken this process alongside the servicemen and the Legion. Diane also performs the same way when taking down any army, flying about for any spare army members, clearing large crowds, knocking into the enemy time via flying force and always shooting accurately. Over time, Ozona, while still worn out, starts to see that he is losing this battle. The Earth will not be taken as easy as other battles, especially as the Earth is so innovative and evolutionary compared to other planets. But he also starts to see that planet Gar is flooding to the point of ripping the land apart, making Ozona's world go back to the Tengus world. Ozona, while using the communication spell, he tells his army to either join the fight with him or start escaping back to their main home world. But as Ozona finds out later, no other Stonos show up, and he plans to see the Stonos later, giving them a good telling off. The Tengus are happy and Pod sees that the Stonos are leaving, even saving one or two earlier. Pod himself sees if the Stonos are keen on Ozona still, and it turns out that a good few are not, fed up with Ozona's vicious way of ruling. Pod also sees the success of his plan as he rides off Ozona's fortress, reaches significant speeds while also not too far from Earth. These Stonos often like to benefit any leader, but Ozona is one ruler that not many would want to benefit from anyway anymore. Diane earlier manages to break all the chains, enabling all the planets to go free. And these chains are all placed on Mars where they could be repurposed later. As Ozona nearly makes it, the Legion decides to prepare themselves. Diane will consider joining the Legion, but he focuses on helping the city. Some people are trapped in rubble. It is also unknown whether Ozona will do anything powerful on a massive scale. Someone has to aid the destruction and the presentation of death while the Legion fights the center of it all. The city battle starts to calm down. The chain is gone. The Stonos are either dead or escaped, and the residents and servicemen are safer. Even the dead Stonos' bodies are gathered to add to the cleaning, but the trouble is not done yet. Ozona and his fortress have entered the Earth, and he is going to get himself a new planet. by decreasing all of the security and any other leadership, and he will do this by creating a thunderstorm all around the earth. The storm begins, and the Legion is going to face him, even finding out that Pod is within the fortress too. And the servicemen will spread everywhere to protect the many leaders and more all around the earth. The Legion, however, does get a ride from one of the flying serviceman crafts to get to Ozona, and even a couple of other servicemen with their crafts come to support the Legion. With the castle hovering down to the sea, the serviceman crafts start to get going now that all the Legion members are on, except Pod, who is making his way to Ozona, very slowly. Even Pod makes the sea waves wilder to distract Ozona, and not to mention, Ozona already has his eyes on the serviceman crafts that are facing him. Ozona starts to unleash the storm full on. After seeing the base and seeing where the serviceman crafts are coming from, the storm is to build around the base. Ozona also tries to sense any other type of security that is within the planet, but as that is tricky to determine as he is only sensing air, he will deal with it once he passes the first step, what's right in front of him. As the servicemen start firing at Ozona, Ozona uses his force fields to defend himself from the lasers and starts to form lightning to fire at the ships. This results in most of the serviceman crafts going down by Ozona, and sadly eventually all of them who are trying to help the Legion. Regardless, the Legion makes it to the castle. Everyone jumps out of the serviceman craft, and they face Ozona. Now Zami is closer to Ozona. Zami is magnetically drawing Ozona's lightning towards Zami, and Zami just manages to absorb it. Nicole then has an idea: Ozona's sword must be destroyed. And destroying the sword is what will stop the storm, and will reduce Ozona's ability to fight. Now that Pod has shown up, it will be Pod and Nicole to try and destroy the sword while Arvin and Hailwolf are attempting to fight Ozona up close to try and distract him. Alongside Zami, now that Ozona decides to not use lightning again, even when Zami is thrown out of the building, Ozona's lightning is not going anywhere no matter where Zami is. Not to mention Ozona struggles to kill Zami because of not only the other Legion members getting in the way, but Ozona is performing a lot of energy-based abilities, the storm, the levitating castle, and trying to fight the Legion, and not to mention the servicemen are still sent to try and help the Legion thanks to Mike's orders. Ozona uses the storm to prevent any of the servicemen from helping the Legion as a couple more crafts come to join. Plus, Ozona is levitating the castle to try and decrease the air around them, making the Legion potentially lose more oxygen. Even Mike and Retron for now concentrate on protecting the people, base and president as they spread the servicemen around while looking out for each other for what would be one of the worst storms in a long time. Over time, Ozona becomes a hard opponent regardless. The sword moves around telekinetically, using his telekinesis to keep the Legion away from him, and Ozona rising the castle into the atmosphere also puts off the Legion. Ozona cleverly has a force field around him to counter the cold and the oxygen, meaning everyone is running out of time. Ozona, however, cannot strengthen the force field around him to counter physical force as he is already straining himself with all that power. So the Legion has a good strategy. Nicole fires from afar, and both Pod, Arvin, and Hailwolf face Ozona up close. A chance for Hailwolf to get her back on Ozona. In the end, Ozona starts getting weaker. Pod freezes the sword and Hailwolf breaks it, which stops all of his abilities, and a good beat-up gets Ozona not only on the ground but also starts dying on his own. Even the energy coming from Ozona's sword is captured as Pod forms a thick icy block around it, containing it well enough, but he would need to add to the ice over time because the energy is hard to contain. His alien race may have good longevity and know that the air can help, but a lack of it can wear off any individual quickly. These beings often use strong winds to be carried by them, and Ozona manages to do that with his power instead of waiting for the natural wind to do so. Even Zami has a moment of vengeance and considers finishing Ozona off using his more powerful lightning, considering Ozona harmed Zami earlier. Zami doesn't like being belittled after all, but he decides not to, not letting another side of him hinder his perspective and image anymore. Zami at times does get carried away with the power he has, but even he understands that he cannot use power to hide his real self. Ozona dies slowly on his own. Making the fortress go down now, his power is no longer present, but Pod controls water via his trident to slow down the fall of the fortress, enabling the Legion to land safely, and the Legion will generate ideas for what to do with Ozona's body. But now they must return to the city. And it turns out that the damage and death have been less than everyone thought. The Legion does have one more obstacle, facing the public after seeing the newly released information about them. All the Legion can do is admit this and be honest about it. And Nicole acts as the speaker as she manages to get the public to quiet down. Yes, Pod was part of a vicious race, yes Nicole was a young offender, and yes Zami bullied someone earlier, but in the end, these are flawed yet good-hearted beings who want to save the Earth and even help other planets too. This makes some of the residents cheer and the rest more open-minded about them, pleased with how controlled everything was. Retron sees that this plan didn't work. And after Mike contacted the president earlier, now Mike has more solid backing for how and why Retron did it. The president wants to see Retron. Retron earlier demanded the laptop back. Mike did offer it, but he also used a small memory stick to copy the information to it without Retron noticing. Adding to the proof. Later, Retron tries to apologize to the president, while pretending to be sorry, even trying to justify stunning the Legion in their building, and he tries to defend himself by saying it was self-defense, but no one buys it. Retron tries to justify his actions more by saying that once the Legion was trying to get going, they were threatening Retron to get out of the way, but once again, no one believes him. While he wasn't spotted by witnesses nor CCTV as he performed this stunning alongside disabling the awesome Atones flight, this decision was half expected. Both Mike and the president are aware that Retron dislikes the Legion. And he used to perform similar situations when he was getting overtaken by others, always wanting to stay on top. When Retron is given another chance, he will have slightly less power and more of an eye on him, making Retron annoyed, but he remains opportunistic. What makes it worse for Retron is that Pod confronts Retron outside of the president's building, as he and the others now know that Retron was who released the footage. Not to mention the private editors who helped Retron were also arrested. But they do admit that Retron was the driving force, they only wanted the money. Pod gets at Retron by saying that cannot bring down the Legion in that manner and that the Legion is the best option whether Retron likes it or not. So Pod swims back into the nearby water, leaving an angered Retron. Who has not given up. His next option is to use the Netro that was all collected after Orpheon's attack. He starts to think of ways to bring himself back up to where he wants to be while also thinking of other ways to bring down the Legion. Chapter 31 Home. At the base, the Legion, servicemen, and others in the base celebrate their victory. During this celebration, Zami gets an audience, Pod and Arvin become fan favorites, and Nicole and Mike talk about how revealing history is a good idea after all. Even Mike considers revealing his history whenever he is with certain people, like interviews from the public. Or, if having a deep talk with anyone, like a troubled serviceman, showing how open Mike can be, explaining controversial histories like his former criminal history. And his living conditions before he worked hard enough to be the general, he is. No one is bothered by that. If anything, it reveals a side that makes him more appealing to the public, and even a couple of cases of other aliens knowing who Mike is, the founder of a great team. But in this celebration, where is Hailwolf? Earlier, she was asked if she wanted to join the Legion, but after a good thing, while she was outside, she considered probably going back to her race. And so Zami offers to take Hailwolf back to her planet. And both start to make their way to the awesome Atone. After being forced into fighting for so long, she would like a long break from it, and even the universe would be in a better condition thanks to the Legion's influence and word of mouth. She wants to be with her race if they want her back. And all she can do is be honest and show that she can truly be a trusting part of her tribe. Even the other Legion members hear of Hailwolf leaving, and considering what she has been put through, it would be wise to leave her be until she is truly needed. If they are to get new Legion members, they could with someone who is less reluctant. They have arrived, and there are nerves about how Hailwolf's race will respond. Hailwolf and the chief see each other, and it turns out, she is forgiven. Hailwolf states that she helped her rid of Ozona. If they are to get new Legion members, they could with someone who is less reluctant. They have arrived, and there are nerves about how Hailwolf's race will respond. Hailwolf and the chief see each other, and it turns out, she is forgiven. Hailwolf states that she helped her rid of Ozona. Additionally, this Legion may be good enough to take on other threats, so Hailwolf is not only welcomed backing but will also be the race's protector. She will be in the Legion if she is ever needed again, but at the same time, she must prioritize her race. Both Zami and have their farewell. And off they go to the next step in their lives until they see each other again, whenever that will be. Dian has also been busy. Weeks later, he has now placed satellites all over the galaxy to keep track of various races. He first goes to see the Stonos. Seeing that they are to have their own life for now instead of being many servants for a leader, and they will be kept an eye on by Dian. He previously went to see the Tengus, giving them another star after another was used to help Dian. Not to mention when Zemian died. Dian used his cape to contain the Trident's power, and the Tengus still kept the cape as a blanket. Dian and the Tengus do have a history. They used to have the Trident and its power because Dian was the one who gave it to the Tengus for them to look after. And this made this race nearly driven to extinction, but now the Legion are here, they shall be safe, and so will other races. Thanks to Dian and the satellites, the stories of the Legion spread through the galaxy, causing an uprising against Xyanthor, making Xyanthor lose dozens of allies in such a short time. Because of how busy Dian is, this would most likely be the last time he sees the Stonos, knowing they are safe and won't be targeted as they won't get into combat either. On a safe planet full of greenery and water, with clouds close to the ground, clouds which can be walked on by the way, with trees as tall as Earth's highest mountains, such a change of scenery compared to where they were previously settling in. Meanwhile, within the planet Gidari, Opusnost and Amiku see the aftermath of Ozona's fallen empire. Opusnost and Amiku have their celebration, seeing that they are now free to roam. Amiku is especially pleased, and thanks to his mission to investigate Xyanthor. Once Amiku listens out for any of Xyanthor's allies of any updates whilst he and Opusnost are exploring. Amiku then states to Opusnost that Xyanthor has made an ally who is to release a massive attack against the galaxy, making Opusnost excited because he wants to have fun fighting again, hoping to get closer to fighting Xyanthor himself. Even Amiku is keen to get to where the storm is charging up within, but he is keen to involve a certain clan.